I mean, it's a wonderful thing when we start to see the richness present in the Sangha. There are people here with so many different kinds of experiences, so many skills, and the more we bring this forward and share it, pathways of collaboration and enjoyment can arise. So I think that's such an important thing, not to be imploding under the pressure of what goes on in the world, but finding a grounded, open, easy way to express and connect. Okay, we do the Guru Yoga of the White Art. One of the popular themes in Hollywood movies in the 30s and 40s and 50s was the theater, where there were a whole bunch of chorus girls and they're all chattering together and putting on their makeup and all dreaming of being the star. And then one day the star is sick. So the director goes out, you will be the star. Come. So this is what we do. We are the casting director. The star of the show is your ego. A bit sick, a bit poorly. Darling, don't perform tonight. But how can the show go on without me? Don't worry. Your attention takes from the crowd a form. It becomes, from the background, it becomes figural, it becomes the star for you. So moment by moment, as we go through the world, a star is born. You give life to the world. And the key thing is, it's a chance. And it arises, it goes back. Now, the problem in the theatre is that the star doesn't want to go back to the chorus. She wants to be a star. And then it becomes a little perverse. Andy Warhol had this idea that everybody could be a star for 15 minutes, and he made all these movies. And it's a very nice idea. So you become a star, and then you're back. You're figural, and then it's in the background. So moment by moment, as you go through the day, things are given more space, more attention. They seem to have more life, and then they go back. Nothing is solidified as it comes forward. Nothing is lost as it goes back. You have this pulsation. Namkhai Norbu used to say, senza limita, no limit. No limit means that even when something becomes seemingly special, seemingly very important, it's not cut off from the field. It's a movement of the field which is the field. The field moves as the figure, and the figure moves back into the field. So we have pulsation, like the wave in the sea, coming and going, coming and going. Now, when you get solidification, you get this movement from the immediacy of this display into the sense of entities with an enduring existence. And that becomes then the support of our existence. So the main basis of our existence is unawareness of the ground. Secondary to that is our imagination of the truth of subject and object. This then expresses itself as the particular formulations of I, me, myself, and my world, and what I like and what I don't like. This basis is in Tibetan is called a ten, which means a support. It's both a site where something is happening, and it's the support for what is happening in that formation. So we have a stupa, a little wooden stupa there. In Tibetan this is called a choten. It's a support for Dharma, so that when you see that, it brings a remembrance of Dharma in some way. Which of course makes it special. So then when the stupas in Tibet were being destroyed, it feels very, very sad. How could they destroy Dharma? But it's a symbol, it's a sign, it's not Dharma itself. Earlier in the week we looked at dependent origination. This is called, on the basis of this support, Tenshing Drelwa Jungnet, everything arises on the basis of a support. The support for this moment is that moment. So we have a progression. This to this to this to this. Each of these supports is momentary, but it functions as a kind of launching pad that gives a sense of separation and true existence to a transient moment. So that's the delusion, that if we don't see how the support indeed is the site of the appearing and the dissolving, if we focus only on the creation aspect, then it's as if creation is good and dissolving is bad. The general Tibetan word for the world, for all the continents, Mount Meru and everything, is Jigten. Jigpa means to collapse, to implode, to be destroyed. This is the site of destruction. This is the site where things fall apart. Now, if you want things, if you like things, this is really bad news, because you're in a place where all that you create will be destroyed. But this is like the corollary or the shadow twin of impermanence. You wouldn't have impermanence if the world was just full of all these fixed things. So it's the fact that this structure dissolves or collapses or gives way, then something new arises. But we do see collapses. And we see that the ego, not recognizing the open space, the true nature of the ground, the illusory nature of appearance, becomes very sad when things are destroyed. When war starts and houses are blown up, people become homeless and injured, they lose their limbs, they lose their hope, children are separated from their parents. This is a disaster within the realm of the ego. And our practice needs to integrate the relative truth in which people have experience of entities and the absolute truth in which we see the illusory nature of all entities. If you only have the absolute truth, you get deep wisdom but no compassion. if you only see the relative truth, destruction and distortion, then you have too much misery, and then you get an excess of compassion. You feel very sad for all the suffering of all beings, and you lose the sense of the illusoriness. So what we're always wanting to do is to bring a heartfelt engagement, an empathic attunement, if you like, or a co-emergence, or a being with, which is inseparable from the open empty ground. So the patterns which arise don't limit the field of experience. The patterns, for those who identify with them as if they were strong and enduring and real, will become a basis, depending on karma, of happiness or sorrow. Some people have a happy, easy life without sickness. They have money and food. They can go and kayak on the river or play golf. They have easy times. Other people, sick from childhood, in hospital, endless operations, and so on. But either case, whether happy or sad, these formations will decline. So, under the power of unawareness of the ground, we have the fabrication, the invention, the imagining of identity. And identity, as we look, is always seeking to fill itself with events which are around. And it takes it in from the environment, says, this is me, this is me. But because we are in this swirling world where everything is arising and vanishing, whatever we construct our identity with will come under attack and change. For example, when I was first working in the hospital, the main orientation in psychotherapy departments was psychoanalysis. It takes a long time, it's expensive, it's a lot of training, doesn't see so many patients, and then an economist decided that the NHS had to see more patients, so we had to have CBT. So cognitive behavioral therapy got a lot of resourcing and got spread out, and people with 6 months training then become the main therapists. That's what happens. The psychoanalyst looked in horror and amazement. How is this possible? It's possible because the proof of the value of CBT rests in the statistics, and people who do CBT are much more trained in statistics because they're psychologists, and so they cook the books. And there is a lot of evidence now that the proof of CBT is completely delusional. But it's a theater. It's a theater of how you gain hold of the resources and how you present yourself, because it's all illusion. So when Norbu says, no limit, don't put in limits. It means don't reify. Don't say that this is very special and this displaces that. We see these as pulsing forward and back due to the alignment of forces. So because Britain is an increasingly poor country, but that has a population that is increasingly narcissistic and demanding, I need this, I need that, and everybody's got their little phone or computer and they're looking up, oh, there is evidence base for this treatment. They go to their poor doctor, they're banging on the door, give me this, give me this. Like with his weight loss drugs now, I know what I need. And the poor doctor's thinking, I did so many years of study, and now all I have to do is sign a little prescription. That's all they ask of me. Everything changes. Doctor used to be so high and special. People going, doctor, I have this problem. What do you think it is? Now they arrive. I know what my problem is. Give me what I need. Power relations are changing all the time. So whatever is set up in the midst of a storm. It's in this field in which creation and destruction are born together. So the outer forms of Dharma are always under attack, just as the outer forms of anything else are under attack. So how shall we proceed? if you look too much at impermanence, at the collapsing, the falling away of things which seem to be helpful, you can become very sad and depressed. If you really think about, 100 years ago, not more than that, maybe 150 years ago, there was a lot of Buddhism in China. There was a lot of Buddhism in Japan, in Korea, in Vietnam, in all these countries. This gets less and less, and this becomes more and more formal. There's a little bit of Buddhism in the West, but in no way equaling the percentage of people who practice then. The mood of Dharma is not harmonious with the zeitgeist. The urges of people at this time, the moods that inflect their choices and decisions and likes and dislikes are much more material. So this is the world we live in. And that's why again and again I say, if you can, express your Dharma understanding. Even if it's not very clear, you can share it with other people, you collaborate, you can write poems about Dharma, you can write some songs, make some music, write a novel with a Dharma theme, whatever takes your fancy. This will be connective. This will bring the possibility of conversation. Because in a crumbling world, we don't have much security. But what we can have is connectivity. The energy of relating and valuing the people in the Sangha is a real strength for us. And if we share that together, it can carry us through the very turbulent times which are clearly coming. There are a lot of mad people in charge. And that, of course, makes us feel powerless. You cannot practice Dharma if you feel powerless. Dharma is not for victims. It is for survivors. So what survives? Emptiness survives. Your mind, the essence of your mind, the truth of your mind, is emptiness. The Dharmakaya is never destroyed. It is Vajra. But the outer form, Sambhogakaya experience, that can be altered by the mood around you. And certainly how you can express yourself into this field of illusion, that is very much influenced and compromised by the factors around you. So the indestructible Vajra quality of your pure presence, remember, this is for you. This is your luck to be awake in your own open mind. And what flows from it is for the other. It's not for you. So if what you do is connective and dissolves, that's perfect. Of course it will dissolve. It's impermanent. So new forms of Dharma expression are required. If we simply follow these traditional patterns, we will lose the environment around us. And then we become holding on to true believers. And year by year we become fewer and fewer in number. The fact is, none of us here is a teenager. And teenagers don't come near us. And this is, for the future, is tragic. Because all that you've learned, all that you've experienced, all that you could share, if you don't meet these people, how could you share them? So we need to think about building bridges out into the culture. You might think, well, I don't know very much. I'm going to make mistakes. That's why having small groups where you think how you might proceed, or you have a conversation with a friend and it goes funny and they misunderstand you, and then you can share that in your group and learn from that. Don't come on too strong. How to express yourself clearly, and you present it, but like a buffet. You eat or you don't eat. I don't mind, but I like to prepare buffet. I'm a cook. So we offer and we offer and we offer. If it's not eaten, it doesn't matter because I've been practicing my cooking. So don't despair if these efforts you have to invite people in are not so successful or take a long time to go. But it can give it can give us the confidence to reinvent and reinvent. And remember, this relative truth realm, what we call samsara, is the imagination. Everything in our world is imagined. And Thank you so much. Wow.
Best.
Up the nose, or? So,
Best of the best.
we try. All we can say is we try. Then you try and it doesn't work. You try and it doesn't work. And you keep trying. The key thing, of course, for that is remove the interpretive grid of success and failure. All of these binaries, if we're not careful, they go into a vertical axis. And if we don't get here, then we're going to fall down there. So we are always trying to collapse the vertical axis into the horizontal open field of possibilities. And you try this, and you try that, and you try that. And just like a wave, it goes up. If it works, it's fine. If it doesn't, it goes back into the ocean. So all that we know will be changed. Modern media is changing it very fast. People with no qualities gain more and more power. Sialama was very contemptuous of democracy. He called it democracy because he said ordinary people are just stupid. It's not very respectful in that way. Because he said in Tibet, we had these noble families, big landowners and local princes and so on. And their children got a very particular education. They were educated to rule, to have power, and they learned how to deal with things. When we have an election, we vote people in. All kind of liars and cheaters get voted in because people are stupid. And then these people don't know how to rule. They don't know how to behave. They act out their ego fantasies, and we get a lot of chaos. The British economy is absolutely thrown to the dogs. Look at poor Elon Musk. All his money is going down. People are not wanting to buy this Tesla anymore. You're famous. You're not famous. Yeah. Or we may say it may be sad, or maybe not. But we are at the mercy of these things. If we are victims, if we are objects which are acted on. So the function of our practice is we never become an object. And that means we don't allow people to catch us and define us. But in order to do that, we have first not to capture ourselves and define ourselves. So if you're able to release these compositional factors in yourself as they arise and pass in the mirror of the mind, and somebody makes a statement about you, they insult you or they put you down, it's just like rain falling in a pond. But if you yourself are identified with the patterns inside yourself, then you get caught. You only get caught because you've made yourself available to be caught. So the heart of our practice, when we release, is we are uncatchable. The mind is not a thing. And this is our profound freedom. And using this freedom, we can help to bring the breath of freedom to others. Any responses to this, what I've just been saying?
Wonderful.
Emaho. Okay.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. The Jugend. Directly to the issue of not being caught. It's maybe biographical, but on a certain level it's clear. I do not make myself available to threats or to bad words and stuff, but what about if there is indeed a kind of fascist regime and you are bodily caught and tortured and so on? How do you deal with that as a practitioner?
Mm-hmm. Well, we have the example of so many Tibetans who were in prison 20 years, 30 years. And some of them have written autobiographies or they've been interviewed, and we can pay attention to that. They had terrible, terrible conditions, particularly the nuns. Britain, to its shame, exported electric cattle prods and the cattle prods were inserted into the vaginas of the Buddhist nuns in Tibet. I mean, Britain is deeply, deeply implicated in murder, mass murder, torture. That's just a side topic. But it's pervasive. We all get pulled through paying our taxes into alignment with things we wouldn't want. The Tibetans managed to, the ones in prison, they did their practice. Some of the older monks, although they weren't allowed to have a mala, they would still go like this with their thumb, and then the Chinese cut the thumb off. So the attack was relentless. They were under observation. We want to make sure that you don't do anything. And China in the Cultural Revolution, they weren't just doing it to the Tibetans, they were doing it to, if you establish any of the tradition, we will have to destroy you. And apparently, it was a tradition in in China, that with each dynasty, when it came to an end, the next dynasty set about destroying as many of the remnants of the previous dynasty as possible. They wanted to have a fresh start. So the obscene version of this is Pol Pot in Cambodia, where you want to wipe out all the intellectuals, all those who hold the memory of the place. So that cruelty has a purpose. We don't want dialogue. If there are people who remember the old ways, and we have the new way, then we have to discuss this way and that. But if we wipe out all the memory, then we'll just have this. This will be the only truth. As we know, the fascists always control the media. And you pump out the singular message. So for those who were in prison, I remember Tenzin Namdak, who sadly died this year in his 90s. He's a great, great Bonpo teacher. And I remember him saying that he escaped to India in the early days and set up the monastery in Dolanji in the lower Himalayas. And they trained young monks, and they did all the ritual things in Bonn. There's a lot of rituals with painting and making images. It's a form of practice that's very concerned with the energy of the elements and how to work with difficult forces. That was the main practices they were doing. And then one of his old colleagues from his young early days, he finally managed to get over the border. And he had been in prison for over 20 years, and he had been tortured a lot. And when they talked together, he told Tenzin Namdak, the only thing that kept me alive was Dzogchen, because it allowed me to dissolve the anger and the fear and the failure. And I kept releasing and releasing and releasing, and it didn't catch into me and it didn't tear me. And from that day, Tenzin Namdak started to teach Dzogchen. And he traveled everywhere around. Many, many people got this direct introduction from Tenzin Namdak. So, the mind is like the sky. Inside the sky, clouds and rainbows, storms and dawn, beauty and ugliness, kindness and cruelty, all are arising as empty formations. If we don't know the ground, the openness, the sky, we take these as real things. So the way to survive is not to be seduced into the discourse of, this is happening to me, I don't like it. Poor me, this is terrible, how can I escape? Because what you're doing then is you're giving more and more solidity and definition to these transient factors. Of course, if you're in a prison and you're being tortured, it doesn't feel transient. Every day somebody is doing horrible things to you. But I think that is the main thing. The Dharmakaya is indestructible. It is the reliable presence of our awareness. Everything else is co-emergent. So how we are is co-emergent. Here the kitchen is attentive, A lot of the produce is organic. We want to have minimal input of unnecessary additives. And yet still the crops get sprayed, the spray drifts from one farmer's field to another field. It's difficult to keep chemicals out of the food chain. We do our best, but we are going to be affected, infected. It comes into us. So it comes into us what to do. I just heard that Trump has now made this outrageous new tariff on Brazil because he doesn't like the way that Bolsonaro is being taken to court and tried. And he says, solidarity of international fascists. So he's very angry. He wants to punish the people for keeping someone like him in power. Yeah.
If I may, just as a consequential question, I remember reading that some people survived the Gestapo torture by dissociating from their body, so they kind of went away. But it doesn't seem to be the same as what you're saying.
Yes, not at all. Not at all. Because you have to come back to the body, and the body is full of pain. Whereas I think I mentioned yesterday, in terms of the Nyam, there is Dewa, which means joy or pleasure. And in the Dzogchen tradition, this is seen as sensation. So all sensation is ungraspable, whether it's something delicious or something painful. Like if you get a very bad toothache, it's a movement of energy. It's not a thing. And if you can just realize, it's just going through. There are many, many people with chronic pain, arthritis, and so on. Pain is their companion. So you have to be able to put your arm around the pain and also put your arm around your new identity because you're disabled. You can't sit comfortably because of what's been done to you. What I took to be my body has now been rearranged. As we get older, many people find arthritic joints and so on. And you can feel persecuted by the pain. So if you dissociate, you have to come back to a body which is now deformed, unrecognizable, and you can feel even more lost. Whereas we don't turn away and try to avoid the situation, we open and embrace it. The Dharma Dhatu is the side of everything. I mean, this might sound crazy, but when you have to go through any kind of procedure, you can just be there with how it arises, however it is. So when I was getting the diagnosis of cancer, they did a biopsy on the prostate, and I had to have this wonderful female experience of being strapped with my legs in the air, and these people poking me and taking these samples out, and it's a lot of sensation. What is the nature of the sensation? So I'm just doing as best I could to stay with sensation, sensation, sensation. And then the nurse would say, I hope it doesn't hurt too much. So that's the reading. They know this is not pleasurable, but I'm trying to go between pleasure and pain and just allow it as it is. So just as we've been talking, don't tell the world what it is. Don't tell a tree what it is. Receive it. And if you receive the sensation, it's just this and just this. It's dynamic and shifting and dissolving. And in that way, you don't get the kind of bang of this onto that. You have the integration, which is very, very important.
That's about intensity somehow, isn't it?
Mm.
Sorry. What?
It's about intensity of the sensation.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Have a threshold of being kind of, I don't know, unbearable or something.
Well, it's very interesting. What does it mean to bear it? You know, I'm bearing my pen, I'm holding it. So how can I let this pass through? This may sound like an insult to the people who have intense pain all the time, but actually it's momentary. The ego is cumulative. It builds up not just the story about the pain, not just the pain itself, but the story about the pain. My youngest son was born with the major arteries in the heart were in the wrong order, so he had to have an operation when he was 8 days old. And as he go into the children's ward, and he's in an incubator and all of that. And there were other children who were having operations. And the doctor said, well, for a baby, of course, they're having the sensation, but they don't have a conceptualization as pain, and they don't have a memory of building up an image. But the difficulty is for these children who have to have more operations, maybe an operation every year for many years. They know what it was like. So they look back and then they look forward, and that is what increases the suffering. So if we don't concretize, if we don't say, poor me, and this will happen, and I can't bear it, and I don't want it, and take it away, which of course is the quite valid voice of the ego, we want to free ourselves from that. Easier said than done. Which is why we should practice on the good times and the bad times. If you only try to practice on the bad times, if you only say your practice when you have troubles, it's not going to work. Because the function of the practice is to see both good times and bad times are devoid of inherent existence. Okay? No.
I was just wondering if the Dharma itself is indestructible, and now we are seeing, an uprise of very bad things in the world. Is there a force behind that, driving that? Or can we not predict what's going to happen with that? Dharma is indestructible, so it should remain, or is it under threat?
Well, Dharma as the truth of phenomena is indestructible, but relative truth Dharma as the interpretation of phenomena is very open to change. So, as we've looked many times, the view from one side is this person is a freedom fighter, and from the other side is they are a terrorist. And if the people in power have a bigoted interpretation, then innocent people become labeled as terrorists and suffer the consequence. Dharma can vanish. Buddhas come and go. At the end of Raga Asye's aspiration to be born in Sukhavati, in the pure land of Amitabha, says, at the moment Amitabha is there in charge of this pure land, but he will vanish, he will die. They use the word for dying. He will die, and then Chenrezig will come and be in charge. And then when Chenrezig dies, Channa Dorji, Vajrapani, will come and be in charge. I remember saying to my teacher, but how can the Buddha die? What do you think the Buddha is? It's permanent? You study all this stuff with me, you believe the Buddha is permanent? So things vanish and then they come back. So when we, in the basic instruction, it's talking about the 18 factors of a precious human life, is to be born in a time when a Buddha has been in the world, that the teaching of the Buddha continues, that this teaching is made available by authentic practitioners, and so on. But if a Buddha hasn't been in this period, then it becomes very difficult. There are many people who will spend their whole life, most of the human population will never hear anything about Dharma. So although it's present and open, and there are great masters, great Tibetan masters still alive, they have no interest in that. So it can fade very, very easily. Because it's not a monologue, it's a dialogue. This, I think a German man, wasn't it? Lama Govinda. He wrote a book, The Way of the White Clouds, and he described how he went up in the Himalayas, just over the Tibetan border, and he spent some time with this Lama, Tomogeshi, who was a Gelugpa Lama, and he had a big support of followers, and he did. In his book, The Way of the White Clouds, he describes how this Lama was just shining, surrounded by his disciples. Then the Chinese invaded Tibet, and Tomogeshi came over the border as a refugee, and Lama Govinda met him again, and he was very diminished. Because his shine was like all the light of devotion of his students was making him shine. It wasn't in him. It's always co-emergent. Nothing is established. Nothing has its own essence. Okay? So let's return to the text. Now, yesterday, Robert raised the question of the double negative. Unfortunately, I don't have the Tibetan text with me, so I couldn't check it properly. But if we go back to that, the sentence was, if you don't see anything without self-substance, then really examine the many different thoughts very carefully. And a better way of phrasing that would be, if you see anything with self-substance, then carefully examine the many different thoughts that arise. Because it's the thoughts that arise that imbue the entity with the seeming quality of self-substance. So the last sentence in that paragraph would give us the direction if we do find ourselves. We're on page 104 at the bottom, the last paragraph. If we do find ourselves in terrible circumstances, he says, remain spontaneously, without grasping, in the skylight state without limits, free of objects, and thus be totally clear that the mind is without any root. So, that's difficult. Things are happening. People are hitting you or beating you. You are having sensation. If you concretize this as bad things are happening to me, that interpretation will make it worse. So, again, this is paradoxical. We want to avoid, the ego self wants to avoid danger. Here is saying, stay neutral, open, relaxed with whatever comes. This is the best protection, because it is this openness, non-compositional openness, that allows the coming and going of experience. It is this openness which is never harmed, never touched. So this is like the state of the mirror. All kind of reflections come and go, but the mirror itself is not touched by the reflections. This is the root of our practice in good times and bad times. He says, this is top of page 105, if you understand and examine in this way, and clearly see all the varieties of the faults of stillness and movement, then by staying in this practice for a long time, you will truly understand. So it means when the mind is still and calm and at ease, don't privilege this. Don't make it special. Because of course movement will occur and you'll lose the stillness. If the movement arises, don't try to control it. Allow the movement to move in the mind. You will not be moved if you rest in unborn awareness. But if you enter into the field of experience, then you will be tossed hither and thither like a cork on the waves. So this is very beautiful teaching. Thus, towards whatever thoughts arise, be without encouragement or expectation. Bad thoughts arise, difficulties arise, your partner dies or they leave you, your children turn against you, you lose your job, people don't like you. This is experience. This is patterns arising in the mirror. Don't reify, don't push it away, don't merge into it. Stay relaxed and open. Again, we have to keep saying, easier said than done. But he says, by staying in this practice for a long time, you will truly understand. Because at first you go into reactivity and reactivity. And remember what we looked at yesterday, that if you're sitting in the meditation and you go off on a little journey of conceptualization, don't blame yourself. Just immediately bring yourself back to the openness of the breath, depending on the practice you're doing. If you enter into judgment about what you've done or what someone else has done, you solidify the field. This blinds you to the self-liberation of each moment of experience, and you start to build up a narrative storyline, and that then imprisons you. So, when you get something good, don't encourage it. Don't try to hang on to good experiences. Don't try to get rid of bad experiences. Why? Because it is your own conceptualization that says this is good, that is bad. And if you stay with the self-liberation of each moment of experience, you start to see this is like becoming a wave examiner. Your government has so much money, they don't know what to do. So it is offering you a wonderful salary. You get 200,000 euros a year, but you have to go to live by the sea. You can't go to the Baltic, it's too flat. You have to go to the Atlantic. And you get a little seat at the edge of the sea. And the waves are coming. And you have to, every minute you have to judge which is the best wave, which is the best wave, which is the best wave. Like that. That's what we're doing all the time. The thoughts going and going and going, and we say, That's what we do. We try to catch the uncatchable. And then we try to stabilize it and fit it in a framework of understanding. And that's really quite problematic. So it says, without encouraging or expectation, without accepting or rejecting, look at their self-arising and self-liberation. Because if you see every arising phenomena is a vanishing phenomena, then judging and naming and trying to establish something is like naming the clouds, naming a rainbow. Okay, so there's a question there.
About the waves, sometimes it appears that like a Dharma wave comes up, and it feels like I'm like, oh, this is the most important wave, and I'm on this wave, and it feels like self-assuring, like I'm on the right wave, because it's a Dharma wave, and then it feels like, yes, 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 and then at some point I'm like, oh, this is another thought. However, because of the value of the Dharma thing, right? It feels like I get very attached to this thing. Like the Dharma is much more important than awareness, which is always there. How can I go through this? Like, how can I see the vanishing of the Dharma wave also?
There's a song by Eurythmics. Everybody's looking for someone.
It's a good song.
So it's like that. We are looking, the subject will look for an object or another subject because it needs confirmation. The subject cannot stand alone. Because awareness is alone. It's said to be solitary. It's infinite like the sky. But the ego is a bit tremulous because it's an artificial construct. It's just an idea. So it wants to join the good guys, be in the big gang, and now this wonderful wave comes, it seems to carry you. Ooh, I made it, I'm on the inside. And then you vanish. It goes. So maybe the best thing to do in the summer, learn to surf. Surfers spend a lot of time in the water waiting for the right wave. The right wave is quite rare. They can't surf on the wrong wave. So that's where we are. The ego has to find the right wave to feel at home, and this is really me, and this feels authentic, but this is not right, and this is not me, and I don't really fit with this. The ego seeks confirmation, awareness doesn't. So when you find yourself in that situation, and you feel that you've got something, it says in another text in this Simply Being book, it says, the yogi, just as a river coming down the mountainside increases the more it falls, so the yogi's meditation increases by being destroyed. So if you feel you've got something, blow it away. And if it's authentic, it won't be destroyed. And if it's just a construct, it will. Yeah.
Cool. This reminds me about these 3 statements of Garab Dorje, and I ask me if I understand it right. Because the first statement is telling us to explore, to be with our open space mind, and to be with it, don't fall into something else, and make sure that it is. And is this maybe the second point from 2 statements of Garab Dorje? Could it be? Or, because my understanding of these 3 statements is a little bit uncertain.
Okay. So the first is to open to the open. So it's the noble, your authentic essence, or your true nature is not a very helpful term for all sorts of reasons. But let's say your essence or your original face. So if you open to that, that means emptiness. The second instruction can be translated as gain confidence that this is how it is. Namkha Norbu said it's better to translate it as don't remain in doubt. That is to say, don't question whether it's okay. Because if you think about your experience, then the thinker who is thinking about the experience is displaced from the experience itself. It's no longer integral. It's no longer non-dual, it becomes dualistic. So, however it is, that's okay. And the reason this is important is because our mind gives us a lot of shit. And you spend all this time doing your practice, and you think, well, it must be better. It must be better. And you get this beautiful Japanese room. Nice mats, paper walls, a lot of light, but very ugly furniture. You bring the furniture, that's your karma. But the ugly furniture is in the room. Is it other than the room? Is it an expression of the room? What is it? So when you have an experience and you try to work out what is it, you've already gone. Because it's a something. So as soon as we have a reaction of liking and disliking, you're going to have judgment and you're going to have separation. So we explained that although the Tibetan word is confidence, the problem with the idea of confidence is A, it's based on the past experience. Secondly, or B, it's a self-positioning. C, it can turn into pride and you think you've arrived someplace. So it's never about a conclusion or an arrival somewhere, because it's dynamic. The movement of the mind doesn't stop. Great yogis have terrible experiences. So we proceed with this text, we get to him talking about meditation experiences, and people can't understand. I've been meditating for years and years, and my mind is still terrible. And the teacher's looking, okay, you haven't understood a fucking thing. You haven't understood anything. My mind is still terrible. There is occurrence, there is arising, it is as it is, and it's vanishing. That's what he said. Allow the self arising, allow the self vanishing. As soon as you apprehend what it is, and you say, what is it, and you enter into judgment, then you get problems. So it's not the confidence that I can manage everything. It's not the confidence that I'm an interior designer and I'm going to fully furnish my mind in a way that I like. No IKEA for me. I'm a Buddha. Not like that. Whatever, the text say again and again, Chisha Rangro, whatever comes is self-liberating. Whatever comes, comes. So if you compare and contrast, if you have a trajectory of how I should be making progress in the Dharma, it doesn't apply to this kind of meditation. In the general Mahayana, you have the 10 bodhisattva bhumis. The bhumi means a level. So 10 levels of progression on the bodhisattva stages. Beyond that, you get tantric stages and even Dzogchen stages, because Tibetans like to organize things a great deal. But actually, you can't, if you're commenting on what is happening, then you're always necessarily in duality. So however it is, you let it be there. So the second is you see the openness and things arise and you get lost. Relax in the out-breath, back to the openness. Don't think about what just happened. It came, there was as it were a contraction. So you're learning to swim and you're in the sea and suddenly a wave hits you and you get a mouthful of water and you're spluttering. And your mum shouts, keep swimming, keep swimming. And then the waves go down, you feel better. So it's not so much about a confidence, which again will be the arrival. It's more like stay open, assist still, and let the movement move. You are the movement, and you're not the movement simultaneously. Remember the three kayas. The Dharmakaya never changes. Sambhogakaya is ceaselessly arising, and the Manakaya expresses itself in relation to the context it's in. So the second two are movement, but the first, the Dhammakaya, doesn't move. So whenever you find yourself identified with the movement as identity, I am doing this, you need to go back to the first, go back to the space. Space is our best friend. Because if it's grounded in the space, then however the movement is, we're able to see, oh, self-arising, self-vanishing. But once you concretize it as something, oh, what happened to that thought? Maybe it'll come back. maybe some Mara demon is tormenting me. That's why I get these bad thoughts. Or in my previous life, I must have done something very terrible. So, I need to do an antidote. I need to do Vajrasattva practice because this shouldn't be happening. So, text is saying, if you go down that road, you'll always find a lot to do. Those who are house proud, and I am not one of them, but those who are house proud are very aware of the nature of dust. Dust is the ultimate illegal immigrant. They come in little cracks in the window that you clean, and there's more dust. Where did it come from? No border control can keep dust out. So no mental structuring can stabilize the mind. Oh, another.
So just a short experience for me. I remember just now when I entered to get retired, and right, is continue. Yeah. A lot of people were asking, "Oh, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? Maybe you would do this and this," and so I started to think, okay, now I go down in my full potential, and I will do this and this and this, and it was so extreme disappointing because it was so anstrengend, exhausting, and I was jumping behind my expectations, and so I let it go, and there was a thought, I open what space is inviting me, and it was so wonderful what is coming then, and I was invited in unexpected situations, and I didn't imagine before. So I don't forget this moment now.
And that's a very beautiful example. It's not all up to you. It's you and the context. And if we're locked inside our own imaginings, our intentions, we don't pay attention to the environment. But if we stay in our senses, with our fresh sensibility, then we start to see what's the right environment. And having this busy activity was not any benefit for you, but to be in a good setting and to absorb the warmth of relatedness, that nourishes you.
But also in between there was a lot of fear, I have to say, because I had dreams and I'm standing on the border of nothing, and so you all know this.
Yeah. And of course the fear arises if you've been busy in your work. Your whole life has been about a producer of something, and you get rewarded for being a good producer of something, and then you stop producing something, and you're retired, and you're useless, in a waste of space, just a mouth with no hands. And so all kind of anxieties arise, because I'm not establishing who I am. I don't have a conversation. Oh, what do you do? Sit there quiet. Very interesting. The anxiety of being judged and exposed as not producing value. What is it says in the Bible? Consider the flowers of the field. They sow not, neither do they reap. Yet Solomon in all his glory is not adorned as like one of those. The flowers just emerge. So you, in your retirement, with a little coffee, looking at the trees.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Okay, a little bit more on this wonderful text. Moreover, when there are many swirling thoughts, do not see this as a fault. Do not get mixed with ideas that do not perceive the qualities of naked clarity and emptiness, but practice the display of uncontrived actuality. So, sometimes Rigpa, or awareness, is compared to the sun, and the rays of light spread out from the sun is always radiating, and you can't look at the sun, burn your eyes out. The sun is uncatchable, and yet it illuminates everything. So that's another metaphor for awareness. So if we keep that in mind with this, when many swirling thoughts, do not see this as a fault. This is just the movement of experience. Clearly, if you try to resist it and control it, you'll be overwhelmed, because the ego is not powerful enough to settle, to quieten, to direct, to control how thoughts are. You see this all over the world. Countries want status, they want to develop their agriculture, so they build dams. Dams have two advantages. We keep the water for us, and we make sure our neighbors don't get the water. So it's a winning in two directions. And of course, these dams don't last very long, because there's earthquakes, and there's sudden floods, and when the dam breaks, there's a huge disaster. So, damming is not what we can do with mental experience. You cannot resist it and control it. Let it flow. But he says, when this is flowing, do not get mixed with ideas that do not perceive the qualities of naked clarity and emptiness. It means, don't identify with the thoughts that try to work out what is going on. Don't go towards what, stay with how. If you stay with how, you stay with the fresh immediacy of the movement of the mind. But if you turn towards what, and these are the ideas that do not perceive the qualities of naked clarity and emptiness, because what is looking at substance? What is it? It's reifying and establishing something. I know where I stand, going back to what we began with 10, the support. On the basis of being able to identify things, I can get power over them, and I know where I am. I say, whoa, this is the wrong direction. Whatever comes, don't try to sort it out. Don't try to impose order. But practice the display of uncontrived actuality. That means the uncontrived actuality is the Dharmakaya, the naked presence of your mind. And the display is the ceaseless revelation, moment by moment by moment. So if we don't say what is happening, which is an invitation to storytelling and explanation and rationalization, if we say how is it, it's bright, it's not so bright, shining, it's ungraspable. The how will always show you the self-arising, the self-descending. So if you're looking at a wave in the ocean, nothing is established. The wave is so helpful. So if you take the image of the wave into your life and you see, I am in this ocean of samsara. There are many, many waves. So I need to see that the wave is moving, and that will free me from samsara. Because samsara is about objectification, making things real and separate. And if I stay with the movement, the ceaseless flow, then this flow itself will be revealed as not other than the rays of the sun coming out from awareness. Now, this is so important. Don't try to understand. Don't try to make sense of it, but stay present with it. It's inexpressible. Even the Buddha couldn't say how it is. But it is. It is self-revealing. If you follow the conceptual path of trying to name it and build up a picture of it, you will lose it. Like the old saying is, to find yourself, you have to lose yourself. The self you have to lose is the self of naming and concretization. The self you find is this unborn open awareness. But you have to let go of the ego's anxiety. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. As we've looked many times now. And I need a story. So you tell the child, when you get to their house, it'll be fine. You know, Johnny's mum, you've met her before at school, da-da-da. And then the child has a framework, a map that allows them to settle. He is saying, don't go for maps. If you stay fresh, then you're working there. Like these people who do mountaineering without any ropes. You see these pictures of them on this incredible rock face. And they're so attuned to the nature of the rock, these tiny cracks, and their fingers are so strong. Just hold on. They're really receiving the mountain. They're in love with the mountain. They're making love with the mountain. They're saying, oh, darling, show me, show me, show me. Don't want to have any thoughts when you're doing that. You have to be completely in a non-dual sensory co-emergence with the nature of the mountain. So this is what he's saying for us also. Don't conceptualize. Don't rely on thoughts. Thoughts are always dissolving. Rely on the openness of your mind. That is the ultimate refuge. And with that, movement will become clearer. The short expression of this is Kewa Mepa Gagpa Me. Kewa Mepa means unborn and unstopped. Gagpa means to stop. So it's not so much about ceasing, but it doesn't stop. So if you're meditating and you find yourself gone into a rift of some thoughts, you go back to the breath. You've cut the line of the thought because you've decided I shouldn't be doing this. I should be focusing on the breath. Here, just stay with it. Don't correct the mind. You go off on a whole thing about what you'd like to do on holiday, Maybe 10 minutes you wander around. If you stay with it, this is a display of a fantasy. It has no reality. It is not harmful. Where is this fantasy occurring? In your mind. Where is your mind? Here and now. It is a radiance of the potential of presence. But if you make it into an error, I got lost, I should be doing this, and immediately you get this solidification. So what he's saying is, I think, incredibly important for us. Practice the display of uncontrived actuality. Tibetan language has the verb, as far as I can remember the text, it's to practice it is an active verb, as if it's something that you do. But the actual meaning is more passive receptive, to stay with it, to stay open to it, to not do anything. So you practice by not practicing. In the Mahamudra tradition, they often call this the meditation of non-meditation. So you're just with how it is. And of course, if judgment comes in, you think, that is not good, but this was good, and I want more of what's good. And so, that way it gets very, very exhausting. Everything is the display of the unborn mind. So do not be the judge. Remember with this example that we had of the Zen monk, I think I told you this story here, who's been meditating a long time and he's pissed off and he can't do anything and he's tired. Did I tell you this? And he decides he needs to get a good meal because he's been living on all this crap they feed you in the monastery. So he goes into the town and there's a butcher. And if you've been in Asia, you know that the butchers, they just kill the goat and hang it, the corpse up by its feet, and they cut it off the bits as people come. So he goes to the butcher and says, "Butcher, give me your best piece." The butcher lifts his knife and he says, "It's all good!" And he awakens. It's a nice story. It is all good. What makes it not good is judgment. Because a good cook can cook with everything, even the eyeballs. Okay, time for a break. Okay, so we do the Guru Yoga of the White Owl. So here it is summertime, but I am in late autumn. And so if you say you would like to talk with me, and I say, okay, then we meet in the afternoon break or in the morning break, I will not remember. My short-term memory is floating away. That's just how it is, so you need to remind me. I don't mind being reminded. The main teacher of Siya Lama was Tukutsolo, and he was a monk. He was a scholar. He wrote very precise, scholarly Tibetan. Siya Lama was not like that at all. The lineage passes through a flavor or a quality of connectivity, of authenticity, but not of personality, not of ways of manifesting. Tukutsolo wrote a lot, and he had many students. Many Tibetan lamas now had him as their teacher. Siya Lama didn't write, and he didn't talk very much. He talked about going to the cinema, he talked about eating sweets, he talked about the weather. He didn't talk about Dharma very much. That's just how it is. But he was an incredible presence, so he brought an ambience, a mood of Dharma that people would find themselves tuning into it, responding to it. And he shifted the life of many, many people. Especially at first when he was traveling in Europe, many young people came without any connection with the East or Dharma or anything. And they're just pulled into his incredible presence. And from that, many of them are still practicing Dharma. But he didn't give much in the way of explanation. I give a lot of explanation. I explained from the text, but he didn't explain the text to me. With this text, I asked him a few questions, but he was never interested in my question, because we had already done many puja texts and things. And when I asked him, he said, you know, means go away, leave me alone. Because in his mind, don't know that he trusted James Lowe from Scotland, but he trusted what he saw I was, which was the presence of somebody who had been with Nudan Dorji. And so he, in his mind, I had been there when Nudan Dorji was giving these teachings. I have no memory of them, but that was his mind, and on the basis of that, he was always saying, oh, that's fine, that's good, that's good, that's good. The possibilities of transmission, of understanding, comes in so many directions. Some people, if we look in the Mahamudra tradition, these scholars like Saraha, they're awakened by people who have no connection with their scholarly life at all. When Saraha met this tribal girl, who made arrows to sell in the market, she wasn't at all interested in his learning and what he could do. She just showed him the arrow she was making, and then she explained why the shaft has to be straight, why the feathers have to be equal, why the point has to be sharp, and the main teaching of Dharma was there in the arrow. And his mind collapsed. Is it that simple? She's just smiling at him like that. Same when Naropa meets Tilopa, he didn't teach him in words, he didn't explain, he brought Naropa into these direct kinds of experience. So when we have dancing, when we have interactive group work, when we have these possibilities to work with spontaneity, this is also part of the transmission. The Dharma is not something that lives in the book. Dharma is showing us how to be in the world in co-emergence. So whatever helps that can be different kinds of music, cooking. There are many places where you see how it goes together. You prepare a dish, you get the different vegetables, maybe some meat, you have a recipe, bring them together, and then you have that dish. You did the cooking, you chopped up the tomatoes, you peeled the potatoes and so on, and now you have the finished dish. Oh, this is the 5 skandhas. This is composition. The final dish is the fruit of the bringing together of the ingredients. This is my life moment by moment. So I cook in the kitchen and I cook in myself. So the text says raw, naked, fresh. No cooking, no spices, no additives. Why am I so busy cooking myself? Why am I so busy cooking the world? If you're cooking and you hold this in mind, you get it just from the most simple things. So this is the possibility for us to learn that every moment of our life is showing us the true Dharma way. It's wonderful. It's available everywhere and free. It's not that you have to use the experience to tell yourself about Dharma. Otherwise you'd just be limited to your own commentary. But the patterning of the world can evoke in you some insight, and you see, oh, this is true to Dharma. Dharma shows how this comes. I am constructing and constructing, and then you just take a tomato and you bite into it. Raw tomato, cooked tomato. Both are tomato. Nirvana, samsara, it's the same. So how you will be, and hopefully in your own ways, with some modesty, you start to think of how you could share the Dharma presented to other people. You will do it in your way. You can only do it as you. The most important thing is authenticity. Through teaching through the face, not through the mask. Of course, if you're teaching through the face, you have nowhere to hide. It's not artificial, it's not something you prepare before. So if you're starting to maybe do some workshops or whatever, don't over-prepare. Don't have a big syllabus. Work with the energy of the people. Now that requires you relax. That requires you trust your intuition. That requires that you receive the energy or the mood of how the people are. And from that, you respond. That's not so difficult. It's much easier than preparing. Because if you prepare, you have to impose. And if you impose the syllabus on people who are already covered by all these patterns that they've internalized by their parents, by their work situation and so on, then you're just giving them another layering. So it's not that you have to be a great scholar, but you have to be true to the unborn ground of your own being, and from that the energy can flow out. But we have to be aware not to have pride, not to have to consolidate it. Wisdom and compassion flow together. So we relate to people out of emptiness, always out of emptiness. There is a great need for more people who can not necessarily even communicate Dharma, but who can offer to others the hospitality of their open availability. It could be a smile, it could be, oh, shall we have a chat? And that allows the other person to feel received, welcomed, and that you can engage with them, not that you understand them, but that you can respond to them as they show themselves. And I would say for these times, that's a very authentic gift of Dharma. Because it means then that you're validating, oh, this is how it is for you. It doesn't need correction. We could correct it. We've got all kind of templates and maps that we could kind of see, whoa, you need to rectify your position. Or we stay with the patterning of your existence. Let's see, how is it for you? And that genuine curiosity and attention to the phenomenological detail allows the person to find themselves, to release themselves in space. So it's my hope and wish that we all become a bit more and more available to others. So then he says, if when sitting in the sevenfold posture with eyes correctly focused here means not looking out into space in that way, but down the line of the nose, not too open, not too closed. Enough light coming in so that you don't go into some internal world, but not so open that you might get distracted by movement, but just simple. If when you're sitting in that situation, there occurs the familiar presence of known objects due to the power of subtle thoughts, then it's very important not to go under the power of these very minuscule movements. I think this is something we are all familiar with. That Tibetans give the example that up in these high valleys, when coming down from the glacier, you have a river, and the river goes into the valley, and sometimes it goes under the earth, not down a hole into the ground, but just it's flowing under the earth in the water meadow. So you see in the middle of the field, the grass is thicker, because that's just growing on top of the stream of the water. So it's a hidden river. And that's what catches us again and again. This the stream of the seeming continuity of the past into the present, into the future. It's a stream of linking of things. So he says that this generates the familiar presence of known objects. So a thought arises in your mind that gives you the sense that in the afternoon I have to do this, or when I get back from the retreat I have to go somewhere. So you seem to be thinking about something definite and known. It says this is arising because of these subtle thoughts. You're not even aware of the thoughts. The idea or the memory or the plan is arising like this thick grass. This is arising on the basis of this stream of connectivity. There is a band called Santana. And they play very, very long riffs, a lot of guitar work. But Santana in Sanskrit means continuity. In Tibetan it's translated as Rangyu. Gyu means like Tantra, which means continuity. Rangyu is the continuity of myself. So the flow of my experience that has a little retroflective movement in it. So I'm talking, I'm looking out at you, the words are coming out of me, but simultaneously they're going back into me. So though my sense is I'm talking to you, with you, for you, as a member of this group with you, I'm still confirming myself as a speaker. That's the retroflective move that kind of gives a validation of agency. And that's the meaning of Santana, of Rangyu. Because in every situation, here I am. It doesn't look at the freshness of it, it looks at the graspability of the patterning of the formations. So he says, do not go under the power of these very minuscule movements. So it's very helpful. Just don't do it. Full stop, that's it, finished, we can go home. So how do you not do that? Go under the power of it. There's something there for me. In London, the dealers who sell smack, who sell heroin, you go, you have to give them your money regularly. And if you go and you say, I've got no money, please give me some. They say, no, fuck off, go and steal something, bring me the money. But if you say to them, I've been in rehab, I'm clean, I won't be seeing you again, they say, oh, before you go, a little present, and they give you a bag of smack. So this is exactly like that there's a little dealer inside you. Just slip a little something under the table and you're pulled back into it. You don't even see it happening because it hooks your karmic or your habit formations. It's very, very subtle. This is why if the mind becomes very calm, you should say pet. You can say pet to disrupt movement when you can't settle, but if it's getting very even, don't believe it. There's something going on beneath the surface. So blast it open, and then you have a different quality of freshness. Who goes under the power? The ego self goes under the power. Awareness never gets lost. Ego is always getting lost. So dualistic consciousness is always getting lost. Don't be upset about lostness. Lostness is part of this, but don't sit in the lostness for long. From the very beginning, emptiness has been without inherent self-nature, free of all interpretation. There's nothing to find there. It is very important to know that your present consciousness, beyond intellectualization, is just awareness itself. So they have a term in Tibetan, Tamal ki Shepa. Shepa means to know, and Tamal means ordinary. So your ordinary knowing, sometimes translated as your ordinary consciousness or your ordinary mind, is itself awareness. But it's awareness with a little bit of a covering, a little bit of a sense that the energy of awareness is the truth of awareness. Whereas the truth of awareness is the emptiness of awareness, as he just stated. So, when you're engaging with the world, and you can catch the moments of the beginning of storytelling. So he's saying it's beyond intellectualization. So when you find yourself starting to elaborate and create something, then this is a cover-up. It looks like a revelation for the ego, but it's a obscuration for awareness. So don't do anything complicated. This is why the practice is very helpful, because generally in the practice there's a fourfold classification of practices. There's completely unelaborated, a little bit elaborated, increasingly elaborated, and completely elaborated. So is unelaborated. It's just There's nothing to think about. It's dissolving, even as you say. And if you do the Padmasambhava practice, that's quite elaborated, because there are things to do with your hands, the mudras, there's tunes to remember, there's visualizations to do. And some of the big tantric practices are very, very complicated. Huge visualization. So you have the deity, and in the heart of the deity there is another deity, and in the heart of the second deity there's another deity, and you can have 21 movements into tiny, tiny little things, like these Russian dolls. This is the nature of the deity. It's a lot of visualization. So it's a lot of mental control. That soaks up the gravy. It's very absorbent, because you need to have one-pointed attention. You have to remember the detail. So all the possibilities of dispersal and distraction are gathered into the complexity of the meditation. For most of us, that's not a big path to follow. We don't have the time to do it. Our lifestyle is too agitating to settle into that. So, to do simple practice, simple devotion would be just a little bit elaborated, a bit more than, so we say lama keno, lama keno, lama keno. We're calling out as our lost little self to the Guru. And you don't even need to visualize the Guru, it's just the yearning. And with the yearning, you open more and you open more. I am no one, I am pathetic, I have nothing, I have nothing. I have nothing. So, it's very helpful to, if you can, if you have time, go to see different teachers. See these different styles of teaching and see what they do. It's like if you had a bad back, if you're in a big city, you can get 20 kinds of massage. You get Swedish massage, you get massage with oils, you get massage with warmed oils, warm hands, and so on. Many different things. And then you see, how is this for me? You might find, oh wow, never again. Or it might be a path for you. It's not about joining a group or joining a sect or having to be true to the teachings you got. The teaching is for you. For you. Your awakening to your own three kaya nature is the practice. The longer title for this small Padmasambhava practice we do is Kusum Rikshin. It's the Vidyadhara, the Padmasambhava is the sight of awareness which manifests as the three modes, the three enlightened modes, the three kayas. So this is what we become. And many different things can help that. It's not about jumping around a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of that. But if you honestly follow your practice and you find it doesn't work for you, it could be that it's not the right thing to do. It could have been right at some time but your life has changed and it's no longer right for you. So it's not about loyalty. The loyalty you need is my loyalty to wisdom. Is this helping me relax and open? And your loyalty to compassion. Is this making me free to be more connected with other people? For example, with Siya Lama, we used to sometimes do the Lama Chöpa, which is the main Guru Yoga of the Gelugpa. We translated it, in fact. And he would say, no other Nyingma Lama is doing this. But we do Gelugpa. We do everything. It's so important. Don't say, because I'm Nyingma Pa, I can't do what the Gelugpas do. Because these are all methods. They are not houses. They are not homes. They are not passports. They are not identity. These are means to find yourself in freedom. So, senza limita. Don't limit yourself by saying, oh, because I'm this, I don't do that. I'm a vegan, I couldn't possibly eat some pork. Very sad. Siya Lama was so fond of pig fat. Every time I used to go to Calcutta, I have to go into Chinapada, the Chinese area. And it's a very dirty little street with all these little these little three-wheelers pumping out different fumes. And there, hanging in the Chinese windows, were belly pork. And flies are on it. Get a big bundle of this combination. At the time I saw Siya Lama being most angry, apart from the times he shouted at me, was when at New Year we had brought from Calcutta this long bits of belly pork to be chopped up. And for some reason, his wife trimmed the fat apart from the meat. He went ballistic. He was so upset. Beyond attachment. It was simply the drama of the Dhammakaya. But I don't think she thought that. So,
James, how could you manage to learn from Siya Lama?
How could you learn? How could I learn?
How could you learn from him?
I saw his face, I heard his voice. Something was there. I remember there was a woman there who has translated many, many Tibetan books now. A woman from Austria, a big scholar now. And she said, James, how come you can do this so quickly? I said, no, I just look at the text, it's obvious. She said, but it's not obvious. It's obvious. So these are karmic connections for some reason. I mean, it's nothing to do with me as James from Scotland. Somehow, some door opened. When I saw his face, it was so beautiful, so beautiful. We'll look at his face and just cry and cry. And at that time in his house in Bengal was a very small house with his 5 children. And every time I saw him, I was doing my prostration. I had for maybe 6 months just a simple mandala, and then more people came and it became a bit ridiculous to always be doing the prostrations because life was going on. And so the door on that closed, but I had the felt sense of it. He said to me, you don't know how much I love you. It was true, I didn't know. I was caught up in my rage against authority figures. It took a long time to wash out this shit. And so the time when I could have been so easy with him, I was falling away and he was there. Come. He was so generous. This is how we see our life, The door may be open, but we can't go through. Or when we can't go through, it's a fucking wall in front of us. That's the sadness of our life. So, what is looked at, the looking and the looker, as well as stillness and movement, are all the clarity of natural self-expression. So, if you see the sun has many rays and they go out in all directions, this is diversity. They take on different forms in different situations, but they all have the same source. So when you see the diversity or the unimaginable variety of the forms, of the display of emptiness, don't try to work it out. Don't name it and label it and organize it. He says, what is looked at, the object, the act of looking, and the looker, the stillness of the mind, of unborn emptiness, the movement, all of these formations, all of these gestures of becoming are the clarity of natural self-expression. Self-expression here means the spontaneous display of how it is. The sun, which is the Tibetan idea anyway, the sun just radiates. It doesn't think about radiating. That's just what it is. The sun shows light. The light spreads out. So this is the potential of emptiness, which is arising as what you see in this room, the looked at. There is the looking. Here you are, something is going on. The looker. All of this is the movement of the energy of the mind, which is manifest. It has impact, it has difference, it's not homogenized. Emptiness is not a big blender. You have the absolute discrete formation, and yet each of these formations is empty. So again, it's like the reflection in the mirror. The mirror is such a helpful image for us to cleave to. To be without grasping regarding this is to recognize one's own nature, or to be clear about the one ground of knowing, and is a most important point. So when you see that the object side, the subject side, the connection between them, whether the mind is moving, whether the mind is still, this is, and use his words, this is something to be without grasping regarding it. If you just be with it and don't reify it, don't turn it into a thing, don't separate yourself from it. Of course, the only way to do that is to be in the mirror, like with the art. All of this is occurring within the space of the unlimited awareness. He says, if you do this, this means to recognize your own nature. This is the non-duality of unborn emptiness and ceaseless display. And this is to be clear about the one ground of knowing. To know, the Tibetan texts often say, if you know this one thing, you know everything. If you know that the ground is open and empty, and without any self-existence or self-substance, you know everything, because everything is contained inside that. You have awareness, and you have experience, and all experience is revealed within awareness. Without fragmentation, as would come from solidification and separation, but with the diversity of this potential. A lot of the time when we read this, it just seems like words. We don't quite get it. It's only through the practice that it starts to speak to you. Since I got up this morning, I had many experiences. They've all gone. All of these things that happened, going into the kitchen, getting a coffee, smelling the coffee, maybe eating some porridge, doing this, doing that. this, this diversity inside the building, going out on the veranda, seeing the blue sky, hearing the birds singing. All of this differentiation, all of it is experience. This is occurring for you. You've no idea if this is occurring for the person standing next to you. You cannot tell your experience because it is so rich, so complex, so multidimensional. The story will always be a lie. The story of the actual will always be, in English we'd say, selling the actual short. It's not giving full value, because you can't give full value. You cannot say it, but you can be it. You can be it. So when you're present through all these changes of coming and going and coming and going, and you're not grasping onto any, you're not pulling them in as a new painted surface for your mask, you just have the freshness of the experience, then he's saying, then you are clear about the one ground of knowing. My open awareness knows everything. There's a famous early Dzogchen text called Kunji Jiaopo, the king who can do everything, or the queen who can do everything. This is like the sun sending out all these rays. Your mind can do everything without doing anything. That's the whole thing. The king sits on the throne. That's what kings do. The king has many attendants around and they go off and do things, but the king doesn't. So when you look in the tantric way at the mandala, you have the central figure. They're sitting there, and around them you have the supportive figures, and then around them you have the king, the messengers, you have the dakas, the dakinis, and they fly above the mandala. They are the energy of the central figure. So there is no real difference between the central figure and the dakinis. So when we say in the 7-line prayer, Kordu Kandro Mampoi Kor, around you are many dakinis. This is explained in different ways. Sometimes the dakinis are said to be the thoughts that move in the space of the mind, but they're also the energy of our relatedness to the world. So awareness doesn't move, but the energy or the expression of awareness moves without contradicting the non-movement of awareness. So that's another way of talking about the three kayas. Dharmakaya never moves, Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya always moving. So the king does everything. Everything is experience. All of your experience is the movement of your mind arising in the mind that never moves. Consciousness, dualistic consciousness cannot accept this, cannot see this, cannot taste this, because it is the doer. I'm the doer. So now it's 12:20, we stop at 1 o'clock, we have something to do, then we go for lunch, and we have timetables. I will get up, I will walk to the back of this tent, I will put on my sandals, I will walk up the steps to the food. I will do that. Or, in the manner of a dream, we find ourselves, it's time for lunch. Oh. And so, in a dreamlike, illusory way, we move between the people, we put on our shoes, we go out, we see the clouds, we hear the sound of the birds. We are moving in a moving world, because the ground we stand on is not a thing. It is a revelation. Light arises from these tiles, these stones outside, comes into our eyes. The potential of the space is being revealed, as if in a dream. Namkhai Norbu, as he got older and was moving towards his death, he often said, oh, yes, I see life is a dream. life is a dream. And this is what it means. Although we have the explanation or the interpretation or the belief that I am going to climb the stairs to get lunch, this is an unnecessary commentary because we flow with that. We are patterned inside the space. Space is self-patterning. It's spontaneous patterning. In Tibet they call it Hlun group. Hlun means like a heap or a mound. Group is accomplished. So it indicates accomplished all at once. So it's just this, just this, just this, just this. You don't have to make it happen. When we don't see that, then we're stuck with the constructivist accumulation of the 5 skandhas and so on. So whenever you find yourself worrying about something, you're leaping ahead in time. You're leaping into nowhere land. Relax in the out-breath, here we are. When you're caught up with memories, relax in the out-breath, here we are. The future hasn't been born. It's like a dream, but it's a dream that won't show you its dreamlike nature. You go into the past with memories, it's like a dream, but your adhesion to it, your belief in it, your merging in it as if it's real, hides from you its dreamlike nature. So it is as if you're moving from this to this to this, across space and across time. This is delusion. Stay with the freshness.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a question about the mask and about lying, and about, maybe it's also for others interesting, about my profession as a psychologist. So the thing is that I try to figure out is that in meeting people, working with people, one constantly has to tell lies. Masks are meeting because for human beings it's if they don't have a practice, and even if they have a practice, it's difficult to meet without the mask, and it's very scary. And so we need the mask as a platform to meet, although, as you said, the orphaned, we actually never meet in a tragic way. So the thing that I'm thinking about a lot, is it is necessary to tell lies. How not to lie while telling lies? How stay true while telling lies?
If you ask this question to Siya Lama, he would say, don't mix your food with your shit. The Dharma teaching is not talking about this dualistic interaction and how to make sense of it and what to do. So you have to be very, very careful. If you put it all in some big stew, you lose the flavor. The openness is not a tool to improve our interpersonal skills. If you're paid to do a job, of course it's a mask. We call it a role, which is a bit politer than a mask. But you're paid to be in role, and you're allowed to have that role because you got your bit of paper, because you did all the study. And inside that, this is a choreographed interaction. There are rules and regulations. You shouldn't fuck your patients. You shouldn't hit them. You should be nice to them, but you should be careful with them. You have to write the notes in a particular way. That's a choreographed interaction. How does Dzogchen operate in relation to that? The main thing is just to be relaxed and open, and at the moment this is what I do. So the diversity of the possibilities of arising are unlimited if it's coming from the ground. But you can't think about the ground in relation to what's going on, otherwise you just get some terrible complication. And then you start applying names. So there are a lot of books now written by people on non-duality, Hindu kind of non-duality, and psychology, and I wouldn't go near this. It's like poison.
Yes.
Because the great Advaita yogis, they just found the openness and they shared some of it, but they didn't get into this interpersonal dialogue, which is in therapy. Therapy is about the personality, strengthening the ego, surviving in a complex world. So it has a useful agenda, but it is not concerned in any way with the Dharma notion of liberation. It could have moments of insight, but that's not its prime focus. So I would be very careful. I think a role, you get into a role. Actors are paid to enter into a role. If I go to the dentist, I want them to be in role. And part of their getting into role is to have not forgotten their training, so that when they say, this could hurt a lot, would you like an injection? And I say yes. My dentist is very good. Pulls my leg while he's doing that, the needle's going right in. You hardly notice the needle going in. He's really in role. I love him. He's very nice, but costs a lot. But he's in role. It's a theater of interaction. Now, how you awaken to the non-duality of that theater of interaction, probably better to keep the two streams going. You do your practice, and then you enter into the world, and then very subtly, like sometimes in the early morning, the moisture that's in the air settles as a dew on the earth and is gradually absorbed. So that's probably how we need to have that soaking into ourselves, droplet by droplet, but not mixed. Just absorbed, and then we respond.
Which then also means not worrying too much about the necessity.
Sorry, not very.
Which also means not to worry too much about the necessity of playing the theater, right?
Oh, it's wonderful to be able to play in the theater.
Yeah.
Especially if you see the theater is theater.
Yes.
You know, what kills psychology and psychotherapy is evidence-based, because research. We have the facts. So knowledge precedes experience. Sartre would cut his throat if he heard that. Experience comes first. But that, as you indicated earlier, that's very scary. It's too naked. So people want to be wrapped inside that. And of course, with insurance now, if you follow the protocol and something goes wrong, the patient kills themselves, your note show you did it according to the rule. They can't nail you. But if you are generous, kind, inventive, and you do something unpredicted, you lose your job. Shut up and obey orders. Fascism is everywhere. CBT is a fascist move. It's not concerned with contact. It's not concerned with life. It's about people earning money. Exploitative. Nice. So, humility in the role, and being clear, this has this remit, this has this area of operation. So, the Pure Land where Padmasambhava is now is called Sacha Ngayavling. Ngayavling means this yak's tail whisk to keep the flies off, which in Indian temples they used to keep the statues clean. And it's Sacha. Sa means earth, and Chut means to move in or to behave in, or that's the sphere of activity. So the earth is the activity area of Padmasambhava. And then you have Kacha, which is the sphere of activity of the sky, and that's the Pure Land of the Dakinis. So it's always, what is your sphere of operation? So you are clinic oriented. And what you do on the earth, what you do in the sky is different. So what you do in the clinic belongs to the clinic. So your potential pours into that, and there'll be some freshness, some lucidity, some warmth that you can bring through it. But personally, I will not bring any Dharma structure into that.
Yes. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah.
We heard that it's essential to release all the grasping on the outer objects, but also the grasping on the perceiver, on that what is looking at. How to do that?
Well, do this. Take your hand. Do this. Does it feel tight? Does it feel unpleasant? Is it effortful? So that gives you an indication what is grasping. Now, open your hand. Oh, more possibilities. Free, nice, dancing, playful. So that's what it is. We get obsessed with particular patterning. We feel it's the right way to do things. The difference between classical ballet training and modern improvisation dance training is vast. In a tradition, you have to go through all the stages. First position, second position, building it up, getting the line. When all the moves, when all the steps are right, then you have to bring the mood. How is Giselle? How does Giselle feel? Can this come out, not just in the face, but through the body? This is very, very difficult. Or you can do modern expressive boogie. If you have a script, if you have a choreography, if you have a necessity to do things in the right way, and you have something to hold on to, then the script will tighten you. Because you'll always be rectifying yourself in terms of the proper way to do it. And usually the people in charge of dance schools, almost always women, are very strict. Because there is a tradition. You know, you have the St. Petersburg tradition, the Kirov ballet tradition, they're not the same. So you have to express it, don't throw it away. So that's an art form, but in terms of our own ego, we have been choreographed by our parents, our schooling, cultural expectation, that this is the right way to go about it. So how to take hold of something without grasping? The difference is, and maybe this term grasping is not so helpful. In Tibetan it's dag zin. Zin means to take. But we also have the term rigzin. And this is rigzin padmasambhava. Rigpa is awareness. And zin means to grasp. How do you grasp awareness? It's fucking ungraspable. In the rigzin, it's not grasping it, it's being non-dual with it. So when you read the text, you have to have the flavor of the text because the words will lead you astray. But in terms of ordinary grasping, it's dag zin. Dag means self, but it also means an inherent existence or an essence. So this is a pen, and there is a penness to the pen, and it's as if behind the pen, this is a manifestation of penness, of the great pen. So this was the old Greek idea, wasn't it, with Plato, that there are pure forms, and that every form in our world is somehow occluded, is somehow obscured, but with the clarity of philosophical investigation, you can see freshly. Like in the Bible it says, now we see but in a glass darkly, then we will see face to face. So when you're looking at the idea of something, that's what the grasping means. You grasp the idea of the thing, but not the actuality. The actuality is always ungraspable. So it's not that you can't use a pen, that you have to renounce all your worldly possessions. You can use the pen with gratitude and with skill without turning it into a thing. So it's the reification that is the problem, because that's what we apprehend. When you grasp, you always grasp an idea. you cannot grasp an apple. You grasp the idea of the apple. I think, does that sound real? Is that true? Just take a few minutes discussing, is this true? I can never grasp an apple. When I think I grasp an apple, I'm grasping the idea of the apple and not the actuality of the apple. Have a little discussion. See, does that seem true?
How to explain it? Not so easy. For me, there's an apple. When I ask, what is this? And then I eat the apple, and then I have the feeling tone how it is. And then the apple dissolves. In short way.
So, if you look for a thing, you'll find a thing. And if you look for experience, you'll find the experience. Are you experiencing the thing?
No.
Aha. The thing obscures the experience.
We switched from Apple to my watch.
Okay?
Your watch is the ideal apple.
Hang on. Yeah,
The discussion was, what is the actuality of the watch? I said, everybody,
Use the microphone.
everybody, she, me, every subject sees its own object.
Mm-hmm.
What do we see? What do we see? Color and form. But then she asks me, what is the actuality of the watch? And I said, it's mere an appearance.
Mere appearance. Yeah.
That's the actuality of the watch.
Okay.
And they were a bit, what is it? I think, because it only appears to the mind. There is no actual watch. But I cannot say there is no watch. Therefore, it's mere an appearance of the watch in the mind.
So the watch is born from the movement of the mind, from the linking together of concepts that come to a conclusion. The actuality or the naked display or the revelation of this thing, which is not a thing but just this, the shape and color, is ungraspable. And the two are present simultaneously. This is the non-duality of relative and absolute truth. But we live in a world where if you don't know that a watch is a watch, you won't do very well. But the pull to know things in this time of information technology, there is so much to master. Learning computer programs, learning how to do all the functions that even a mobile phone has, takes you into taking concepts and ideas and interpretations as the truth, and the actuality fades away. Because you can't grasp the actual. So we live in commodity capitalism. You have to have a commodity. And the actual is never a commodity. The mind itself is never a commodity. But ideas about the mind, ideas about apples and watches, these are commodities that can be put out there and people will look at them and have their different opinions and different interpretations. All of these interpretations are settled on the idea of the watch, not the actuality of what is there. But you need the idea of the watch to have the function of the watch. Because if you just sit and look at the apple and you're amazed you've never seen this before, wow. And you look and then one day when you're looking, a little buck is looking out of your apple. Because the apple is in time. All things are in time. All appearances are co-emergent in this field of organization. And so many different factors are operating on every appearance, whether it's a watch or a tent or our body. Movement is movement within the space of stillness, which doesn't move. Normally, still and moving are back-to-back, binary oppositions, mutually repelling. The non-duality of stillness and movement is to be able to speak about apples and watches and be present as you are speaking, to be in this moment of the unfolding of the patterning of thoughts, feelings, expressions, that you are creating an illusion. And that's what our transactional world is all about, illusion. If you do any transactions with the stock market, the main thing in the stock market is the mood. The mood of the market determines whether things go up or down. It's not even necessarily whether there's a true basis of the crisis, but anxiety comes and people start selling off. So this is a highly unfixed, ungrounded area in which facts, as it were, can influence it, but fantasies influence it, fears influence it. And the relative value of different kinds of stocks and shares or cashew nut futures or whatever you're wanting to gamble on or trade with, you'll never know all the variables in the transaction because it's complex. You can't grasp it. And this applies to so many other things. Okay, another thought. Oh.
For me, it was like.
Hello? Yes. For me, it was like there are two different sides of it. From the intellectual approach, I understand the emptiness of the apple, so I put ideas in it, but it's not my feeling to the apple when I eat it or I want to eat it. I don't see the emptiness. I just see my ideas. So would be the right approach to put my ideas in it, but still see the emptiness. So both this or so like you said, it would be very extreme just to only to see the emptiness and not my ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And your ideas are empty.
They don't feel empty, but probably they are.
So we say, apple. Will you join me? Apple. Apple. It's sound. And the sound arises and vanishes. And on this wave, this transient formation, we put meaning. And so the ungraspable evenness of the name, the sound, the sign, the definition, this is an apple, there is no substance to it. So when we speak, we are creating illusory worlds. But we believe that the illusory worlds are real. Reality is an illusion. All forms of reality are illusion. And that's because they depend on belief. So you believe what you're thinking, what you're saying. Belief is the glue that allows the composition, the conglomeration, the aggregation of the different factors into something substantial. But actually, you bite into something, it's not an idea. The idea is I am eating an apple, but the actuality, what is this taste? Oh, it's an apple. You're telling the apple what it is. What is it? Very difficult to speak directly to the sensation in your mouth. Because our words and our language affix something. But imagine you're chewing the apple and it's mushing down as your teeth move over it again and again, and it's mixing with saliva and different flavors are coming up. There's a lot there, but it's so intimate with you. You can't separate it out because it's experience. You're not eating a thing, but you've got the meeting of subject-object in non-dual experience. But we usually don't talk about it. Why? Because you can't talk about it. What we talk about is, I was eating an apple, they're quite good. Yeah. So we're talking about formations which we seem to be able to take out of time, out of place, and we've got the thingness of the thing. But in order to experience what this thing is, we have to collapse the thingness of the thing. You can't taste the thing. You can't have your cake and eat it. The experience of the cake is revealed in the and if it just sits on the plate, it's a very thin experience. So as you experience things, they dissolve. They are dying in your mouth. They are vanishing. Light is vanishing into your eyes. Sound is vanishing into your ears. Sensation is vanishing into your body. Smell is vanishing up your nostrils. You are the living cemetery.
Thank you.
It seemed to me that your analysis, like you presented it right now, was very much based on terms, on the name apple or on the name watch. But if you take somebody who is mute or doesn't have any conceptual ideas about it, it's still, there is some kind of a composition that has an internal function which you cannot fake. You cannot just put a wooden thing with the pointers on it and then say it's a watch. Because, I don't know, if you're a Japanese white collar worker and you are totally tucked by your Seiko watch, then you give him a wooden watch with not moving pointers, he doesn't know what to do. So it has somehow it has also an existence, a relative existence, within its function without needing a name. So there is something in between the total...
But how do you tell the time? You may not call a watch, but you say 1 o'clock is 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's conceptual, of course.
Yeah, that is conceptual.
Yes. But the watch, you have the workers sitting in the factory putting the parts together.
Yeah.
If you tell them this is just a name, they lose their jobs. So there is something in between the total dissolving of the concept and the name. There is some kind of intermediate...
Well, the name forms the actual for our purposes. I mean, the actual is a potential. And if you're in a watch factory, you're making watches. You're not making, hoses to make better apples. So functionality gives a sense of meaning. But the watchness of the watch is not in the name. The name doesn't establish anything except within the realm of science.
Yes.
That we are in a semiotic web, we are in this web of interpretation in which each term rests on the other. And if you just say all sound is emptiness, like when we do the Padmasambhava practice, all sounds that arise, whether they're pleasant or they're unpleasant, this is not different from the mantra of the Guru, this is not different from sound and emptiness. So, in terms of relieving yourself from imprisonment inside the sign, we see the emptiness, but in order to, that would be wisdom, but in order to have compassion and relate to other people, you have to take it seriously. So it's to have both. But because we are very much tilted in the sense of things exist and we know what they are, our rebalancing is always to go in the other direction. But emptiness is not more important than form. Form is not more important than emptiness. We want to get the co-emergence or the co-presencing of these. And that can be quite difficult.
Sometimes during this retreat, I experience a moment of the truth of Dharmaness, and then it fades away and there is only object of Dharma. And it feels like it's the same thing like the apple being an apple, which is then deconstructed and not anymore an apple. And the moment, it feels so clear, like the Dharma is at moments, like it makes sense is the wrong word. It is just there, and then it fades away, and I only see colors or the paintings and the mats, and then I feel like I have to tune back into it, and it feels wrong to try to tune back into the Dharmaness of the Dharma. However, then it feels like
Okay, you're starting in the wrong place. If you start from yourself, and this is where I am, and this is happening to me, should I go back into this or should I not? You end up with this kind of omnipotent ego that can move into samsara or nirvana. In a situation like that, if you find yourself kind of limited or obscured or covered, relax in the out breath, and if you're in an open space, you can make the sound of ah, or you can do pet, because you can't think your way out of it or think your way into it. You can't say, no, I'm going to just enter into emptiness and then I'll let go of my thoughts and I'll be in emptiness. It's not a simple dissolving of the concept, as if the concept was the jailer and you're the poor innocent inside. The concept is held in place by our own construction. So, to bring this back to what we were discussing, Dag Sin. Dag means essence or self or truth. And we hold on to that. And the thing is that the essence or the truth of anything is the name. The essence of everything is outside the thing itself. Inside everything is only emptiness. That's very strange. That is very, very challenging. That the essence is extraneous. It is a confectionery. It is an artifice which we inject this selfness into the apple, the reality into the apple. It's this kind of apple. I like this. Maybe we could cook it and make a nice sauce and have it with a pork chop. That would be delicious. All kind of thoughts arise at 1 o'clock. But all the thoughts about it are layered over it. It's a kind of patina, a kind of glaze. But the truth of the thing is nothing to grasp. So that's why signs, we have to be careful with. Signs are communicative. Signs are the medium between subject and object. But signs cannot catch the actuality. They catch the image or the imago or the appearance and stabilize it so it appears that we've got hold of something. But when we actually attend to it, what we've got hold of is something we know. Like in the film Casablanca, when there's a crime, the police chief, if you know the movie, the police chief's a real bastard. And he's very lazy. So some trouble has arisen and he says to his deputy, round up the usual suspects. So they just arrest every known criminal. So it's like that. You get what you're looking for. If you're a criminal, we get you. Or if you're known as a terrorist on the list, the police will go and bang on your door. So we know it's an apple. So we go to the culprit, which is the concept, and we don't see the emptiness behind it. We're ceaselessly constructing these patterns which are both empowering towards our ego aspect and disempowering towards our awareness. Okay, so we take a break now.
Yes, I would.
Okay, so we start with the 3R. So when we do this practice here, we come to the end of the time for it. Just relax and open so that everything in your gaze has been in this space and non-specific, and just gently allow more detail of what's in the room to arise. Don't make a sudden jump to open to things, but just see, oh, this is a quality of attention, this is a quality of receptivity. So he's saying that the movement of what's looked at, the looker, the act of looking, all of this is the expression of the open empty ground. Then he says, if you do not have that understanding, that is to say, if you don't experience that, then what is looked at, the looker and the looking and the looker will be differentiated. You have the object, the subject, and the energy between them. And these are often referred to as the three wheels, the wheels which drive all the experience in samsara: self, other, and the relation between. Stillness and movement will be examined and labeled, and you will be bound by the concepts of being and non-being, inhibiting and encouraging. So not only with the conceptual labeling of emptiness in terms of outer and inner, but also regarding attachment to the object of meditation and notions of good, bad, hopes and doubts, do take care not to get bound up in these. That is to say, when you find yourself habitually or with a desire making sense of what's going on the basis of mediating the direct experience through the signs that you employ, like it exists or it doesn't exist, it's hot, it's cold, it's self, it's other. Whenever you find this mediation of experience, you have to be careful not to be caught in these, because then the openness will become filled with identified objects and you will be busy chasing them. Do not let your mind get distracted by the hidden movement of thought. So when he says don't let your mind don't let your mind get caught. It means simply whenever there is a tendency that something seems to be happening, there is a falling into it. There is an investing of that moment with more than it is. The moment is arising and vanishing. Well, again, if you're by the sea, the waves are rising, passing, the waves are rising, passing. But you want to see the best wave, the most beautiful wave, the biggest wave, the best wave for surfing. So you come to the waves with an agenda. You've already got a template, a shopping list in your mind, what you're looking for. When you find that, relax in the out-breath, and if you're on your own, you can do pet, you can do because as soon as you get entangled, you'll get multiplication and building up. And some things will be over-attended to, so they'll get excessive attention. Some aspects of what's arising will be disregarded, so they get a lack of attention. So we want a panoramic vision. Everything is welcome as it is, and as it is means arising and passing without any inherent existence. So when he says, do not let your mind get distracted by the hidden movement of thought, this is very, very helpful, because thoughts sometimes seem to be the beginning of a movement, they sometimes seem to be the process of a movement, they sometimes seem to be the end product. It's a hidden movement because it's not very conscious. The thought arises due to the dynamic of dualism. I don't know if they still did it, but when I was at school and we did physics, because I was in the science school, we had a Van de Graaff generator, where you have these glass columns with a glass dome. You had to crank a handle and little bits of lightning shoot across, crackling. It was very exciting, because there's a tension between the two, like a magnetic polarity. So as soon as you have an object, a subject and an object, you'll get some kind of vibration or charge that goes between the two. So whether it concretizes on the object side or on the subject side, it will set the other polarity going, and then you start manufacturing something. So as soon as there's a coalescence, a coming together, a thickening, which is the basis of an identity, because you take your position with that. Like we looked this morning, this Tibetan word 10, the sight or the support for something. When you find yourself resting on that, remember, the sky doesn't rest on anything. Sky has no substance. It doesn't need to rest on anything. The mind doesn't rest on anything, but thoughts seek alliances, friends, enemies. Their thoughts are about patterning because they are part of the field of arising, but the mind itself is not arising. So as soon as you're coming into the sphere of reflections, just relax in the out-breath. Just always relax. Let go of it. Whatever you get is not worth the effort. You have a great thought, a wonderful thought, a very important thought. It doesn't matter. You get much more value from the release of the thought than the catching of the thought. Because in your life you've had so many thoughts. You've caught these thoughts. You might have a notebook or a journal. You might be building something of it. You've got a kind of insight. And you're storing something up. But you're storing it out of life. You're taking it from its fresh moment of vitality, and you take it to the taxidermist. And now this little bird of paradise flying in our Brazilian forest here, stuffed in a cage. You've got something. You can't catch the mind, either as openness or as movement. There's no need for catching. Catching arises from not seeing the ground. It's erroneous. It has no value. Whatever is constructed will be lost. We lose everything. Lose everything. But you don't lose openness, because all the movement, whether it's free or grasped, is within the openness. So if we return to the openness, we have the availability for direct experience. And if you go after the arising, either to be pushed away because you don't like it, or held close because you do like it, you lose the openness. But we have a lot of habits of accumulation. Remember, karma arises from duality. And go back over the nature of karma. Some of you might not be familiar with that. The basis for karma is that unawareness of the ground has become established, and you experience yourself as someone somewhere. This is called the ji, or the basis of the production of karma. I exist, these things exist. The second stage is an intention. Some event comes and there's a formulation of desire or aversion. So the first stage is the mental dullness of substantial existence. I'm here, things are here, and now I like or I don't like. If I like, I want to get. If I don't like, I want to get rid of it. So this intention arises as, I want to steal your money, I want to kill you, I want to help you, I want to harm you. Whatever it is, it's subject to object, subject, verb, object, and so you're back with these three wheels. Then, when the intention is formulated, it leads into action. So we've been talking about the openness as the Dharmakaya, whatever is arising in its fresh immediacy is the Sambhogakaya, and then it flows into the Nirmanakaya in the world. So here you've got the shadow side of that. The first stage of karma is the solidification. So the absence of the openness, which is the thingness of things. Then you have the intention, which is a mental formation. It hasn't come into activity yet, but you're formulating yourself towards the object. I want this, I need to have this, or I don't want this, I need to get rid of this. So the third stage is then coming into direct action. I do some shopping for you because you've hurt your leg, or I want to steal from you, and I enact it. In the Tibetan word for it is jorwa, which means joining. It's also a word that's used for sexual union. So the subject and the object are joined. I see your bag, I see your purse, so when you go out, I go and take something from you. My embodiment goes towards the object in the world, and they link together. And the fourth stage is, it's called tatuk, means completion or kind of satisfaction. That's done, job done. So you review what you've done and you're happy with it. So with these four stages, if you go right to the fourth one, I've stolen your money, you don't know that I've stolen it, I'm happy. So this is a kind of good, well done. It's a strong affirmation of the importance of what was done. Now, if at the third stage, the going out to take the purse, I'm thinking, what am I doing? This is an old habit. I used to steal when I was at school. I don't do that now. What? Something's taken over me, and you realize this idea doesn't belong in my life, and you stop at that point. Then you have less karmic impulse. If at the second stage, when the thought was arising or the impulse was arising, you think, this is something arising in my mind, this is an old habit, or this is a strange thought, I don't need to activate it. Then again the impulse is weakened. In these three stages, it's a kind of amelioration or softening of the power of the action when you have some insight and some regret. Best of all is if you can stop it at the first stage, and we do that by staying in this open awareness. Because open awareness has no object and has no subject. So when these patterns start to arise, you stay in spaciousness, and it's just like clouds moving in the sky. But once you have the four stages impacted, it creates a kind of mark or a kind of groove, and that's what manifests later. So in Tibetan it's called Le Jum Dre. Le is action, Jum means cause, Dre means a result. It's an action which is a cause, and it will have a result. In this result is both the immediate consequence and the long-term effect. So the immediate consequence is, maybe I managed to steal your money and I'm happy about it. But what I don't see is the vastness of my potential, of my openness, of my being able to go anywhere is closed. Maybe you can remember as a child when you told a lie to your parents, and you know you told a lie, and then you're always wondering, do they know that I've told a lie? So your mental space becomes a bit limited, a bit preoccupied, because now you've got a secret. And there's something wonderful about a secret, but it's a layering that goes around you, because now you have a private world. Now you know I have thoughts and feelings and even actions which can be hidden from others. And in that way, you increase your sense of felt identity. This is me. But you're being separated off from the free flow. Because you've got to remember, mustn't say, mustn't let it leak out. If you've stolen something, where will I hide it? So that's the tension, it's the kind of retraction, which in the Tibetan way of thinking of it, it leads to a sort of charge. You know, sometimes if you're combing your hair and you get that static charge on the comb. So it's kind of like that there's something being built up there which will be released later, and that's the impulse that comes in your mind. Even if you don't want to. I mean, I stopped smoking a long time ago, but still a whiff of a nice pipe tobacco or a cigar. Oh, I like that. And I don't want to smoke, but there's a sort of, that has value. And if you've never smoked, you wouldn't even have that faint kind of little bridge that goes out to it, but there's a kind of resonance. So these subtle resonances, that's how karma arises in the mind. It's, if you like, a kind of vulnerability or a sensitivity which is arising for you because of the past. So when we look at our lives, we might be surprised why we look at funny things on the telly, or we talk in a particular way, or even why you fancy someone. You might think, wow, do I really fancy this person? Yes, I do. Why is that? So, this is part of what is meaning here by these subtle thoughts. They're not announced through the front door, but they just become a kind of movement or tendency, and they're difficult to spot. So the more relaxation you have, the more you can see the movement. More calm, you see it moving. If you're moving, you won't see the movement because it's moving with you in the movement. It's like if you're sitting in the train, you're looking out the window, the train's going quite fast and you get image and image and image, but you can't really see it very clearly, and then you come to a little country station, the train stops, you're looking out the window you see the people out in the fields doing what they do, and you have a much richer sense of it. All of what you see will be movement. So he says, it is vital to gain the understanding that is free of objects and is beyond limits. So objects here doesn't mean that nothing, to be free of objects doesn't mean that nothing at all is arising in the mind. That would make you completely unable to function. It means that the objects arise with a valency, with a charge of their own. They seem to hook you in some way. So instead of the objects all being neutral in emptiness, and then, due to your participation in the world, they may take on a situational validity, yeah? But it's the validity of you in the world with another person. So that would be like the Nirmanakaya. So you're not picking this up and then thinking, what will I do with it? You're in the situation, and because of the nature of the situation, you pick it up and use it. Does that distinction make sense?
No.
No? Okay. So, I've got a knife. Oh, I could stab you. Because the knife seems to call for something. But you say, James, I can't untie this, can you help me? And I say, yeah, I have my knife, I cut it for you. So the situation calls forth the activity. And so the activity is in harmony with the situation. It's arising in the in-between. It's part of the co-emergence. But if the knife arises for me, and I'm walking around and I want to stab someone, then you do that. In London, unfortunately, we have a terrible storm of knife crime in young people. In my local parks, a child of 14 was stabbed to death about 3 weeks ago. It's very, very common in London for children to carry knives, kitchen knives, very, very sharp kitchen knives. And they just stab strangers, or someone looks at them in the other way. When I was a kid in Glasgow, it was always, you looking at me? What are you fucking looking at me for, you bastard? You're saying that to a stranger. But there's this sensitivity, this, I've been judged, I've been put down, you're looking at me. So I come into being, I'm not putting up with this. No, with the children, it doesn't seem to be quite like that, but there is a desire to kill, and it becomes some kind of special kudos, a kind of criminal culture that's now quite pervasive. Yeah,
That means
we need the doodah, I think. Zippity doo-dah, zippity day, my oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine coming my way. Zippity doo-dah, zippity day.
I don't have a question anymore. I just want to sing with you. Now that means that the functionality of the object and the situation arise together, like they call each other, or the situation calls the function of the object.
Yes. So in a sense it belongs inside that.
Yes.
But if you take a kitchen knife out of the kitchen, smuggled in your bag, and you take it to school, there's no reason to have it there. So in a sense it's going to call for a use, and then it gets enacted. So that's why when we, this term non-dual it doesn't have much ordinary meaning, but its meaning to live at the point of meeting. So in a sense it's a bit similar to the Gestalt therapy idea of contact, that when a person is not preoccupied and is available, and they meet another person who is preoccupied, by being present with them, the quality of welcome that's offered allows the preoccupation to go down in the other person so that they then gradually become available. And when the two availabilities meet, this is full contact. And nothing is done from one to the other, but it's truly a co-emergent. There's a kind of vitality and co-being or interbeing, as Thich Nhat Hanh would call it. But when you're doing something to the other, it's subject to object. So if we can live on the contact boundary, which in Gestalt therapy is where the therapist should try to be from the beginning of the session to the end of the session. It means open, available, ready to respond, but without a prefigured agenda. No treatment plan, nothing to formulate or to do, but with the flexibility to think, oh, maybe we could do a little experiment. I'm going to crawl on the floor and I want you to shout at me as if I was a worm. So a therapist could do that. Gestalt therapists are willing to be shamed and do anything. I'll do anything to get you out of your shell. Come and be a worm with me. That can be very helpful. But because you're looking for contact, you're looking to soften the shell, the carapace, which isolates the person, which could be shame, it could be neglect, it could be holding oneself in because you're full of rage and you could destroy the other person. It could be all sorts of reasons for it, but you feel it as an unavailability. There is a mask. When the mask is removed, you have the face, and the face is the basis of this deep contact. Does that make sense? Yes. So that's what we're aiming for, and when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, from this moment on, in all my future lives, I will work for the benefit of others. That is a commitment to be at the contact boundary. That's a commitment to be available. So you can't say, sorry, I'm busy, or I'll get back to you. Compassion means being willing to be interrupted. Nothing is more important than the other. Because can you help me? And you don't help the person at that time, and they go off and they kill themselves. And very often in mental health services, you have that experience. That actually you had to make an extra phone call, or you had to pull the person in and have a coffee with them and talk 2 hours beyond the end of your shift, because they're going to drift out to sea, they're going to drift on their own, and they need to get extra welcome to come back into the world of people. So our ethics is very, very simple. I won't invade and I won't abandon. So if I'm at the contact boundary, this is the neutral point, the middle way, and from that middle way, we can go in any direction. So it's very simple. Standing here, I can go forward, I can go back, I can left or right. But if I'm here, I've got to shift through the hips to go over there. And the more I'm locked here in my self position, and there's all the muscles adapt to me being off balance, but my internal self-maintenance says this is normal, so this is balance. You don't see you're off balance. So when you look in the mirror, you're often surprised. Like in a dance studio, you have a wall of mirrors, so then you see, what feels like vertical is not vertical. So that's the same for us mentally. We have these tendencies. We're pulled out of kilter, out of balance. So rebalancing, we can go in any direction. So with all these things, what we were just doing with the movement together, it's very, very helpful. It's not just passing time on a summer's afternoon. It's to really see when we're moving, am I inhibited? Do I feel embarrassed? Do I want to know what to do? Or can I just flow with the group energy? Can I trust belonging, participation? The Nirmanakaya is about participation, not dominating, not controlling, but being with. And that means sometimes going up and sometimes going down. This is very difficult to effect socially. Someone in India, if you go to see Tai Situpa, for example, he sits on a throne, he's surrounded by fairly heavy-looking monks who will hit you if you go near him, with his gold cup and his gold bell and his gold this and his gold that and whatever. He is a Dharma prince. You could be back in Medici, Florence, one of the bishops who were a Medici, and they have a lot of indulgence. And Tibet didn't have a Savonarola. They didn't have a bonfire of vanities where this crazy priest got all these rich people to bring all this stuff and burn it in the town square. Fucking hell. But he managed to do that, to get them. Otherwise you will be born in hell. Hell! Hell is hot. This is a fire. Burn your skirt. Burn your skirt.
They were Scottish.
Scottish-Italian alliance. So in Tibetan Buddhism, I remember Siya Lama saying, when the Chinese invaded Tibet, everybody lost their country, but only one person found freedom. This was the Dalai Lama, because the Dalai Lama was a prisoner in the Potala Palace. When you look at it, he looks like the lord of the Potala. He had all these old monks around him, telling him what he could do, what he couldn't do. He's completely governed by rituals. He couldn't go for a walk in the town. Remember the sixth Dalai Lama used to climb over the wall and go in to drink alcohol and find some girls. But that was because it's like a prison. It's over-choreographed. It's over-role determined. Whereas we are very fortunate people. We can go in all directions. So it should be that our power or our capacity for compassion is even greater, that we can meet people in different situations. Very important. Meeting, being with, softens the shell of isolation. You're welcomed into the world by the other. And we know that there is certainly in Britain, there's a huge wave of loneliness and isolation, particularly in old people. Again and again, you can see something in the newspaper. There was a bad smell, so the police are called to break down the door, and somebody's been dead for a month, and the corpse is just there drying up and smelling bad. Because nobody knew and nobody cared, and there's no social belonging. So inclusion and being with is very important. That's the outer form, and that parallels what we do in the meditation. So we do the 3R, and things arise. We offer hospitality of space. We're not trying to control them. We're not setting rules of the house. We set rules, not rules of ourselves, but we set the mood of ourselves, which is relaxed, open, and free of grasping. So whatever occurs passes through. It passes through, whether it's happy or sad, complimentary to ourselves or insulting to ourselves. It's fine, because it will be arising and passing. Then it's a great freedom, because then you can be with anything at all. You can be with your sadness, your loneliness, your self-hatred, your worst sexual murderous fantasies, whatever it would be. It's just a possibility which is dissolving. And the more you experience directly the arising and dissolving of that pattern, the safer you are for yourself and for the other. Because the illusory nature of the impulse stops its investment as a path to manifestation in the world. So that's why meditation can be helpful for us to not enter into judgment, not solidify the situation. Does this seem reasonable? Does this make sense to you? Okay, we do the 3R again. So we looked at the use of pet as a disruptive. The 3R is not so much disruptive as interruptive. It's like a comma put into the flow of thoughts, the flow of associations that's generating the sense of who you are. So in the course of a day, you could do it 10 times. You don't even need to sit with it very long. You just do the 3R, you open for a minute, and then you go on with your work. But you've got a kind of freshness. Open it up. All this activity, all these possibilities are within the space of the mind. They are like movements in a dream. But if you get trapped into them, then they start building on each other and get strengthened. So we do the 3R. So, when you do this practice, if you find that there is a sense of your body which is a kind of continuous reference point, that it's a kind of sight or the support of how you take yourself to be, this is an obstacle for the practice. So if that's the case, then you should go back to the 5 questions, go through them again and again, and especially, is the mind in the body or is the body in the mind? Now you may have studied neuroscience and so on, so you have a lot of big ideas and outcome measures that proves that the brain is the seat of the mind and the brain is in the body. This is a lot of ideas. Stay directly with your experience. Find that the body shows itself as sensations, feelings, tensions, relaxations, according to whether you're aligned. The body is a flow of experience. The experience is revealed in the luminosity or the lucidity of the mind. If you're clear about that, then when you're sitting with the 3R, and these sensations register as if, oh, this is my body, that's an interpretation. Sensations coming, don't block the sensation, don't do anything with it, just be with it. Sensation will arise and pass. If you don't do that, then it is as if the sensation is saying, I am the sign that the body is real. And so you get the consolidation again and again. You have a reference point. So it's as if you have a small dinghy, a small rowing boat, and you've tied it to a buoy, a floating anchor out in the bay. And the tide comes in and out, and the dinghy goes round and round, but it can't detach itself from this buoy. So you want to cut that cord. This is sensation, and the sensation is just itself, self-arising, self-vanishing. It is not the proof of the definitive enduring existence of my body. If you misinterpret it as being that, then you just always you're in yourself doing your meditation, and you can't get free of that. And you can't think your way out of it, because the more you think, the more you bind yourself into interpretation and validation. So in that case, release, you can use the pet, do the 5 questions to keep, trying to see what are the factors that bind you. If you have an old hemp rope, it's made up of little strands, and when they make the rope, they twist it and twist it and twist it so that they come together. And the rope is very strong, but each of the little strands of hemp is quite weak. You could tear them apart. But when they're all spun together, the rope is very strong. So it's the same. When you sit with yourself, try to pay exquisite, precise attention to what is binding you in this moment. And you see that filament or that strand, and then you can see it's vanishing. But if they're bound together as a rope, you won't be able to do anything with it. It'll seem to have its own existence. Clearly, a rope has no self. It is an epiphenomenon. It's something generated by the juxtaposition of all these threads. You can still see, if you go up in Ladakh, you can still see people spinning the wool, and they have a bobbin. They spin the wooden bobbin and on the thread, and they've got the little sack with the wool with them, and they gently feed it in very, very skillfully to get an even threading that's coming, and then from that they can weave the cloth. And then the cloth is very strong. But it's all based on these tiny things. So thought and thought and thought, self-arising, self-vanishing. But when they get woven together, then they take on this tensile strength. Any thoughts or questions about this? Hot afternoon. Yeah.
Marcus.
Like it relates a lot to my experience, and how can I like sharpen my view, like to see the filaments, or do I need to see the single filaments and tell them apart in order to see their emptiness and their vanishing, or how do I sort of open the threshold to the Dharmakaya of, being that agent of releasing these filaments or threads of sensation, which are bound together with memories or stuff like that.
So you want to find a time of ordinary functioning in your mind. If you've ever been with anybody who's deeply depressed, the thoughts are very slow. If you've been with somebody who's manic, the thoughts are very, very quick. And when they're quick, they're tying themselves before they move. But if you're just with ordinary thoughts coming, really relax into the out-breath again and again, slow everything down. You're not in a hurry. You're not trying to solve a problem. Because if you see, this is a difficulty, I have to get to the bottom of it, you get a kind of arousal. Something is at stake. This is important. As soon as you're investing that, there's a kind of twist that goes into it. Very relaxed, just to see what happens. And then you catch a sudden thought arises. Maybe you're going for a walk. You're walking, and then, you're in a little story in your head. See if you might have missed the first couple of seconds of that storyline beginning, but as soon as you can be with it, and you can see this moving in your mind, you can see the trees, the bushes, and you can see your preoccupations. It's very helpful to be outside, because the setting doesn't let you collapse into it so much. And then you just see, there is a kind of invitation in the thought. Who is being invited? Dualistic consciousness. So if you relax into awareness, this spinning which creates the yarn will not occur. The spinning occurs when there is someone to spin the bobbin and feed in the wool, and it starts to come. It's once the story begins, it just takes on a life of its own. So if I say, I went to the market and then I went to the market and then you just say fucking anything. Come on, be my friends, help me, I'm an old man.
I bought an apple.
Yes, and then
I shared it with Milton.
And
then the butcher slapped me in the face.
Oh, and then
I was laughing.
so a whole group story can just arise from that. You just begin with that because as soon as the idea emerges, it has a kind of impetus, and you go with it, and the story builds, and the story builds, and the story builds. That's happening inside us all the time. Once you catch the first bit of the story, I don't know if they still make them, but when I was a kid, they had these spiral things. In those days, it was made of metal, and you put it at the top of the stairs, and it would flip over and zoop down the stairs. That's what these stories are like. One story bit is established, and then and each moment is just like that, and like that, and like that. And that's how this development occurs. Does that make sense? Do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, sort of. It's like really a lot of like sensation in like I don't hear my thoughts formulated a lot.
Okay.
Because on a certain point it was so troublesome to have so many and so existential in nature, like the questions and like the sensation that I can't solve it with my mind. So I just had this delete button in my mind, and I would push it with any thought, every thought. But after half a year, I had no thoughts anymore, but I started to have sensations. So, that was the solution.
Win some, lose some.
Yeah. Just changed things.
One second. So, how would can you recognize the arising of a sensation?
Yeah.
I mean, it's often insidious.
Sometimes it's like, oh, now it's coming on, like the time when I feel like it's coming on, how would I know before I notice it, like, how would I know? I can only say sometimes I know a new sensation. That I
mean, if it's happening for you, it's not there, then it's there, then it's not there.
Exactly.
So in the moment of there-ness, we can be a little mindful of the first incident of the there-ness, that this is now arrived, then you can see how it comes into formation. And probably you're giving some attention to these sensations, because that's what they feed on if you don't attend to them. So what you were describing before is I used to have an awful lot of thoughts, and this was too much, so I had the button, and I could, you're not so much getting a machine to delete the thought, you're not giving belief into the thought, and so you deprive it of food. You starve the poor thoughts to death, littered with corpses. The inside of your skull will be all these little thoughts. And in the middle is a big fat sensation. I won.
Okay, some part of me is satisfied with that.
Okay, then. Ooh, that was surprising.
Yes.
I'm trying to ascertain whether, like we started talking about, I'm trying to ascertain that when we started talking about thoughts, you made it clear that you mean not just cognitive thoughts, but you encompassed with that one term every mental occurrence. Is it still valid like that?
Yeah.
Because then it gets much more flesh. Otherwise, it's just some kind of, if you think about thinking.
Yeah.
Sensations, feelings, bodily tensions, and everything is comprised in this term thought.
So just as over Germany, you have German airspace, and that's being monitored by domestic airports and also military airports to recognize friend or foe. The mental space, we can also track something's arising. Usually, because our focus of attention is on our ego self, we're using what's arising as fuel to give the filling and the profile to ourself. If we can relax out of that, and so have a less needy or grasping or merging relation to the mental experience, we start to see how it's moving through the space. So the more space we have, the more we see the movement through the space. But if we have hunger and grasping or even aversion, we don't see it so much. Okay. When one is not undistractedly in a posture and a way of viewing like that. Posture there simply means anyway, we take on, as we come into the world, we take on a shape in the world of shapes. So how we position ourselves, if this is inseparable from the open empty ground, and the way of viewing what we are receptive to. So if our body is relaxed, our speech is relaxed, and the mind is receptive, he's saying, if you don't rest in this without distraction, then one automatically wanders in the confusion of not understanding one's thoughts. That is to say, not seeing that these transient apparitional thoughts, like shadows. If you're out at night, you see a shadow. Oh, seems to be something. But we know shadow has no substance to it at all. But when you misapprehend, when you grasp the wrong way at what is occurring, you then think the thought is a sign of something when it's just a moment of luminosity. And this process is not recognized. So you don't recognize how your mind is. You don't recognize the status of what is arising in your mind. And this process of again, recognize is not good because of the cognition in it, of this, not seeing if you don't see the actual ungraspable status of the mental arising, then it becomes solidified. And then if you don't even see the process of that, if this stuff just seems to be there, because your mind's always full of stuff, so it doesn't matter if it's this stuff or that stuff or the other stuff, there's always stuff. So you go from this to this to this. So, in other words, one does not know anything. One is stupid and revolves in unclarity. Yeah, particularly on a hot afternoon. So, one doesn't know anything. The problem is actually that you know a lot. You know too much. So again, this is the problem of the translation. You don't know the truth of anything, but you know the misinterpretation of the reification of everything. And that creates, here I am, this is familiar, I know what's going on. And because of this, one is stupid. Stupid here means stupefied, dull, as if something had hit you on the head. You can't think, you can't have any clarity. You're present, but in a very vague, hazy way. and revolves in unclarity. So you get up, you go to the bathroom, you make a coffee, you run to get to work and not be late. There's always things to do. All day long it's this, and then this, and then this, and then this. One thing after another. None of these things has inherent existence. They are all an illusion. But if we grasp at them, then all we have is thingness. So this is how samsara becomes like a wall. It becomes impenetrable because we bring the solidity to the unsolid, ever-moving, ever-changing, ungraspable phenomena. If you take it the wrong way, it becomes solid for you. It's not solid in itself, but it becomes solid for you. Thought came in my mind when I was about maybe 6. I came home from school, went up the steps, rang the bell. My mum opened the door and said, "Come in, your Aunt Dorothy's here." We went into the lounge, and my Aunt Dorothy looked at me and said, "What's happened to your curls? You used to have the most wonderful, beautiful blonde curls." I ran out of the room screaming. I went up into my bedroom and I'm sobbing and sobbing. I've lost my curls. What had I lost? Till the top of my head. Because my hair had darkened in colour and I hadn't seen her for a while. So these kind of things are really weird. It's like there was nothing to say. It was just the tone in her voice. She was shocked because she had an image of how I was and I had moved away from that. So the disjunction between her memory of me and how I was in that moment came to me as the shock, as if I had done something wrong. And I think children often have these experiences where there's a kind of retraction and the solidification, and that feeds into thoughts have a solidity because you get hurt by them. In English we have this saying, sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt you. It's not true. Not true at all. So the wounds that come from this misnaming and having the sign put on you as if somebody's caught you and you're then trapped in their definition of you, this is very profound. There were some questions. Yeah.
I investigate the sense of continuity of stuff, like the term arising and passing. It suggests continuity, and I find that the very rough thingness blob of an apple is in principle the same as the blob of, let's say, a pain sensation. Just the duration is maybe shorter, but it's still a blob of stuff, like thing. And when one investigates closer, then sometimes the time duration, it gets so short that, in the end it's a point, and the point has no duration, and then it's like the cloth, the seeming cloth before, it's like the cloth of an old mummy or so, that when you look at it, it just falls apart. It's not there anymore. Mm-hmm. And so, like a tiny kind of seeming existence can be maybe experienced as a sparkle or something, mm-hmm. But then sometimes even not that. So what to do with this kind of, is it worth investigating that, or what to do with this?
I remember Bokatulku, who was a very helpful Lama. He said it's like, in India you get this coir matting, which is taken from the coconut, the hair on the coconut, and they make that into ropes as well. But it's not as tight as a hemp sea rope. And if you light it at one end, it will slowly smolder all the way through, and it will keep its shape. So you see exactly that shape, and then you could blow it and it's just dust. So it's a similar thing to that what was being burnt out was the support for the projection, this is real. So that's what we want to see. I make these dream-like images, mirage-like images real by believing in them. So when you see a mirage on the road, it's water and it isn't. And you can believe that it's water because it looks like water, but it isn't water. And so you're on the cusp, shimmering between these two. And that's the same with the thoughts as well. They seem to be something, and if you tilt towards the seeming substantiality of it, you get bound in it and you start to tell the story. And if you leave it alone and don't feed it the lifeblood, which is your lifeblood, which is your belief, it will fall apart. Reality is created by belief in the thingness of things. And if we lose that belief, we realize, oh, this has always seemed to be an approach that makes my life stronger and clearer because now I know something, this empowers me to do things. And suddenly I realize, whoa, this is a dark jungle. And I go from one clearing to another, but I never get out of the forest. I'm not going to invest these formations with reality, but they have their actuality. So the actuality is the luminous presentation, just coming and going, and the reality is the injection of the belief in the inherent existence of what's occurring. So we don't inject that. We don't lose anything of the brightness of our field. You can walk and talk and go to the shops. Your life goes on, but without that density that's there. So, in the undertakers, if they're wanting to really preserve a body because it's somebody special, they inject it with formaldehyde. So in a sense, formaldehyde is what we put with our belief in an inherent existence, is what we put. So dead moments, it's as if they're alive. And then you think, oh, now what did I do yesterday? What did I have for lunch yesterday? And there's the formaldehyde there, because it's as if the memory is somehow taking you there to the past. And it's not, it's just a shimmering echo. Any other thoughts? Oh, one there.
Can I say, I impute inherent existence, I impute it,
yeah,
and then I believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the main point is the belief.
Is the belief, yeah.
Okay. Could it be a practice? Undermine the belief, and so in the process not believing, automatically the imputation of inherent existence also goes down. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you
I go backwards, not imputation, no imputation, because it's very...
Can you speak into the microphone a bit more?
Is it a form of practice to go backwards? Not because imputation is very fast. But someone said to me, what appears is not true. This shakes me believing it. What appears is not true. What appears is not true. If I know what appears is not true concerning inherent existence, it appears inherent, but I know it's not true.
Yeah.
That's undermining the belief.
But that's a very effortful deconstruction that's going on. Yeah. So for every construction, you've got to deconstruct. You have the imputation, and then the belief in what has been imputed. So it's a bit like throwing a boomerang. You throw out the imputation, and it goes, and it hits you on the head. Because now you're struck by your own belief. You're imprisoned by your own belief. So the thing to do is to catch the movement of the imputation. This is you injecting something into something that doesn't need an injection. But so why are we making the illusory real? Because reality is an illusion, but you can make illusion real. And you make illusion real by believing in the illusion of reality. So if we stay with the illusion, like the shimmering mirage on the road, I see water, it's not water, but I see water. So it's a kind of double move. I don't have to deconstruct the water because there's no water there. But I have to stay on the point at which the emptiness of the appearance is there and the imputation. And they're not the same. Yeah.
It is said that in art,
yeah.
When he is not in meditation, is out of meditation, he is in duality. Art is not a Buddha, is in duality, and so he sees but he does not believe it anymore, and therefore he's free. Is that correct?
Well, you can say after the Buddha gained, after Siddhartha gained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he was free from the creation of new karma, of new stuff. So he was no longer imputing, but he was still the recipient of the boomerangs, the previously done action. So he had the consequence of previous actions, although he wasn't generating new action. So in that state, he's a bit like an arhat. I mean, the Tibetan translates arhat as drachompa. Dra means the enemy, and chompa means the victor, the one who defeats the enemy. And the enemy is the reification, the belief that something is there. So the arhat sees that nothing is there. Sees that nothing is there. But this is the Tibetan tantric view. It's not necessarily what the Theravadan would say. And they would say, but because the arhat is seeing primarily the absence of inherent existence, it has a freedom, but no participation, no entry in. And so it doesn't have the bodhisattva vow. So it has the clarity of the wisdom of the absence of inherent existence, but it doesn't have the compassion of relatedness. Because in order to relate to the other in the manner of a dream, you have to have a slightly more dynamic sense of appearance and emptiness, more like with the mirror, with the reflection. So in the Theravadan tradition, your starting point is samsara is very dangerous. It's like a swamp. You have to get out. And so you focus always disconnecting. And so the wiring into the system is being cut. The fuses are being taken out. The circuit is winding down, non-reactivity. And so you can stay still. This is an improvement on being on the highest formless realms of samsara, where at the very top of the God realm, you have these 8 stages of pure consciousness. In the highest state, there is simply consciousness without any object. But it's a consciousness which takes an object. At that moment, it doesn't have an object because it's been practicing non-investment. And so you can sit in, according to the tradition, you can be in that state for 20,000 years. And then one day, due to some force of the past, some flicker arises. What was that? What was that? And because of that, you tumble out of that state, because it wasn't a state of integration, it was a state of absence of contamination. So in the Mahayana tradition, we we integrate everything, including what would be contaminating if you believed in its reality. So they have all these different stages, which are, but for our purposes, we have to function in the world. And so we have to find the way to engage in the dreamlike presentation of the specificity of each person we meet. They are not specifically themselves, or this particular way of walking and talking and sitting and eating and so on. This is not generated out of some internal essence of self. I do this because I'm me. It's not like that. It's due to causes and conditions. This is the pattern that arises. And when you stay present with that pattern, you don't find any enduring cause. But normally we say, oh God, John, is he coming? He's terrible. Mary, please don't invite Mary. She always does this and this and this. As if we could see some definite, predictable essence in the person. So when we see the illusory nature, it's less predictive. So we give ourselves the freedom from pre-mobilization, preparation before the event, because we don't know what the event will be. We can leave the potential or the ingredients of our many manifold arisings, we can leave them all around us, and then as the situation evolves, we arise. But once you start to impute an essence, a knowledge base, and you build an image on that, you've already diminished the welcome you can give to the situation, because I know what will happen. I know what they're like. So the Arhat avoids that by non-involvement. Okay, we take a break, and then you have the small groups, and then we're back here at 6:15.
Does it have to be healthy?
Okay. You could just begin by just relaxing in the out breath, arriving here, open up. Okay. Oh, Dharma is like an umbrella. You have to hold it up if you want it to work. We arrive here, the tent is here, the food is being prepared, there are rooms allocated and so on. This doesn't fall out of the sky. This is the fruition of the thought and the preparation, the organization, the planning, the negotiation of many of our friends here. They go out of their way to facilitate the ease of the people who come here. We also have the bookshop, which makes the books available, but we also have the production of the books, which is necessary. Now, you yourself may not need books, but we're also thinking for future generations, when these preparation period now, when I'm able to do the writing and the books, this will vanish. And then there will be other sources, but these are books that if we're together here, you may feel some connection with. And they require production. So how do we make the communal life work? If you have a fire, and if everybody brings a piece of wood, then we can all get warmed. And so the question is, how do you participate? Some people might give time to offer, to read through a text being prepared for printing and give an opinion about it. Some people might know how to do proofreading. Some people might know about design. There are various ways in which you can participate. And of course you can participate by helping to fund some of the projects. So we'll have a retreat soon in Portugal, and 22 people are coming from Brazil. 12 of these are being supported with some funding that has been gathered to help them because the flight over is expensive and many people in Brazil are not so wealthy. So it's not about making contributions to something else. The more we engage together, the more we support each other, the more we have a sense of fellow feeling, everything we offer is returned to us because we're warming our own house. So in terms of the book production, some books being prepared in German, and Andreas, who is here, is going to publish them. And that work could do with some funding. So if you're interested to help with the funding of that, please have a word with him. Because then the books are produced. Some of the books have been ready for a long time, but to revise them, to make sure that they're right, to do all the correction. When all of that falls on the shoulders of one person, and they have a life, and they've got to earn money and so on, it takes a long, long time. So something which could have come out before was delayed by a lack of resourcing. So I don't feel I'm asking you to do this, because it's not for me to ask for it. It's if you see that this world has some value, our little world here has some value, and it could have value to more people, and we'd like to make it more available, then that's something you could help to support. Also, when we have these discussion groups, the people running them, they're learning how to facilitate the groups, learning how to help a group focus and stay on track and so on. That's very useful learning. That can go out later, and hopefully more people will become able to facilitate conversations to help people deepen and strengthen their understanding of Dharma. So the more we put ourselves into this, the more we take out, and the more we take out, the more it will support our lives. So it's just to see the logic of that. Your own interest will take you to want to support some aspects more than others, or not at all. It's an open field. There is no demand. This is not an organization. We have no subscription fees, no membership cards. These doors are always open. You come in, you can go out. We are held here together because of our pleasure in being together, because of our sense of the value of being together. And I think that's vital. You can be bound to things by vows, by commitments, by intentions. But that's like putting a rope around your neck. You're not a cow or a goat. It's your free offering of yourself, because you feel free, because you taste something and it feels good to you. And again and again, I would stress participation, because we learn by doing. We are social creatures as human beings. We act, our actions have impact, we get feedback, we can reflect on the feedback, and we deepen our understanding, we extend the range of our skills and so on. So the more you engage, the more you learn, the more doors open to you, the more you see the possibility of connecting with different people. These are very good things to do. I mean, there are so many ways in which Dharma understanding can go. For example, if you're interested in the processes of dying, and you study the Bardos, and you see how, see the importance of letting go at the time of death. Now there are many hospices where you can go to visit people. We don't have people to visit them, and you can talk with them as they're moving into the final stage of life. There are always people who need help, and you can help as a human being with a good heart, but your Dharma understanding can also feed into that. The need is everywhere, But what I will want to emphasize is, don't turn it into a demand. Have to is no way to proceed. Connection, and then the energy flows through the connection, that keeps it light and fresh, and you're with the other people. But if you make a commitment and then it's a burden and you have to, you start to feel a resistance to what you've committed to, you don't know how to get out of what you've committed to, that's a disaster. There are many, many Dharma centers which have their students there like cows tied up for milking, because there are so many things to be done. There's transcribing the great guru's talks and preparing them and doing them. People do thousands of hours of unpaid work, and they're never rewarded and never made happy, and they fall out and they feel lonely and abandoned, and they come and knock on my door and tell me their tales of woe. I know many of the shadow stories of Dharma groups. And that's because it starts with love and it turns into obligation. We should keep it as love. Love flows out because we want the best for others. But obligation is a poor substitute. It's a thin soup. So, if you want to talk about any of these things, Andreas is here, the projects for supporting people coming to retreats. We can think about all of these things. It's never a demand, but it's an opportunity. So now in the text he says at the very bottom of page 105, where he was saying, in other words, one does not know anything, one is stupid and revolves in unclarity. It continues, this is also described as not maintaining the spontaneity of thought, and this leads to being bound by the necessity of distraction so that one cannot enter free expression. So this is quite dense but very, very helpful. It's saying if you do not remain relaxed and at ease in the openness of your mind, but if you start refurbishing your identity and trying to improve how you are in a add-on way, in an accumulative sort of way, he says this is described as not maintaining the spontaneity of thought. The thoughts arise in the situation as required. Of course, we need some preparation. If you're coming to a retreat like this, it helps if you check the weather forecast. Then you know sometimes it will be hot, sometimes it will be not so hot. Then you bring a range of clothes. So some kind of planning is useful, but again, not too tight, not too loose. But the spontaneity of thought is to really trust that if you have contact, at that contact boundary, you have the co-emergence of the interaction of subject and subject, if you're relating to a person. And it will arise. It will arise. So when we have a break and you go and stand in the queue, you start chatting to someone, you don't have a script, you haven't prepared what you're going to say, you just find the conversation goes this way or that way or the other way. So we have some sense of you find yourself speaking, you find yourself relating, and how you relate will be co-emergent with how the other person is. Are they available to you? Do they speak in a way that you can respond to? And so what you have is a co-production. Now you could turn it back on yourself and think, God, I don't know what to say to this person. Or you could stay present. This is how it is. This is the level or the mode in which it's unfolding. And so I work with that. Like Namkhai Norbo used to say, working with circumstances. The circumstances, you're sitting at dinner with someone and the conversation doesn't flow easily. So that's fascinating. So there is a kind of obscuration or blockage or thickness. It's not a problem to be solved. You can stay with this There's some kind of lack of articulation. You're not quite meeting and you're not quite moving together. So, what does that feel like? Maybe difficult for you, maybe also difficult for the other person. You can also say something about that. Isn't it strange? Here we are. We were chatting in the queue and now we're sitting here. We don't seem to have anything to say. We can inquire into the patterning of our experience. We can make it visible rather than stewing inside and feeling awkward or embarrassed. Everything is patterns, and some patterns can be released and eased more easily. Some are much more difficult. Don't solidify. Because the spontaneity of thought in this sense is thought, feeling, sensation, all of the mental fuel, which when it's seen as arising from the ground is nothing other than the quality of the Sambhogakaya. This arises freely and easily if it's not constrained. It is our own retraction, uncertainty, doubt, over-planning, negative feelings being cut off. I am the block. I am the obscuration. So it's very useful as a practice. Don't project it into the other person. Think, I have nothing to say to this person, as if full stop, that's it. I don't know what to say. Oh, we can be curious about that. Oh, how is it that I'm here and I can't find a bridge? And especially if you've entered in through the Mahayana door and you take the Bodhisattva vow, you're going to work for the benefit of all beings. You're sitting next to a sentient being and you can't make any contact. This is really interesting. And you're all here together, so there's a kind of permission to be confused in public about what is it that happens between us. How is it like that? You say, oh, it's because you're like this, or because I'm like this, or because my parents were like that. It's always something else. No, in this very moment, something is blocking or solidifying or locking, and my free flow is gone. In the afternoon, with a little bit of Brazilian footwork, everybody's moving around. I see these shining faces. Last night when the music came on, people are just dancing. So fluidity is there, availability is there, and then suddenly there's stagnation, there's a collapse. This is fascinating. So don't turn it into a problem, but turn it into something to open yourself with and see what is my part in this drifting away, this isolation. How have I conceptualized it? And then, if you release yourself into it, you find the spontaneity is there. But you might need to take a leap. You might need to say, I feel uncomfortable sitting beside you. That's not an insult. That's an invitation. What's going on? What is this?
Wouldn't it be that...
1 second. We need this. Oh. Nul point.
You know, bottle turning.
But couldn't it be that there is a silence that is uniting? Does it always have to be talking?
No, not at all. If it's a comfortable silence, by all means. But if you're sitting there and it's uncomfortable, and it seems that something is wrong, then you can talk about it.
Yeah, but not in general. I mean, it could be also a nice silence.
It could be a lovely silence, indeed, of course. Because when it's a comfortable silence, there's a being together in the silence. But if there's a talking and not being together, then the talking is a cover-up, and that's not much good either. So it's like, what is the quality of being with? Because co-emergence is being with the other, arising with the other, in silence, or in gossip about football, about rock and roll. It could be anything, as long as you have a sense of what's in play here. So, and this leads to being bound by the necessity of distraction. That is to say, you feel uncomfortable, you don't know what to do, and you want to get out of it. So something is raised as a distraction away from this paralysis or this disjunction. And you might talk about the weather or something just to fill the gap, when in fact it's the gap that needs to be attended to. So the spontaneity is fresh, connective, and doesn't belong to anyone. Bon voyage!
Bye.
So it's when the spontaneity is there, the conjunction, the contact does the work. Because the connection allows the free flow of the spontaneity. When you drift apart, when you have the isolation and you find yourself thinking about the other, you turn the other into an object, into a thing, and then it becomes more difficult, and that's unpleasant. So he says, we then feel a necessity to be distracted. We don't want to stay with this discomfort. And then, so he says, with the necessity of distraction, then one cannot enter free expression, because you've lost the relaxed openness from which you can participate with the other. So it's important to trust that this is a learning community. We're all here to find out how we can find more freedom and how we can promote the freedom of other people. So we can make our gestures. It may not be successful, but we make a gesture to connect. Thus, movement and recollection must be under the control of understanding. This is the movement of the mind, and recollection here is a dremba, which means both memory, but also the formation of your position in a situation. When it says under the control of understanding, means you have to see the emptiness of what is occurring. You control the understanding by seeing the illusory nature of all that's being considered. If understanding gets plugged into a reified notion of you are you and I am me, then you're grinding from the outside. You're grinding from isolation, which is, what we have when we do the 3-hour practice. We start from space and then we move into contact. But if you find yourself in isolation and then you try to think your way into contact, it's very difficult. So control is not maybe the sweetest way to express this. But it means you have to bring your sense of the illusory nature of all phenomena into the movement, how you participate, and the recollection, how you formulate your sense of what is going on, so that you don't step back and become a kind of observer on the outside, safe but untouched. We want to find ourselves fully present, responsive, in the flow. And there is no time to think. And therefore, the mental arising or the energy of the mind has to be free to find its own way. Because the reflective thinking slows you down. There's an example I've used before about, I think it was the Olympic Games or some world championship, and it was a 100 meters race. And there's a runner called Usain Bolt, and he was in the middle of this group, and it's very quick. It's like 10 seconds of running. It's not a big deal. So it happens very, very quickly. So they're all limbering up and loosening, and then they're ready, and then and off they go. And he's going there, and he's just like one nose ahead. And the two guys on either side turn and look at him. And immediately he's going faster and they slow down. Because they're thinking, where is he? They have relativized their presence. So instead of in the state, in the mood and flowing, it's now mediated. How am I doing? Comparing and contrasting. So for me, when I saw that, I thought, oh, this is such a good way of seeing that if you stay present and open and with the task, it's unimpeded. But you add unnecessary thought, as in a sense a dysregulating thought, then everything slows down. Many things don't need to be processed. You can trust the freshness. So that's what he's meaning, that if you bring the understanding of the open ground, and because of that everything is arising in the field, that there is no true gap between you and the person you're sitting having your dinner with, that you are both forms emerging in this space of potential. You don't have to process. It's not a problem to be solved. The more you think about it, or you can just say, do you like the food? Do you like the food here? Do you fart a lot with this food? Also a meaningful question. I mean, anything that allows you to take yourself and the other person less seriously. Moreover, one can follow after the thoughts which are consequent on the arising of the various objects of the six senses. So you're here in your senses, experience is arising. What's happening? As soon as there is an orientation towards what, you have the reification and the objectification. There is something which is happening. So instead of being integral to the flow of experience, it's separated off into something which is happening. So when you have that, then what do I hear? What do I taste? What do I smell? And the what is inviting the thoughts which are consequent on the whatness of the interpretation. And then you follow after your thoughts. What is this? Why is it like this? What should I do? How should I behave? And so, as soon as you have this otherness arising, you get lost. So, back to the example of when you're at school and you grow copper sulfate crystals, you make a thick solution of copper sulfate and you put in a thread. And then after a day, little crystals are starting. And after a week, these crystals get quite big, or you can do it with alum. The crystals are forming out of the solution. They are not other than the solution. So it's a bit like ice and water. So when you objectify something, you crystallize it. You can crystallize fruit. It was one of the old medieval ways of preserving fruit. You soak it in sugar so that it will last on into the winter. So this crystalline formation allows a separation and isolation. And if it's ice, ice will flow back very easily. To get the crystal to go back into the solution, you probably have to grind it down. So it's a process, in a sense, that it doesn't normally reverse itself. Whereas water into ice, ice into water, that flows more easily. It's saying, once the seeming separation, once the water turns to ice, and you have something to think about, and you can return to it again and again, this is like an experience interpreted as through a concept, So now I'm thinking about something. So our stream of thoughts and elaborations mushrooms and mushrooms and mushrooms. But these thoughts are not other than the mind. They are, as he pointed out before, these are the radiance of the mind, not seen as the radiance of the mind, but taken as something. So if you remember, going right back to Kuntu Zampo's statement, there is one ground and two paths. There is the path of seeing the ground and seeing that everything is unborn and inseparable from the ground, and the path of not seeing the ground and therefore conceptualizing that what is occurring is a stream of entities, and then you stand in relation to the entity because you yourself are concretized as a separate entity, liking, not liking, and the whole thing we've looked at. So it's so important to see the wrong path has the right source. Reverse into the source. The source is unborn. What arises is unborn. The delusion is that it is born and separate, but it, like ice from water, the ice melts back into the water. The thought arises in the mind and vanishes into the mind. Self-arising, self-vanishing. But when you catch it in the middle and freeze it, it seems to be apart from the stream, from the flow. And then you have to sort it out. Now you've got a problem to solve. You've got something to think about and judge. Don't construct. Don't build on it. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Stay relaxed and open, and it will vanish. It never had a true existence. But your attention to it, your projecting value into it, will give you something to think about. And then you get lost. So that's... you never get lost. You're always lost here in the openness of the mind. If you relax, you can see, oh, it's just here. It's just experience arising and passing, arising and passing. If you get trapped, what's going on? Where am I? Who am I? Is this where I want to be? How should I live? What should I do? What James is saying about thoughts, is that true? Is that not true? How can I know if it's true? Maybe this is a sect. Maybe I'm being captured into some monstrous activity. All kinds of thoughts are possible. And there's no end to thinking. There's no end to thinking. Mr. Trump, again, he's putting this huge 50% tariff on trade with Brazil because he thinks Bolsonaro is a good guy and he wants to protect Bolsonaro and he wants to put pressure on the Silva, who he sees as a fraud. And he is willing to create chaos and misery and mayhem for other people because he believes that his view is right. He doesn't know where his thoughts come from. It's bubbling up and bubbling up. It never occurs to him, I talk shit. Everyone else is thinking, whoa, you talk shit. No. Shit comes out my poopy hole. I talk the truth. No. Your mother never told you you had that operation. How easy it is to make jokes on that poor man. Okay. Let's leave it there for the day. So now we have a break. Now we have a break for food, and then we meet. We do the Padmasambhava Puja with some soak, and then we go by the fire, and there can be some music there and dance. Good.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you.
The container.
Okay, so we start with the Guru Yoga of the White Ark. sit to do the practice, there is always this issue of the status of the body. That the body seems to be a thing, it seems to be our home, it seems to be our starting point. One of the things I personally would love if some of our medically trained colleagues would work on a description of the body is a dynamic interconnective system with a title like Why My Body is Not a Thing, or Why the Body is Not a Thing. Because all the organs of the body are in communication. Illness seems to develop when communication breaks down. We know that the blood has to go everywhere. If there's a blockage of blood going to the brain, you get serious troubles. If the arteries and the vessels get a lot of fat stored in them, cholesterol and so on, then the flow of blood is not good. But we also need to have a flow of the hormones. There are so many messengers in the body. So a simple description of how the body is an arena of dynamic communication, I think could be very helpful for us. We also have, of course, our own methods in Dharma. So we have general vipassana, in which we do body scanning. So we start with focusing the attention on the breath, on the subtle sensation as the breath goes in and out. And then when we have some stabilization of focus there, we take our focused attention up to the top of our head, and then gently, slowly scan down through the body and simply note what is occurring. So there could be dullness or sharpness or grinding. Whatever you encounter, try not to build a story on it, but just stay with the thinnest description. So if you have something in your shoulder, if you call it a pain, you're already moved on to an abstract identification. But how is it announcing? Is it hot? Is it cold? You want to go for the phenomenology of what is arising, how it is as a presentation rather than your interpretation of it. So you go down, noticing these patterns of emergence, right down to the soles of your feet, and then slowly you go back up, and then you go back down again, and we just do this slowly again and again, and you can see for yourself whether the things that register in one scan still seem to be there in the next scan. And the more you do this, you have the experience of how the body is not a thing. So it's a very useful and important practice. And what we were looking at in terms of this second level of unawareness, the naming, the affixing of signs, and how this can create a solidification, a reification of what's occurring. We want to be very careful. Don't pull your experience into your familiar interpretation so that you know what is going on in your body. Just stay with this, the nakedness of this eruption of some kind of sensation as it is. And then as you go up and down, you see whether this sensation is a sign of something underneath it, whether in a sense it's a sign and symptom that could be used for a kind of diagnosis. Yes, I exist, this is my body, this is my shoulder, I've had this pain a long time. You could build in that direction, but this is not what we want to do. We want to just stay with the disclosure of how the body is as we go down and as we go up. And then you start to have a sense of how your body is. Is that clear? Yeah? You need the...
Michael.
Michael, yes.
There are also some interferences of mobiles, I think. So please check your mobiles. Flight mode.
Okay, check your mobiles. Don't check it on My question is, I do this scanning for a while, but when I, on the other hand, do the Dzogchen approach, sometimes it's very artificial to go to another place of scanning, because sometimes something occurs and I think I will look to it, it comes and it is there, and then it goes away. But there's a question, shall I just look to it by trying not to judge it, by trying, or just scanning down, because then I lose this and then go artificially to another place.
Why is it artificial to go to another place?
Because Vipassana instruction is that you have to scan down.
Yeah.
So if there is something and you watch it, but on the other hand you have the obligation to say, to go to another place down, and then you go up again, and then you, for me, I miss this coming and going of the sensation.
Okay, so if I turn my head and I glance at Robert, but if I keep looking at Robert, I start to get more ideas about Robert. So the purpose of the scanning is, if you rest on the image, it's inevitable that thoughts will build on it and you move towards an interpretation.
When you already can avoid to have thoughts about it, just look to it.
If you can, that's wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
And of course what we look at is vanishing. So, I mean, we all find our way into these practices, and you can get as much instruction or whatever, but when you do it, it will be customized to how you are in yourself at that time. Any other thoughts before we start?
When I do this practice, I can see how ill my body is. Oh, there's a pain there and there and there, and before I don't I don't see this, notice this. So it seems to me that it's getting more pain with this practice.
Yeah, this is you're deceived or deluded.
Yeah. I know
because as soon as you conceptualize a pain, you've added a value judgment onto it. If you just stay with the presentation, with the scan, we're wanting to receive the impression of what is there, but not to face it in our usual matrix of interpretation.
Neutral. Kind of neutral.
Yes, just registering. So if you turn your head and you look around the room, you get the immediate sense, and then you get the immediate sense, and you see the shapes and the colors, and that has some impact on you. That's enough. Because once you have your interpretation, your elaboration, you're pulling the phenomena into your interpretive schema. And then it just becomes like something you can worry about. Oh my God, that pain is still there. I need to go and get an X-ray or whatever. And then it just feeds thoughts. So the movement is important, because it's not resting on what is there. It's receiving the impression. It's the first impression where you get the freshness of how this is. And then you keep moving on and you get more freshness and freshness.
Then don't stay too long.
Yeah, because otherwise it's inevitable that you will solidify the experience. So we want to stay with this is the emergence. Something is emerging.
Then do it a bit quick.
But not necessarily quick, but not stopping, not resting on something. Because remember, if you give your attention to something, you give it more life, it becomes more figural, it becomes special. And if you have a thought about what's there, like it's a pain or it's a sign of an old injury, then you go down to your feet. When you're coming back up, you now have a reference point established through your thinking. Oh, I wonder if the pain is still there. So you can leap ahead towards what you know. And then you're just in this maze of conceptualization. So don't grasp at what's there, but allow it to show itself and register.
But without naming it, there's a sensation.
There's a sensation.
Sensation feels,
excellent.
Nice, something like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without naming. So, sensation. Yeah. But there is something. And my brain or whatever, my mind register this sensation. Yeah. So, and if this sensation is a headache or something like this, I don't feel very well. And there's a headache and then shoulder pain, and it's a kind of summiert sich dann. It's getting more.
Oh, I've had this headache since I woke up this morning.
No, without
any other thing of that. So how do you know it's a headache? Does it tell you, or you tell it?
No. When I communicate, then I can tell it afterwards. So it's a post headache.
Okay. It's very tricky because we don't want to find something to think about or talk about, because you've already solidified it into an entity. The purpose of the vipassana is to see the dynamic nature of emergence. It's to see the impermanence of how our embodiment is. So rather than thinking about how is my body today, I need to do a checkup. So if you went to a doctor who knew you well, they would look at your notes and think, okay, we're going to check your lungs again, and they're tapping you on the back and listening in with a stethoscope. And because they're looking, because something was there before. We breathe that out. We don't want to go in that direction. We're just registering. This is announcing, this is announcing, this is announcing.
Then forget it.
Oh yeah. Because you're scanning down.
Yeah. And you come back to the place, and there's a then you
can see for yourself if something is there or not. Mm-hmm. The issue is always this difference between seeing and looking. When we see what we get. We see what comes on our plate, what comes in our eyes. When you're looking, it is as if light is coming out of your eyes and illuminating what is out there. Of course, light doesn't come out of our eyes. But the thinking, the naming, puts this subject onto object. What we're trying to do is to be present with the first shimmering, tingling announcement, which is not yet a thing, and then you can start to see the birth of the thing. That the thingness is not intrinsic, that the thingness comes with the conjunction between the emergence and the conceptualization. And if we keep conceptualizing, we build up a picture as if we're doing a diagnosis, but we don't want to do that. So you just stay with the immediacy of what arises. There's no fuel for the ego or dualistic consciousness in this. You're simply noting. Okay? So, stabilize your attention here at the nostrils with the breath coming in and out, and then in your own time bring this attention up to the crown of your head and just moving down through the body. Try to do it as if in an open way. It's just scanning through you, a bit like if you had to go and have a scan in a hospital. The machine is just gradually moving down and registering what's going on. But in the hospital, there is a trace because, of course, the experts want to read the scan. Here, it's just, oh, okay. Okay. So maybe share with the people close to you what your experience was. Okay, anything you'd like to share about that experience? Oh, yeah. Where is the microphone?
Here.
Here.
He has it.
Aha. Good.
I found it requires a sort of will to do the scan, because one's down and one's up quite well, but then you lose the sense where is what, and it just jumps. There's a sensation. The conscious jumps to that, into the stomach, then there's a sensation at the throat, and then at the knee, and then I completely lost where's the scan, and so is that a question of will, or is that okay? You just do it once, up and down, and then...
Yeah, I mean, will sounds a little bit like you're forcing it. So if you imagine that this piece of paper is a mirror, and I'm holding the mirror and turning it around, each moment it goes round the room, it's scanning across, different reflections would be arising. So it's just that, very gently running this up and down your body. So you're not trying to force yourself to do something. And if, excuse me, if there is a resistance to it, you might think, what is the basis of that resistance? What is so unpleasant or difficult about this? I'm doing, if you like, a deep listening. If you were talking to someone and you really wanted to receive them, you wouldn't be interpreting, you'd be offering a space to really receive how they are. So this is just putting this deep listening to your own body, allowing the body to speak, as it were, and it speaks through sensation.
Is it more, but this doesn't need to have an order. So a scan is a kind of order, but sensations, they come and go.
They come and go. Well, the reason for doing the scanning is to see, is there a reliable sight of the emergence of this pain or happiness or whatever it would be. If you just go with the random sensations, which is, again, not a bad thing to do, you can see the aliveness of the body in this way. But the vipassana is more to see, is there an entity behind the sensation? Is the sensation a form of entity? Something is here, and then we say, my shoulder and this pain, and then you can add the story of how you got the pain. But if you don't add the story, and each time you go past, it is likely that this area will sometimes be more impactful and sometimes less impactful. Then we see there is an discontinuous display of the aspects of sensation in the body. So it's not as if there is a fixed thing, because all of our practices are concerned with dissolving the delusion of autonomous things. So, I do hope that the doctors will want to have a sense of this. And, we talk about the heart, the liver, the lungs. But of course, when they're in your body, they are sites of communication. They are the emergence of connectivity. And when we put the name heart or lungs, it is as if there is a thing there. So hopefully the modern doctor doesn't think in the way that a butcher does. Go to the butcher and they'll give you lungs and heart and so on. But when it's together, because of the nature of the connectivity, it's as if your heart is a nodal point in the emergence of the flow of blood. It's part of the life which is the flow of blood. So in a similar way, we want to see how this whole system is revealing and concealing and revealing and concealing, and these emergences, because they are nebulous, because they are really ungraspable in many ways, they're not building blocks. Because one of the things which is so strange is a thought arises in your mind, like, I'm tired. And on the basis of that, you can elaborate a whole story. And this was a thought. I'm tired. That's 3 seconds to say that. I'm very tired. 3.5 seconds. It's just gone. It's already gone. And yet, somehow, it seems to establish a 10, a support, a site for the elaboration. And so we build and build and build, although we're building on the flow. And the more we see the flow, that the body is a ceaseless flow of experiences, but not regular, not predictable, we see, oh, the body is discontinuous in its presentation. The mind is discontinuous in its presentation. There is less and less that I could grasp there. That's the whole purpose. To see that my grasping is not grasping at something which is already there, but my grasping is grasping at what I put there. So yesterday there was the issue about the imputation. So when you have you're scanning down and you have this, whatever it could be, itchy or burning or scratchy or gorgeous, and it's going, and you name it, and you think, oh, that's lovely, I want to have more of that. You impute this as a sign of something, and that then allows you to interpret what it's a sign of. So this is a self-deluding knowledge which arises. And what we're trying to do is to stay with the freshness which is ungraspable. And so the building up of the delusion of a pseudo-entity doesn't occur. And so all our different practices are going in that direction. Impermanence means nothing is installed, nothing is established, nothing has inherent existence. And yet, we believe that it does. So that's our tendency to build castles in the air, to build houses in the clouds. So if you see the nature of the cloud, you think, well, why would I build a house there? If you see the actual nature of sensation, why would I turn this into something very solid? Any other thoughts or points? Oh, yeah.
May I ask? What about the experience of dissolution of that? Like, if you go through the scan and eventually the experiences, or there is an experience of dissolution of the body. Of course, that's also an experience, and they are light, but I disconnect from the physical density or for the experience of the body. So I needed to put effort to go back to, okay, where is, so the only thing it came back by trying to force the experience of reconnecting with the experience of the physical body was to connect to gravity. So I was feeling only the feet and the legs and the contact to the ground. So is there something wrong about that? I was not following like I did the scan twice and then the mind already, the body dissolved. Bad student, right?
Well, no, not necessarily at all. What you experience, if the body dissolves, you see, there is no substantial basis for the sensation. And if you don't get distracted at that point and you just keep that basic rhythm like a little metronome on a piano, and it's giving you you just keep going and keep going, even though there's nothing there, keep going and keep going, and seemingly random events emerge. Oh, this is the body showing itself. It's not what you think it is. So if I look at you, I see your shape. I think, oh, that's you. I don't feel I have a shape like that. I don't see my back. My back feels like a great open space. My front is going, I'm like a kind of pyramid on its side. I'm pointing out that way, and behind it's whoosh. Yeah? So that gives us a sense of this is the actuality of how it emerges. And then I look at the representation. I look myself in the mirror, or I look at the photograph of myself and say, James, you're just a person like everyone else. You have a front and a back and two sides and a top and a bottom. That's telling myself how I am. It's incorporating my experience into the story, the cultural story. If I relax out of that and think, I just want to see how the body shows itself. And it shows itself as this pulsation, not even pulsation, discontinuous shining. A bit like on a summer's evening, you're sitting and there are little fireflies moving around. And they're always somewhere, but you've no idea where they're going, or watching a butterfly. You can't understand what on earth it's doing. So these little sensations are like that. They announce, but it's beyond conceptualization. There were some questions over there.
Yes, it seems that my experience is flowing with your experience. So when the body is going more in space, dissolving or being more transparent, then it was very amazing that the breath, I discovered it all the week more and more, that the breath is not going. The feeling of there is no breath anymore. And then it was very fine sensation that suddenly I was feeling my tongue and and then was a kind of drop. And it was not a Speichel, but a Speichel. It was not this one, it was like nectar. And then I was asking, what is Padmasambhava and all the deities holding in their hands? So please can you explain?
So maybe they're holding Anna in their hands. So as I heard you, you went from a simple account of the arising and passing of sensation towards an experience which was interesting, and then you start to build something on it. So that shows us exactly what we normally do. You know, when we have the 5 skandhas, the 4th one, compoundedness, we bring it together. So these little moments, yesterday we were talking about the rope and the little fine strands, and you just pull them and they'll break. But once they're twisted into a rope, then they have a kind of tensile strength. So it's the same with, if you take each of these moments and you say, well, it's all me, and this is how my body is, and I have this in my shoulder and this in my knee, then each moment, each little strand is bound into the others, and this is how I am. And then you have something there. This practice is to allow us not to go into this compounding or constructing, not to come to a conclusion, but to stay, and it's quite difficult, to stay just this, just this, just this.
Okay, I can follow. But perhaps it's a question more about the symbols. When I discover some symbols in my body, also like to be a kind of vajra, or to feel Om Ahum, something like this. So I can't explain it with my normal mind. But I see on the picture all this kind of symbols. So maybe I have no knowing about what is showing in the tankas, in the symbols.
Yeah. I mean, this practice is a Theravadan practice, and it's got nothing to do with tantric symbols, nothing at all. So we have to be careful when we practice the different paths. We stay true to the view, the meditation, the activity, and the result of that. So if we're doing this, if there's a sense of a symbol, that's a conceptualization. And that's something coherent has emerged. It's already the product, the outcome, resolved back into the initial, the emergent. It's about being as close to the ungraspable as you can be. And you may well have, some people have all kinds of visions and sensations, and that can be useful, particularly in Tantra. But in this practice, it becomes a bit of an obscuration, because it seems to be something which is there. And from the point of view of this practice, the conclusion, this is there, I have this inside me, is an obscuration.
So what I experienced in this exercise was how sweet and also playful it was to be seen for myself, and it was like as a presentation, and the burning in my shoulder, and I felt it was opening to be seen, the helpful to be seen, and it relaxed, and the burning in my neck and so on, and it remembers me to what is also what I realized as a child and also in my life, actually, how that is a wish in life to be seen as a presentation, as a in this world, but not grasping on it, not make a thing out of it. And so I remember a situation with my mother when I was falling down and it was burning on my knee, and she said, there's nothing. And it was horrible for me, and because there was something, and in the absolute truth, it was nothing. But then only to put the hand on it and to see, oh yeah, is it here? Okay, and then it was gone. And so it was my experience in this exercise, to see and to not make a thing out of it, not to do anything with it, and to be curious what is the next step on this journey.
Yeah, and that's very interesting, because to simply see it is to release it. It's when you see it and then look at what you saw and elaborate. So your mum says, oh, there's nothing wrong with your knee. But it doesn't feel like that because she can't see the sensation. So there was something internal to you, and she didn't tune into your account of your experience. She's just saying, oh, don't make a thing of it. It's nothing. But so we want the middle way, not discounting, but not merging into it, making a big story of it, staying with the kind of neutrality of it's this, and it's this, and it's this. And when you allow it, the flourishing of this, then it goes. Yeah.
I had an experience that was somehow parallel to what Rainer said, but a little bit different. So the scan went orderly, sequentially, but sometimes there was some very disorderly sensation somewhere totally different place, and it was strong and it was impinging. So there could be the tendency to just suppress it and say, no, not there, I'm here. But then I tried another round of scan, or instead of scan, I did a very traditional X-ray, whole body X-ray, so to say. Well, I call it that way. Just see the whole body at the same time, like in a panoramic view, and see this, there is a sensation, here is a sensation, and just see how the pain out of nothing, and then maybe they stay, maybe they vanish. This is one thing. So would that be also an advisable method, to just see the whole body at the same time?
Yeah, if you have a relaxed openness, and then you see the pulsation of the sensation, and you stay with that without concretization, then that would be fine. That would just be another way of doing this.
Okay, and the other thing I observed is that the tendency to name things is very quick. But even if the name comes up, it's not so, to my surprise, it was not so difficult to just let the name go and stay again just the sensation. So it's interesting that the conceptualization is not as fixed and was one tends to assume.
And there are different traditions for doing this. In some traditions, they would say, just stay with a kind of open attention to what is revealed. Don't do anything with it. And in others, they would say, use the labeling which is closest to the nature of the phenomena. So it might be something like burning or stabbing as it announces itself. But things like pain or it's in my shoulder, that is introducing, that's bringing something extraneous into the practice. But if you could try for yourself, not labeling at all, or just this minimal, which gives a sense of how strange. And because part of it is to see that my body is not what I think it is, that it is this movable revelation of all kind of experiences.
When you say we see the sensation, is it a seeing or a sensing?
Is that on? Can people hear it at the back? No, it's a bit quiet.
Put it more to the mouth. So
turn it off.
The question is there a seeing or is there a sensing? For me, it was very helpful to say when it comes to thinking, sensations only want to be sensed. They don't want to be sensed. Think about it. So if you stay with the sensing, was very helpful for me to really get rid of this aiming.
Super. That's useful. Is someone else there behind you?
I got a general question on meditation practices. You taught us quite different practices, and right now my practices are Guru Yoga and Shamatha, and sometimes compassion meditation. And I like this body scan too. Is it a good idea to mix up too many meditation practices, or would you rather recommend to focus on one or two practices, not to mix up too many?
Well, going back to the image I offered you before of a carpenter or a plumber, when they arrive in their little van to your house, they have a toolbox. And if they're a properly trained plumber or carpenter, all the tools will be in the right order, and they know what their function is. So it's the same with these practices. You have to know what their function is. Why am I doing this? We're doing shamatha to allow ourselves to develop a capacity for focused attention. That is a tool. So you're using the method to develop a capacity in the mind, which is like a tool, because now you can take that attention to all sorts of things, including visualizing Padmasambhava and so on, or like scanning down the body. If you have no sustained attention, you'll constantly be distracted by what's arising. You know? So doing the shamatha is useful, doing the Guru Yoga is useful, but when you do them, having a sense of why I do this. For example, maybe you've had a shitty day and you come home, your mind and your feelings are all over the place. You are yourself, you have knowledge of yourself. Which of these methods will be most useful? If you try to sit and impose the shamatha, which is calming and clear, but it might be almost like an attack on yourself. It's a sort of abandoning of your situation, like the abandoning of the sore knee, and it needs attention. Therefore, to do the Guru Yoga and give yourself more space to be with all the turbulence that has been generated by work or family or whatever it would be, and the turbulence can move around. So if the energy of the mind is tight, use a loose practice. And if the energy of your mind is loose, use a tightening practice so that you get more sense of how to return to a balanced middle way.
So it's not a good idea to act like Monday, Guru Yoga, Tuesday, just decide right before the meditation, which kind of meditation I made.
That depends on what factory you were made in. I agree with you. I agree. So, if you have from your family background and so on an idea of being orderly and that you should do things in the proper way, that can be a violence. So, in terms of, if it was a Theravadan practice, you should do it. If you've decided to do it, that's what we're doing. Like if you go on these Goenka torture camps, then insisting again and again and again. I met Goenka in 1970, I think, in Bodh Gaya. And we were in the Burmese Vihara. And in the afternoon, I used to climb over the wall and get my chillum and get out of it, because I just thought this guy's fucking nuts. Some kind of weird fascist. He sits there farting all the time. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Not my cup of tea at all. And it's very important that we find what works for us. The method must not rule. The method is the servant of our attempt to clarify and loosen our disordering. So if you make yourself if you imprison yourself in a commitment to do something, and it's actually acting against you, that's very unhelpful. However, in these more militaristic systems, you push through. Dzogchen is not like that. Namkha Nobu always used to say, do the practice when you feel like it. Now, that might sound crazy, but I'll never feel like it. But he said, even if you don't do the practice for a month, when you sit down and you do it, it feels a little bit fresh. You do it because you want to do it. You give yourself to it. So that's flowing into the practice. But if it feels like a vow or an obligation, or this is what I do on Monday, it's an imposition. And we've already, most of us, have a lot of impositions operating inside us, and we want to get free of that. So it's not about being self-indulgent or delinquent, but it's working with circumstances, and I am a circumstance, or a dynamic flow of circumstances. And that's one of the things that the Vipassana can show us. The emergence of this body, which is the site of my entering into the world, it's the quality of the Nirmanakaya, is illusory. It's like a phantom body. And this shows itself with these pulsations. Therefore, seeing how it is and collaborating with one's own actual situation gives you an intimacy so that you're there with the point of arising of the experience, and then you start to see the integration between emptiness and appearance. But if you impose it, then you have a triangulation. There's me, the practice, and my commitment to do it. So I'm putting it on. I do not think that is very helpful. One of the great things which has occurred in the past in modern education is that there is much more, particularly in primary schools for young children, there's much more focus on learning by doing, by explorations, and kids often they sit at little desks, 4 of them, and they're given projects to do. That wasn't how it was for me. We sat in these old wooden desks in a row, not to make a noise, with a little ink pot and an old nib pen, and don't make a mess, and if you make a mess you have to do it again. And it was all vicious. It was just vicious. And it had nothing to do with how individual children were. So now we have a sense of diversity or neurodiversity, in a sense that different strokes for different folks, which is exactly working the circumstances. So how you are, only you can know. So if you do it from the outside and impose it, everybody has to do a nundro. If you don't do the nundro, you can never do a yidam practice. You can never do this, you can never do that. This is organizational control. This has very little to do with seeing the ground of how you emerge. So I wouldn't be too rough, but just tuning into yourself. You come home from work, give yourself 5 minutes just to be with yourself. How am I? What would be good? What would be good?
Thank you, that helps me.
Good. Yeah. One lady is there behind.
Short to him? No, it's an add-on. Add-on, yes.
Okay, so what's the matter if you took on an obligation? You took on an obligation that you do a certain practice, and it feels like this, that someone is imposing it on you, but you can't give it back because the teacher doesn't take it back. And what can I do?
Well, you're a good Catholic, and divorce is against the will of God, so enjoy your unhappy marriage. Nowadays, one of the great liberators of women is the ease of divorce. I don't know in Germany, but in Britain we have no blame divorces. So it's not because you found your partner fucking a dog or something. You just think, I've had enough, I'm out of here, and then you separate. So it's the same with tantric vows. You took the vow, you can hand it back. You can hand it back. Do you think the Dharma protectors would rather that you, with a sour face and falling shoulders and a lifeless attitude, did the practice every day, or that you handed it back and were fresh? So,
the teacher doesn't want to have it.
I beg your pardon?
But if you can't hand it back.
Why? How come you can't hand it back?
He doesn't want to take it back.
Who doesn't want to take it back?
The teacher gave it.
You don't give it to the teacher. You give it to the teachers. You have the practice. You put a little candle or butter lamp on your altar, and with a clear heart you say, Padmasambhava or Tara, I took on the vows of doing this practice every day. I find myself unable to do it. So not to insult the practice, not to do it in bad faith, I offer it back. And then it's gone. It's gone. The teaching is for you. The teaching is for you. You come first. No text gets enlightened. No Vajra and bell gets enlightened. What gets enlightened is people. And if the Dharma burdens you, do you not have enough burdens? So it's very, very important to be able to do that. In many traditions they would not say this, but this is a Dzogchen tradition. To know when something has worked and then when it doesn't work. And it's very important because it's you. You're checking how it is for you. You're not standard issue. You're not made in a factory. If you were in a monastery, you can see on the YouTube picture of all these people doing church, and you see the drums, and they turn all together, 100 people. Doom, doom, doom. This is zombie land. If you're doing church, it's an emotional practice. You're imagining demons are coming. What the fuck? We're in rhythm. We're in the national ballet. Then you get food in your mouth because the sponsors like that. So this was the beginning of the Gelugpa sect because Tsongkhapa. So, people, the sponsors don't like to give to the Nyingmapa because the Nyingmapa are fucking and drinking and having a good time. We will not do that. We will have very clean clothes and we will sit and we will look very pure. And then the sponsors will give us a lot. It's drama. And if it's drama, it is performative. And the last thing you need is to be performing Dharma. Dharma takes you deep, Dharma takes you vast, but it's not a show for an audience. So, other people have all sorts of expectations and rules. When one of the first things Siya Lama said to me was, I don't believe Dharma protectors. They didn't do anything for Tibet. I don't believe them. And for many, many years he didn't do any Serkim tea offerings or things like that. Then he said, there are so many troubles in the world. Do you really think that these Dharma protectors are watching everything you do and they're going to make trouble for you? I used to, when I went to Calcutta, I used to stay in this Salvation Army hostel because it was quite cheap. And on the wall they had a little embroidery from the British time. And it said, in this house there is an unseen listener on every conversation. This is the Christian Stasi position. Which is, in a sense it's useful. If you think, I get lost, I make mistakes, I need to remember God sees everything I do. It's slightly paranoid. The Dharma protectors, if they are worried about what we do and they're not doing anything in Gaza, then why would you even say their name? This is ludicrous. Ludicrous. Okay, let's have a break. So this body scanning is, if it takes your fancy, it's a very useful practice because it directly undermines grasping at inherent existence. The arising of something, someone, which emerges from the ground, from the field, and seems to be other than the field, this is the beginning of samsara. And then, in our commitment to the existence of things, self and others, we maintain that practice.
Excuse me, please turn off your mobile phones. We always have distortions like this.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, dissolving the seeming inherent existence of self and other it opens the door to seeing inclusivity, that whatever occurs is always within the mirror of the mind, or the woman, the great mother, or the Akanishta Dharma Dhatu. I mean, there are so many names given to it, but it means the integrity, the non-splitting of the ground and what arises from the ground. So when we take appearance to be other than the ground, then all kinds of thought construction arises. Now, we are practicing within the Lotus family. In the mandala system, there are the 5 Buddha families. And the Buddha family that is settled in the western direction is the Lotus family. And the Buddha of this is Amitabha. And Amitabha's name means, in Tibetan, Nangwa Taiye. Taiye means limitless. And Nangwa basically means light. So it's limitless light. But Nangwa also means appearance, because what appears is light. Nangwa also means idea. So the appearance and the idea that you have about the appearance and the disjunction between these two, that is to say, my idea about the appearance is a commentary on the appearance. I am the observer, I'm looking at what's occurring, I say what it is. This separation is to forget the ground that ideas and appearances have only one source, and that their nature is light. Light is a bit like yesterday we were looking at thoughts. The word thought in this context covers sensations, emotions, and all the rest of it. Here, light refers to what is displayed. So in the Padmasambhava practice, when we say all that appears is the pure form of Padmasambhava, or sound is his mantra, it's trying to say, although there is diversity, don't see this as the manifesting of different things. Thingness hides the ground. If you stay present with the emergent, with the arising, because it's self-arising, like the wave, it's self-vanishing. We tend to focus on the beginning and not on the end. If you go in a library on psychotherapy, you will find hundreds of books on assessment and the early stages of therapy, and you find about 5 books on how therapy ends, how to say goodbye to the patient. Because at the beginning it seems to be the important thing. But of course the ending is very important, because now the person is going off. Are they equipped? Is this a good time to end? There are a lot to reflect on there. So when we have an experience arising, it's as if there's nothing and then there's something. But that something is going into nothing. And if we just stay with the impact of this something, before there was nothing, now there's something, and something is other than nothing, there's a stickiness to that something. Because what you've done is you've made a cut, and from the cut comes lifeblood, and blood is quite sticky. So the lifeblood of the mind is flowing as the energy of emergence. But if you tear what has emerged from its own ground, you get a lesion, and then this sticky attachment comes, and then that encourages you to focus on what has occurred. What has occurred is light. But we don't think it's light, we think it's substance. So this imputation, or this belief, or this projection of separate existence, inherent existence, into appearances is very, very wounding. It's not to see the whole never changes. So it's not as if the whole is really wounded or damaged, but it is as if, because we keep tearing and tearing this apart, grasping at it, keeping its separation, This is a kind of violence. So, the arising wave, the vanishing wave. Dawn in the morning, sunset in the evening. And what's important about these two times is, in English originally both were called twilight. And twilight is, twi there means twin light. Means this is the light which is twinned with dark. It's not the bright illumination of the noonday sun. It doesn't show sharp contrast of illumination and shadow. In the dawn light, there is a suffusion of the light. And in the twilight, as the sun goes down, you have a suffusion of this fading light. So it's very helpful sometimes to sit out just through the twilight and watch how the definition of your world, the trees, the cars, the people, starts to fade. And you no longer have the details. And then you see, oh, my identification of the detail was like a little hook, and onto that I could hang my interpretations and so on. And now the hook is vanishing. Now it's just dark. And in the morning, from the dark comes the movement, the soft light, and then gradually the stronger light and more appearance. So, limitless light is the source. This is our founding Buddha, and this light flows out as Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezi. This is the light of compassion. Sambhogakaya, the fact that there is something rather than nothing. That's Chenrezi. If there was only nothing, it would be oblivion, and then there would be no compassion. Everyone would just be in a pit. In the old castles that you can visit, they have a cell, the oubliette, the place where people are put and forgotten about. In Scotland, they were often in the courtyard of the castle, open, and it's shaped like a gourd, like a clay pot. So the walls are round, and then they go up, and you can't climb out because of the shape of the walls. And the rain comes in, the noise comes in, they throw some food down, but you're forgotten. So just darkness would be like that. But compassion arises like the dawn. It spreads out. It goes in all directions. And this is the energy of connectivity that shows whatever arising is inseparable from the ground and is inseparable from the field, and there are no separate entities. So that's what the compassion of Chenrezi says. He's putting an arm around whatever is occurring and saying, welcome friend, sister, welcome, brother, welcome. There is a place for everything in this expanse of the mind. And then from that we have Padmasambhava, who shows these different forms according to circumstances. That is to say, the light in its mode of connectivity has no fixed agenda. It's always working with the circumstances. Padmasambhava was not a dogmatist. There is no creed in Buddhism that you have to learn and repeat correctly to the priest. There is a buffet, a wide range of possibilities, and you need to find how you can work with these possibilities. So this is what Padmasambhava does. He comes into different situations and exposes himself to the feeling tones, the contouring, the topology of different situations. He goes from the hills in the northwest of India, down into the plains, into the forest, then he goes up into Tibet. In each place he has a different formation. this is the patterning of the light. So when the light comes through the crystal, the invisible clear light shows its 5 colors, or colors. From the Western point of view, the Tibetan point of view, it shows these 5 colors, which become the 5 Buddha families, the 5 wisdoms, and so on. So from the invisible light, which goes everywhere, you have these 5 colors, which bring diversity, but no essential difference. So non-homogenized, it's not a reductive stance in which you say, oh, everything is empty. Put everything in the blender, it's all just emptiness. No. Emptiness is the mother, the ground, the source, and it gives rise to these patterns. And we show these patterns in different ways. And what makes it easiest, as we've already looked, easiest to show a pattern is to engage with the pattern, receive and respond. If you receive, then the nature of the context will show you how to unfold. Not that you have to process it, you just receive it and it comes out in that way. So on this Saturday night we'll have some music, the different tunes that arise bring our bodies into different kinds of movement. How is that possible? Music comes into you and your body flows out in that pattern. You're not having to think, oh, how will I dance to this music? If you do that, you won't be able to dance. But you receive the music, you have no opposition to the music, you go with the music, and then your body takes on the formations that arise from that. So that's the quality of Amitabha, which is the family that we are in. Any questions about that? Thank goodness. Oh, I spoke too soon. Yeah.
Sorry. It's really hard to find the wording of the question. So, could one understand the like a kind of progression from the clear light to the twin light to the all-inclusiveness to the context-based as like is all aspects of the same thing, but like every emanation is like a little twist on how one can see the same thing. Is it like that a little bit?
That would be a little reductive to turn it into a response or an interpretation. More, it's like a flowing with that. So it's not separate. It's co-emergent. As you hear the music, your body starts to move. So it's not that we are putting a twist into it. Receive and respond. Receive and respond. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you don't need to know what you're doing. Receive and respond. So there's no need to put any kind of conceptual clarification on it. You trust the process. And when you're dancing, some moves are very joyful or clean or precious, and sometimes you're just clumping around and you're kind of off the beat and you can't find your way into it. And that's the same with our life experience. All is valid because it all arises from the ground. Remember, one ground, two paths. Sometimes we have the clarity that sees the emergence from the ground, and sometimes we don't see that. We have our conceptual structure, and so it's more effortful to create the patterns. I am the doer, the maker, or this is self-arising, complete from the very beginning. And we're jumping from one, maybe not jumping, but we find ourselves in one camp or in the other.
Okay, so that is like this kind of very open availability to what's needed of the Bodhisattva. Like whatever is needed is coming.
Yeah, and it's not coming from the Bodhisattva, because the Bodhisattva is not a person cut from the source. It's always coming from the source. There is only one, the source. And the source is the same for everything. Okay, let's continue with this text. We still have some time to this Friday, then we have Saturday and Sunday morning. But it's important to finish the text, because if we begin a text and we don't bring it to an end, it's sort of hovering in the air, and that's not so useful. So we've reached page 106, and we're at the beginning of the second paragraph. We looked yesterday at the first sentence. Moreover, one can follow after thoughts which are consequent on the arising of the various objects of the senses. So there's an appearance, and you take it to be the appearance of something, an object. I am the subject, I am the experiencer of the object. And this can be applied to any of the pathways of information or arising, manifesting through the six senses. So you go outside, you're walking. What's that smell? Oh, maybe jasmine. Is there any jasmine? You start looking what's growing on the bush. It's not jasmine, but it smells like it. What is that? The mind can go very, very quickly. The smell comes. I don't need to know its name, because a smell is a smell, and I've got the smell. And if I add the name, I won't add anything to the smell. I'll in fact distract myself from the smell. So that's what he's saying here. And if you do grasp at it and try to work out what it is, then he says, then one examines and judges, pursuing each one after the other, so that recollection is strengthened. So you're thinking about these flowers, you're thinking, wow, it smells like jasmine, but it doesn't look like jasmine. So the more you interpret, the more you give yourself the sense that you're thinking about something. And then you have a memory of the patterning of your thought. And this strengthens your recollection. Because you might say, oh, well, when I get home, I look on the computer to see what that flower is. So this is bringing you into the three times. Now I'm home. What happened there? So past to present to future. When I go out again, I want to visit that and really look this time, maybe take some photos. So in that way, you're building up your idea of what it is. And this is not very helpful. So he says, also, when the mind does not rest in itself, rest in itself means it's just relaxed and open. Thoughts go wandering all over the place without reaching a limit. There is no end to thinking. There is no conclusion. It goes on and on. When I was in university in Edinburgh, in the library, I had a floor of old books that they'd taken out of the general shelves, and there were hundreds of thousands of books there. A lot of church sermons, a lot of missionary tracts, a lot of old medical books with the most horrendous pictures of tropical diseases and so on. I used to wander around there in the afternoon looking at all these things. All this stuff. What the fuck is all this knowledge? You know? You have one little life and there's all of them. What is important? What is important? So there's so much information now available. It's so easy to get lost because all of it is interesting. Someone wrote these books for someone. That was their life work. They were off in the forest in the Congo, and they encountered these incredible growths that were coming out of people's faces and so on. Should I be interested? Should I not be interested? All these Christian sermons from 1860, all these young people training to be missionaries to go to India. And then the culture changes and people think, why would you do that? This is a colonial enterprise. This is not a pure disembodied helping. This has got an agenda. So when we encounter all of these constructions, we see that they arise from the specific valuing of certain aspects that gives a shape to a life, just as we have our own particular interests. Some people here will be very into gardening, some people into playing golf, some people into masturbation, some people into reading books. People are interested in all sorts of things. Why not? Each of these has a power to take up a lot of time. Is it valid? Is it meaningful? What is it? Getting lost is easy. That is to say, when you experience yourself as subject, different kinds of objects will have different kinds of valency for you. They'll be positive, neutral, or negative. This is not inherent in the object. This arises due to your formulation, to how you are. Yeah. So he's saying the mind wanders all over the place. There's no limit. There's no limit to knowledge, to commentary on commentary. I remember in school we used to, when we were studying Shakespeare, we had these big 2 volumes of commentaries that were written in the 1920s, and we would read the Shakespeare play, we would read the commentary, then we would read commentaries on the commentary, and then we would have to write an essay. It's like eating vomit. Where's the freshness? The freshness is in Shakespeare. But do you understand the meaning of it? But you go to the play and you're caught up in the play. Wow, that is the play. The commentary is something different. It's like the meditation is the thing. You go into the meditation, you see, and all my blah blah will get washed away. But if you hang on to the blah blah and you don't see, that's not so useful. So there is no end to thinking, because thinking seems to arrive at a conclusion, at a final point. About 20 years ago, there was great excitement because of this American scholar who wrote a book called The End of History. And of course, history hasn't ended. And there have been many of these models which indicate the factors that drive the development of society or culture, the whole Marxist theory about the different stages of evolution, and finally you'll get to a point in which everything will be sorted, there'll be no more problems, people will live in harmony, but you never get there. So this, as soon as you have something, you want more. It said, and this you must recognize as due to obstacles in your view and meditation. So if you're being seduced by the seeming facticity, the importance, the impinging of certain phenomena which are arising, by taking them as signs of some hidden truth, or indicators that you need to have more involvement, he says, be very careful. When this experience is not true in itself, it is generated because you have gone under the power of duality, which is an error in terms of understanding the view and the practice. So you have to go back and clarify the view. The view is the most important thing in Dzogchen, because it allows you to see the howness of your life. If you don't have that view, you have the whatness of your life, the seeming givenness, the obvious difference between me and the world. I'm here, I'm in me, and you're out there. That's what's obvious. Duality is true. So unless you have the view and you enter into the ground through the practice, you won't be able to see the co-emergence of self and other, of subject and object. If one's practice develops in these ways, means in these erroneous ways, then do not obscure things with erroneous understanding. So you're starting to make a bit of progress. You're starting to see how there is self-arising. You're sitting and you have thoughts come. You're not the thinker of the thought. The thought just appears like a shooting star. Oh. Stay with that. Do not obscure things with erroneous understanding. Erroneous understanding is to impute both an inherent existence and a defined range of noble qualities. Because our ego grasps at the qualities of things. The qualities give you a handle through which you can apprehend something. Because with this quality, I like it or I don't like it. So he says, avoid conceptual artifice and maintain automatic spontaneity. Means don't try hard, don't do anything. The ground doesn't need you. You are irrelevant. You are not the source, you are not the master, you're not the kingpin. You are not special. Don't start with yourself. Yourself is a delusion. Do the 3R practice, relax into the openness. And there you find the automatic spontaneity. That is to say, thoughts arise, sensations arise, appearances arise. They arise spontaneously. So the text says they're self-arising and self-vanishing. The spontaneity is not like you having a dance. It's not the intuitive spontaneity of your self-disclosure. It's not that. It's the ground is spontaneous in its ceaseless offering of arisings, all of which are like reflections in the mirror. So he's saying, stay with that, because it's self-liberating. It goes, it's there, and it's gone. If you have conceptual artifice or artificiality, art, the creation, the doing of something, then you're trying to catch the uncatchable, and you're deluding yourself by believing in existence in the non-existent. For whatever movements and recollections arise, remain on your understanding and clarity. So this means remain settled in the openness. Say, for example, you do the 3-hour practice. It's a bit warm and it's quite humid today, so you feel a bit dull. That's valid. The dullness is manifesting. If you start from the dullness, I feel dull, I'm not sure how my meditation will go, then you begin inside that flavoring. So it's like putting Vaseline on the lens of a camera. It creates this hazy view. How do you clean the lens? 3 hours, relax and release, relax and release. Yes, it's hot and humid. Yes, we're a bit tired. Yes, we've had so many words and concepts already in this week. And it's fresh. And it's fresh. So stay with the freshness, and then whatever arises will be fresh for you. But if you do the cumulative positioning, but we've already talked about, we've already looked at that, this is a repetition. You come to a conclusion, you step back into yourself as the judge, and you're out of the practice. Stay not merging with what arises, not apart from what arises, but fresh and open and uninterfering in the emergence. I don't need anything. So this, as we've looked before, this is the quality of the Dharmakaya. This is what we aim for. We will get lost. We will get confused. That's not the point. The point is to return again and again and see I introduce an opacity, an impenetrability, a veiling of the experience due to relying on my thoughts to make sense of what is occurring. As soon as we see that, relax in the out-breath, or do pet, or get up and stretch, or have a cold shower, depending on where you are. But don't stay in a foggy state. There's no benefit. Don't struggle with the fogginess. It'll just get more difficult for you. But don't step out of it by rejecting it as if it's something bad. It's not. It's not bad in itself. It's just an impediment to clarity. That if I'm here and I'm looking at you and some veil comes down, if it's very thick like the paper, I can't see through the paper at all. If it had some gaps in it, like a screen, then I can see little bits of you, but there's a diminishing of the clarity of the positioning. That is to say, I'm having a mediated experience. There's all of this, and there's me, and this is between. So when it's talking about spontaneity and no artifice, it's meaning unmediated. Now, most of our experience is mediated through conceptualization. What we want is this direct. It's just this, just this. But what is it? That question is in love with obscuration. That question looks as if it's seeking clarity, but if you follow the question, you will find yourself isolated in a world of things. So he's saying, do not enter into evaluation. Do not enter into evaluation. Because in order to evaluate, you have to compare and contrast. In order to compare apples and pears, you have to have an apple, you have to have a pear. So you've already taken these phenomena out of the field, solidified them, reified them, covered them in your concepts, and then on that basis you can compare and contrast. But in the immediacy of the experience, you can't compare and contrast. So, if you're using comparing and contrasting as a means of making sense, we have to recall, this was valid at school. You had to write essays, compare this author's treatment of, a death in the family with this other. So you read two novels and you see how the different authors approach that. So you can compare and contrast these things. This is not that. Stay with the freshness. It's just this. You're always comparing and contrasting corpses. Life cannot be compared. Life is just life. It's this ungraspable revelation. Things are dead. Life is life. Presence is lively. Awareness is lively. The stream of phenomena is lively. So he says, neither taking nor rejecting, adopting or discarding. Don't do anything with what is occurring. So this is all a profound insult to everything you've ever learned. This is saying all that you know is useless. Now this could sound like Pol Pot. Remember when he took control in Cambodia the first thing is they rounded up the doctors, the teachers, anyone who was connected with modernity, and they killed them because they saw this as a contamination. This is spoiling our culture. This is the introduction of Western ideas. And of course this was just on the back of the Vietnam War and the whole colonial thing there. So it's almost like a back to basics. And in order to do that, we have to annihilate those who are infected with this virus of modernity. We don't have to go to that extreme because these delusions are not real. They are like a mirage, which you don't recognize as a mirage. You see that there is water on the road, but you keep your eyes open and you see there is no water on the road. The dissolving of an illusion involves no killing. You're not destroying anything because all illusions vanish. If you go out at night and you see your shadow has no life in it. So if you walk under the light and your shadow then becomes invisible, you haven't carried out a murder. I have to phone the police. I'm confessing to a terrible murder. I just killed my shadow. They will take you not to the police station, but to the psychiatric hospital. So, then he says, and do not go following after anything that occurs. So, why would we follow after these things? We have all of this instruction. But remember, the ego is structurally empty. The ego has no inherent existence, but it's pretending to have inherent existence. And therefore it's always hungry. It's always appropriating things from the environment to construct its sense of self. It suffers a lack. And that lack pulls in. Like the old saying, nature abhors a vacuum. So the emptiness of the ego self is demanding to have some ingredient, some self-substance. We don't need anything. The Dharmakaya doesn't need anything, but the ego needs a lot. So when you get hungry and when you're scrabbling around for ideas, this is a sign. You've shifted, you've slipped into your dualistic structure, and at that point, relax in the out-breath. If that's not enough, do the 3R. If that's not enough, do PET. If that's not enough, you put your hands together and you pray to Padmasambhava with tears in your eyes. Please help me, free me from this demon which is stealing my life. It's like an addiction. People can be addicted to food, to tobacco, to money, to sex. But the worst addiction is to thought. I need something to happen. We see this with children. I'm bored. Because they want something to happen. There is always something happening. So you say, look out the window. We're passing through this wonderful countryside. Slump in the back of the car. I don't want to look. Can I not look at my computer now? So this is where you see that not only do I have a lack, but due to my karmic disposition, my lack is refined into my obsessional need for something and not for others. There's a specificity to my hunger. So he says, do not block movement. It's whatever comes, let it come and go. And do not inhibit cessation. Don't hang on to it. So don't block on the point of arising, and don't block on the point of going. Easy come, easy go. Easy come, easy go. Why? Because nothing is better than something. If you have nothing, you will always have nothing. If you get something, you will always be losing something, and you'll need another something, and another something, and another something. And you're busy, 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 like a little mouse on a wheel. The essential point of view is to remain exactly on the awareness of the true nature of the one who gives rise to thoughts. So, thoughts are arising in the mind. We want to stay exactly on that point, the site of the arising. Not yourself. That's not the site of the arising. That's the interpretation of what's arising. Well, do the 3 hours sitting. Thought emerges. Stay with that. And if you stay with it, you see directly, this thought has no self-substance. This sensation has no self-substance. This memory, they are patterns of illusion. So, the one who gives rise to thought is the empty ground. To see the true nature of the one who gives rise to thought, you have to see the emptiness or the non-validity, the non-accuracy of my belief that I am the thinker, I am the doer. Because as long as we're pulling everything which occurs back to me, I am the central point, you won't actually see the point of the arising of the thoughts. So, I am talking just now. Who's talking me? You're talking me. Because you're here, I'm talking. So, you pull the words out of me. Or your presence gives rise to the words emerging from me. It's a dependent arising. Because of how you are, I am. So it's not that the thoughts are a true expression of me and who I am. It's not that these are my thoughts, but this is what emerges in this situation. And strangely, you are my experience. And I am my experience. This is the field of experience, and this is true for each of us. You are aware of your body, your posture, your breathing. This is revealed to you through your awareness. I am revealed. You are revealed. You are the revelation as my experience. I am the revelation as my experience. We are equal in the illusory revelation of the open, empty mind. If you stay present with this, it dissolves the dualistic separation of self and other. So, maybe talk with your neighbor, see if this makes sense, and see if you have any questions about it. Is there anything, excuse me, is there anything you want to raise about that? No. Marvelous. So what he's saying is always start with the source. If you start with ideas, no matter how interesting they are, they will take you on a conceptual path. For example, some people believe we have a soul, some people don't believe we have a soul. Inside certain structures, like certain aspects of the Christian church, they would assert you have a soul, you have an immortal soul, your soul is created by God, it's what you can, when you die, this is what can go from you to be with God. Some conceptions of the soul is that is like a catalyst. it promotes the functioning of your life, particularly the ethical aspects of your life, but it itself is not diminished by the engagement, by the experiment. It remains apart. It simply facilitates. Other people say that your soul can be marked, and so as you do good things and bad things, your soul, it becomes like a scorecard, and it carries virtue and vice, and then when you die, you go and see, and there is St. Peter, and he weighs you up, and see you come in, you don't come in. The problem is if you don't come in, your soul is a bit of God. So is God missing out when you've been bad? Are you denying God part of himself? And the more you do bad things, maybe he starts to fade. He loses a finger. Then he loses his nose, fading away.
That's why he's not there anymore.
If in theatre in England, if you see Peter Pan, the story of this magical boy who finds the lost boys who are under the power of the pirate Captain Hook, there's a little fairy called Tinkerbell, and she is on the stage, this pretty girl with wings, and she's starting to fade away. She said, "Do you believe in fairies?" Children, yes. "Do you believe in fairies?" "Yes." "I can't hear you. I'm fading." "Yes, we believe in you." Next time. So it's like that. You believe in God. Now his finger's growing back. Oh, he's got a nose again. Everyone can come to heaven. There are so many stories, so many theories and ideas of the composition of our existence. For Buddhists, the notion of a self is not established. In the Hindu Advaita Vedanta from Shankaracharya, there is no soul. In Ramanuja's modified Advaita, there is a part of a soul. And so the Atman can be liberated in a personal way into Brahman. So there's so many ideas. This is the play of thought. We can imagine so many things. We imagine capitalism, we imagine death camps, we imagine communism, we imagine free nurseries for small children. We can imagine good things and bad things. The soul is one of them. Some people say you have the spirit, which is the child of Apollo, and the soul, that's the... the soul is much more connected with Dionysus. That would be a kind of Hillman-style Jungian reading. So many ideas. What is different here is saying, don't start with your belief. Your belief gives you a map, and if you look through the map, it will obscure the nature of the territory. Relax, let go of all your thoughts, your knowledge, your experience, your memories. Just be open and see how it is. So it's a very naked approach, and that's what he was recommending there. So then, he says, you need to recognize, that means to see, you need to recognize what is known as the practice or implementation of the play of actuality, which means understanding the view just stated. So, if you understand this view of emptiness within which everything is forever unborn, yet showing like a reflection in the mirror, this is the play of actuality. The actual is that which is uncontrived, without artifice, uncreated, and so it shows endless forms. It's just moving like this, like that, like the mirror. The mirror on your car showing myriad patterns. None of these patterns establishes the truth of anything except the emptiness of the mirror. The patterns of the reflection show you the mirror is empty, otherwise they couldn't arise. What they show in terms of, oh, that's a dog, that's a house, that's a car, that's an interpretation. So the play of actuality is, however it arises, it is unborn, illusory, not something to be relied on, but you can enjoy it. It's just like, in another tradition, you might say it's the breath of God. I'm certainly not saying that this Buddhist language, particularly in this kind of text, is sweet. It's a little bit abstract, a little bit intellectual. It's quite technical. It doesn't really speak to the heart. You have to struggle to understand it. If you were to read Rumi, you would get much more feeling, but you get less clarity. So you get the feeling tone. What was it all about? Here you understand, oh, it's like this, but really. In English they say you pay your money, you make your choice. So I hope, I will keep saying this, I hope some of you will start to write poetry which expresses the truth of it, music which expresses the truth of it, novels, short stories, paintings. It's only through the expression that you can find ways to bring the expression as inseparable from the ground. Nobody knows how to do it, but if you don't impede yourself, it will flow from you. At that time, if the root of movement has not been cut, so that thoughts are experienced as abiding, and one protects one's own familiar story, then many thoughts arise as the objects of consciousness that is without understanding. This probably is exactly our story. That when he says to cut the root of movement, it's not that my mind is moving. There is movement. Like he says, self-arising, self-vanishing. Thoughts arise. Who is producing these thoughts? No one. This is, as he said before, the play of actuality, or you could say the potential of the mirror, or the way in which rainbows and clouds arise in the sky. So, if you keep looking for a specific cause or basis, some graspable origin of the movement, so that you can know what it is and evaluate it, then this will just entangle you in confusion. So cut the root of this. It doesn't mean you have to throw away your experience or modify it in any way. You simply stay present with what is arising and don't add reifying conceptualization to it. But because if movement is seen as an extension of yourself, I made this, I said this, I like this, these thoughts will be experienced as abiding. Oh yes, I really like chocolate. I prefer Belgian chocolate to Swiss chocolate, and da-da-da. I remember the first time I tasted Belgian. There's always stories you can say when you start with something. This something is the kernel of the building up the story. You can say, I really like Belgian chocolate, and as you say it, it dissolves. It's just a thought. You're expressing it in the moment. Next day you might say, oh, I like Swiss chocolate. But in this moment, I like Belgian chocolate, therefore I don't like Swiss chocolate so much. I'm defining my position, and then on the basis of that, which is no basis at all, except a delusion, you're constructing an image of how you are and what you do. So he's saying, if you take your thoughts as enduring qualities of yourself, as telling you the truth about yourself, one protects one's own familiar story. So we all have stories. We introduce ourselves in different ways to different people, but there's some basic themes in our stories which confirm to us that we are who we say we are. So he's saying, well, this is a delusion because you are present, but you don't exist. You're present, as simply a radiant openness which is reflecting and showing the diversity of the patterning of the moment. But if you stay with your own familiar story, then many thoughts arise as the objects of consciousness. That is to say, you can process what is occurring, you're building up images, you're accepting some possibilities, you're rejecting others. And he says, the objects of consciousness that is without understanding. But consciousness has no understanding. That is to say, it's a pattern builder, but it will not illuminate the illusory nature of the patterns. It sees the ingredients of the patterning as solid and real and separate, when in fact they are all equally the radiance of the ground. This is quite difficult, but we return to it again and again. We all have different kinds of people that we know, maybe some close friends, some more distant friends. We talk to them in different ways. They say, how are you doing? And you start to tell them a story. And the story is likely to be a variation on the familiar themes of your story. You're talking yourself into existence. You're offering to them a pattern that they can recognize as the pattern of you. Whereas in fact every speech act is arising out of emptiness. It's fresh in the moment, but the other person hearing it, oh, I'm so sorry to hear you've been sick. I'm not sick anymore. No, but you were sick. You were just telling me. That's really... So the sympathy consolidates the story. So rather it be, I'm telling you about a moment that arose and passed, or even a moment which is here, my shoulder is dislocated, it's incredibly painful. Oh, that's so terrible. Is it terrible? Maybe you got 4 weeks off work. That might be marvelous, especially summertime. That's our interpretation that it's terrible. We have to see, how is that for you? It might be quite surprising. So, both the person telling us is establishing their own familiar story, and our response to it is likely to arise from our habitual story. So learning to listen with an open presence and learning to speak with an open presence cuts the root of that delusive sense of self. Consciousness cannot understand the ground. No matter how much you feed your consciousness, how many Dharma books you read, you go to Mount Kailash, you go to see the Karmapa, no matter what the things you do as you doing it, that will not bring you to the clarity of the mind. Only releasing yourself from stories about your mind will give enough space for the mind to show itself. And when you're wrapped in your familiar story, he says, one's immediate knowledge sinks. That is to say, moment by moment, experiences arising. It's not exactly knowledge, it's more like revelation. Moment by moment, there's occurrence. This has some kind of impact, it's revealed, and so there is you're in an interplay with your life force. You expand, you contract, and so on. But when you go under the power of the story, the freshness of that interplay, the dynamism of the absence of inherent existence sinks. It goes down because it has a gravity the gravitas of the object is the delusion of the mind. There is no essence in the object or in the subject, but our belief makes it sink. Sink means it takes on a separated position. It sinks out of the fresh moment and becomes something you can think about, talk about, develop. And one experiences the obstacle of stupid calmness. A kind of bovine quality. You're like a cow in the field, just chomping the grass and looking around. Oh, very nice. You're calm because you're not registering the freshness of your life. You've gone dull because you've sealed yourself off from the impact of the field. So it's stupid in as much as it cannot release itself. You might stay in that state for a while, but you can't escape. It's a bit like yesterday I mentioned in the traditional cosmology the idea of the 6 realms. And the top of the 6 realms is the God realm, and you have the form gods, the sensual gods, and then the upper stages of the God realm, you go into the states of pure consciousness, and in the highest states there, you can stay for thousands and thousands of years, and nothing's happening. You're not troubled, you're at ease, you're just sitting. But when the causal force behind that, or the karma behind that, is exhausted, because it's being held in place by the energy of your previous actions, it's not self-existing. So it looks like home, it looks like you've arrived somewhere, but it's vanishing because it's not yours. It's just a temporary structure that's lasted a long time. So this stupid calmness is very, very important. And if you read many of these early stories of the great yogis in India, their teachers are always attacking their complacency, their calmness, their assurance, their sense of certainty. They're always saying, I don't believe you, you're full of shit. They say it in various ways because they want to disrupt us. They say, yeah, life is very short and you don't even know you're alive. You're asleep in your life. This is a tragedy. You've tasted a little bit of Dharma and now you've gone to sleep. It's crazy. Life is easy. I remember that in the summertime when I used to stay in Sarnath in the Birla Dharmasala. You get a room with a hardwood bed. There's a fan. There's a little veranda outside. In the afternoon, the doves are calling. Woo, 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 woo. It's hot and sleepy. Sit there meditating. Nice, peaceful, going nowhere. But life is moving. And if the only way to stay fresh with life is to be there. When in India, when the train comes into the station, you have to be ready with all your positions to leap onto the train. Because if you delay even 10 seconds, there's no space. So it's like that, seizing the moment. And each moment is like that. Because each moment is saying, where are you? Are you here? But you're in dream time. So you're not in actual vital time. So then he says, keep your mind sharp and clear. So we keep it by doing the pet, opening our gaze, expanding our perception, open your gaze, bring it in focus, widen it, do a song, do a dance, Om Machit Mala, Soul One, that I pray to you, help me, you do anything to disrupt this stupid calm so that you can become present. Practice in short sessions. Don't push it. Don't make it effortful striving, and allow the mind to move. So don't control the mind, but don't make it artificial. It is very important to recognize movement and stability. The stability is the emptiness of the mind. The movement is the revelation of the mind, or the clarity of the mind, or the display of the mind. The movement of the mind moves in the mind because the mind is unborn. It's not inside your body. It's not outside your body. It has no fixed content. So again and again, if this is not clear for you, go back to the 5 questions. Keep looking and keep looking. It is your mind. Why should you not have a direct awakening of your own mind as it is? If you tell yourself how your mind is, if you read books about your mind and you try to project them, they will obscure your actuality. So look, question, inquire. Is my mind here? Does my mind rest anywhere? Keep looking and looking. Sometimes then you feel really stupid. You think, fuck it, I keep looking. I can't find anything. As if there is something to look. And then if you're a normal kind of person, it takes you years and years to realize I'm looking for something that's not there. And then you start to get free. But it has to be a direct experience. If somebody told you that, it wouldn't do the business. You have to get to the point where you're so pissed off with it. Like they say in the 12-step model, you have to hit rock bottom before you can start to make any progress. You have to go to the first step. I am lost. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. I have to rely on a higher power. I can't rely on myself. This is not what we are concerned with. But the link point is, as long as I'm relying on my own interpretive thoughts, I won't be able to become free, because my interpretive thoughts will take me over the same territory again and again and again. So you need some interruption of that. Any thoughts or questions? Microphone? Yeah. Yes, to go back.
Thank you, James. My question is regarding the difference between pure consciousness or the nyam of no thoughts with awareness. So how can we recognize the difference, practically speaking?
No thought is like a little holiday. Pleasant as holidays are, most of us don't have enough money to be on holiday all the time. You have to go back to work. And so whatever's revealed in that nyam or that meditation experience of no thought, it's unplugged. Like the chain falling off the bicycle. There's no traction, there's no movement. But when you come out of that, then you have to deal with what's going on. So you have the flavor of it. Always take the nyam as a taste of something, but it's not something to build on. It's not a possession. It's not a revelation of the truth of yourself. It's just the view from here. So imagine you're out in the hills and you're walking. Every step you take, you get a different vista. So you see this, you see that, and then you sit. You take off your heavy rucksack. So tired. That's like the nyam of no thought. Oh Christ, it's getting late. I have to get over the hill. And then you have to go on. So the nyam is like a cul-de-sac. So it tells you that you're on the journey, that different kinds of experience are arising, but it's not a site of insight.
If we look, for example, at the state of no thought, and we look at it, the essence is still knowing element, like awareness. Like,
that's right.
So the essence still of the nyams is the same as awareness, but
yes.
with no movement.
If you can avoid being seduced into the nyam, that's why it's like a cul-de-sac, or like when Odysseus is on his journey back to Ithaca, and they come to the land of the lotus eaters. These nyams can be like that. You can get lost in them. You can spend a long time pursuing them. So they generally they don't have insight because they're seductive. So it's fine to see, if you can really see the unborn nature of the nyam, then that's great, because then it's just an experience which is arising and going. But very often we fall into them. So to have the clarity is really good. Yeah.
Can you hear me? So you mentioned the idea is not to try to get to these higher realms, because it's just a very calm abiding, and we go back to where we were before. So what is for you then the longer vision of a Dzogchen practitioner? How do we continue after this life? That it's basically like a more enlightened version of ourselves coming back, and in a way continuing.
Well, if we go back to Amitabha, limitless light. Light there meaning like just the flow of experience. So the more you have unborn openness and the unblocked flow of experience, within that flow of experience, forms arise in the aspect of the Nirmanakaya. Forms arise as a more inner experience on the level of the Sambhogakaya, and nothing is arising on the level of the Dharmakaya. And these three are inseparable. And that's, according to the text, liberation. So it's not that you have a more enlightened form of yourself, because yourself is never going to get enlightened. We have to say this very clearly. Nobody here will ever get enlightened, because the self doesn't get enlightened. The self is the obstacle to enlightenment.
Yes, it reveals itself. The ground reveals itself to us, so we recognize ourselves as the ground, right? And then we continue from that point of view.
Well, you don't continue.
No,
that's
not
it.
me, but
there is this ongoing movement. So you are the ground, or you are the openness, and you are the arising like little shoots, little possibilities. So as these shoots arise, one develops a long stem and blossoms as a flower. The Nirmanakaya is the flowering of the potential of the open empty ground. So you're you get some of these plants, and they look like big cacti with sharpy points on them. I don't know what they're called. And every now and then they grow this very, very long stem, and then all these flowers come out, maybe once every 12 years or something. So it's kind of like that. Mainly what we have as practitioners is to try to find the ground. That's our starting point. We don't find the ground, we're lost. So we keep looking and looking there, and the more we look there, the more we see that the building blocks of my inner world are actually transient, evanescent, ungraspable. So there's a Sambhogakaya level, just potential. And then, due to causes and conditions, we manifest as this kind of flower, or that kind of flower.
So Nirmanakaya continues as usual, but we are resting.
No, it doesn't continue. It blossoms in an instant. You are a million flowers, and you have no gardener. If you have a gardener, you won't have free flowering. You'll have somebody coming pruning you to make you fit in and be normal. But if you stay with the luxurious quality of the free manifestation of the potential, you flower in all sorts of ways. If your parents are still alive or you have old relatives, when you go to see them, you flower towards an old person. If you have children or your friends have children, you go to play with them, you get down on the carpet and you roll around with them. You flower for an infant. Then you flower at work. You are endless blossoms as long as the stem is in the ground and the ground's empty. So he's saying cut the root, but if you keep putting the root in emptiness, the root's not a problem. Yeah, it's when the root goes into some kind of, here I stand, this is me. Like Martin Luther, I can do nothing other. Ich kann nicht mehr. That monster created the death of so many people out of his stupid arrogance.
So we remain grounded in
nothing.
Rooted in the ground.
You're rooted in nothing.
And the forms will then continue, or we continue flowering as it always.
You're talking just now. Who's talking? Where are your words coming from?
Well, I'm not thinking, so I think it's coming spontaneously.
Yeah, it's coming into this field. Yeah, being here, being with us, you find yourself speaking. So I find myself speaking is already some kind of little covering on it, but the words just come out. And the more we see, connectivity gives rise to manifestation. Rather than I am speaking, you start to trust. If I open to the field will speak through me. And the field has no fixity.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okie dokie, lunchtime. Bravo.
Thank you very much. Is it a good time, James, or maybe?
I can do this, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so interesting to read the Dhammapada and then go through these progressions, because we can see that what might seem quite restricted is so beautiful. You know, these early teachings of the Buddha, they're not really at all in contradiction with this. All the themes of the Dzogchen you'll find in the early teachings. So people say, oh, I'm a Dzogchenpa, or I follow Mahamudra. We've opened our hearts to the Dharma.
Yeah.
And that these different flavors of Dharma will nourish us in so many different ways.
Well, this mind loves Theravada, like the Dharma that is coming from the Shravakat. It's really beautiful. And at a certain stage in the meditation that we practice, there is anapanasati, and then you let go of that and you stay in the field. So
exactly.
And when I listen to the Shravakas, it's but this is Dzogchen as well. It's just they express it in another way. It's beautiful. All is beautiful.
Exactly. I mean, they would say, you know, the Buddha taught 84,000 dharmas, and he taught nothing. Both are true. And he taught more in the silence than in the talking. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Jim, for everything. Okay, at ease with how it is, what more do I need? No, thank you so much. Love to get
Welcome.
Yeah, shukran in Arabic. That's my mother language.
Yeah. Shukriya, shukran.
Shukran. Merci. Merci. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So we often refer to non-duality. Non-duality means not two and not one. It's not all merged into one, but neither are there two separate things. In Tibetan, it's just ni, me. Ni is two, me is without. In Sanskrit, they have two different terms. One is Advaita, which means the non-duality of subject and object, the co-emergence of subject and object within the sphere of openness. And the other is Advaya, which means the non-duality of what appears and its own ground. So that would be like appearance and emptiness. In the Sanskrit tradition, particularly Hindu direction, it means the notion of the individual self, the Atman, is not fundamentally different from Brahman, the unchanging, infinite presence of the deity or openness. So it's maybe useful to have a sense that the polarities of good, bad, right, wrong that we've looked at, they arise together. They need each other, otherwise they have no meaning. But all these formulations, every pattern that arises is non-dual with the ground. Okay. So we go back to the text. So page 106 and the bottom paragraph. It says, moreover, if one follows after movements, be they subtle or gross, then there is the obstacle of the mind becoming excited, so control attention. So in terms of non-duality, he said, when one follows after the movements, that is to say, when your felt sense of subjectivity becomes interested or needy of something, and it goes after what is going on, like what's happening, and sometimes that's intensified in the sense of what's happening to me or what's happening for me. There, I, the subject, and the occurrence seem to be two different things. And so the gap between the subject and object leads to that movement to find the object. So I referred to that the other day as the three wheels, subject, object, and the connection between them. And when we see the non-duality of subject and object, the connective movement is not required because they're already connected but not merged. So he's saying we should control attention. So you're sitting in the openness, a thought arises, it catches your attention. Whose attention? The capacity for attention. As the capacity of attention moves towards the object, it takes on more the flavor of the subject. So if I'm sitting here and I lean forward, oh, I'm still here. But if I get up, then I'm immediately leaving this place and going to that place. So it's not that you have to hold yourself very tightly. When awareness is permeated with these long-term traces of identification, subjectivity, of course there's some reaction to the things that come and go, but if you have them as a kind of pulsation, you don't lose your place with the openness. It's when you move towards the object that the separation of the subject from its own ground seems to manifest, and then you're rolling with the other. Does that make sense? So don't hold yourself too tight as if whatever is arising is the enemy, but don't get so loose that you just chase after whatever is happening. You stay with a flexible grounding. If you don't respond to something, like you hear a bird singing, oh, you don't have to vanish into the sound, but it has an impact on you and it kind of touches you, and there is a formation in that moment, and you're here. You would have no experience if there was no reception and response, but receiving and responding kind of in harmony or in balance, that's what he's meaning by controlling attention. Because if the attention just shoots away and you run after it like a dog let go from the leash, it's running after the ball, and it goes here, there and everywhere, and then afterwards, oh, where am I? And you have to come back. And each time you do that, you settle yourself again, but it's me coming back to where I should be in the openness. But that openness is never going to be easily open, because it's something that you've installed by the intention, I need to go back to that. So that was, I gave the example that Kalu Rinpoche used to give of the monk who was in the long shamatha retreat, and when they broke into the retreat room he was in, they found the rat had eaten the back of his head. That's not responding to sensation, that's a kind of, I can overcome anything. It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Is it a real story?
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, truly. But you can imagine the kind of steely determination. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Whatever sensations or feelings happen, if I hear sounds, or I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to respond. And so there is a kind of mad internal editing of what's going on. You say, again, not too tight, not like that. On the other hand, not too loose. What is that middle way? The balance is always dynamic. It's not a fixed point. But it's a line that goes through you. It's like if you were in a dance studio and you have a sense of you can reach out as long as you're a friend of gravity. If you go over your limit, you're going to fall down. So all the time that the dancers are moving, whether they're doing small steps or jeté, whatever, always you have to know where is the line of gravity, because that's the marker of your freedom to move. If you disregard it, you get accidents. So it's not about desensitization, but it's also not about hypersensitivity. You want to have a normal kind of response to things. And then he says, as before, develop the clarity of abiding without inhibiting the understanding of stillness and movement. So abiding, you're resting in this openness. You have the clarity of it because I don't move, but there is a lot of movement. The movement is not the movement of myself, and the more I relax into the openness, the movement which takes on the formation of my individual self resolves, and there's just openness. When there is just openness, the clarity of the abiding is movement is moving in the mind. So we see the mirror doesn't move, but the reflections are moving in the mirror. There is plenty of movement in the mirror, but the mirror itself doesn't move. So again, that's a kind of non-dual thing. Part of what is moving are ideas that I am moving. But of course these are only ideas, because the self is an idea. So that movement can come and go as long as there is the awareness of space. So, I think on Saturday night we're going to have some dancing. So quite a lot of people, and if most people are there, you want to be free to move, but you don't want to bump into other people. So you have the sense of yourself and you're enjoying the movement of yourself, but you also have to have an attention to the field as other people are moving. The space of the field and your freedom to move are not oppositional. If you just have the sensitivity anyway, I can only move in space. I can't move in a box. So I need space to move. What is the space I'm moving in? It's here, and I share the space with these other people. So this term we use again and again, working with circumstances. There are many bodies moving. People dance in different ways. They have different gestures. And I'm here moving in space. I don't want to bang into people. I don't want them to bang into me. So the movement is movement in space. So fundamental is my sense of space. I'm aware of this arising form, which we call my shape. I'm aware of the arising forms we call your shape. And these two are registering inside awareness, which is relaxed and open. So the inseparability of awareness and space allows the optimal movement of what we might ordinarily call the subject and the object. Does that make sense? You don't have to control yourself or monitor yourself. And if people drink a lot or they get carried away, then there's a kind of crudeness that arises because they're dancing themselves and they're kind of gone into themselves and they lose the sense of the space around them. So it might be exciting for them, but other people get a bit wary. God, what's going to happen now? So the more you get the expansion from one part, you get wariness from the other. the great dancer of our time, Donald Trump, makes everybody want to get off the dance floor. Go for it, Donald, yes! Dance yourself to death.
Dance for Donald.
The essential point of the view is the direct experience of the true nature of this clarity. What is the true nature? Clarity simply means to see the ungraspability of what arises. No formation that arises has a truth to it. Arises due to causes and conditions. We're not analyzing the causes and condition in our kind of practice, but there's always factors moving the patterning in the field. The true nature of the clarity of being able to see the precise manifesting of each aspect is, each of these aspects is inseparable from the open ground. So he's already said this 5 or 6 times. All of these instructions you could put on a little postcard, because there's repeated from this side and that side and that side, because we each experience it in a slightly different way. So he's trying to reveal this. Clarity is the transparency or the translucency of what arises within emptiness, as emptiness, for emptiness. It's unborn. So you're dancing without you dancing. You're dancing with the space. And if we have the sense of the space, there is the clarity that nothing gets established and held on to, but you're in a kind of non-dual dialogue with the space, if such a thing was possible in grammar. It gets blocked when you bang into something else. Oh, what has happened to me? So as long as each gesture is arising from the space, in the space, as the space, and then resolves itself in the space, as the space, from the space, so you have the self-arising and self-releasing. And that's the true nature of the clarity. If the faults of sinking and excitation occur, they can be cleared by praying while meditating, respectively, on the red or white form of Padmasambhava. Sinking means to sink like a tired swimmer. So you start the practice with some intention to be there, but especially if you're sitting for a longer period of time, you start to collapse, that because there is still an aspect of artificiality in the opening, it starts to close, and you go down into fusing with experience. Excitation is called godpa, which is linked to a vulture. When the vulture lands on the earth with a corpse, and he does, a mass of vultures, they do this funny hopping dance. Some of you may have seen it. They dance towards it to check, are you really dead? Then they'll jump back, then they'll jump forward. So the godpa is this kind of excitation. So when the mind thinks there is something to get, it's over-focused on the object, and sinking is when it's losing the situation. One is too isolating and the other is too merging. He says you can deal with this by praying respectively to the red or white form of Padmasambhava. Red means energy, just like you have this red forms of Vajra Dakini, Red indicates fire and the rising quarter. So you're imagining Padmasambhava in front of you. He's red in color. He's smiling, has a seeming of an intense energy, and you can pray the 7-line prayer. Or if the mind is excited, you see Padmasambhava white in color, very peaceful face, and again you can pray with a 7-line prayer. What's interesting about this kind of antidoting is it's not returning you to your willpower. It's not you thinking, oh, I'm getting lost, I should do something different, I must try harder. It's how can I avail myself of a quality in the field that will free me from my immersion in this particular positioning. And so by praying, by having devotion, you open yourself to this quality of presence, either energizing or peaceful, and that shifts your energy. You don't want to have to go back to, I'm going to try harder, I'm not going to get lost, it's up to me, I have to do it, I'm going to die. No driving, no forcing, but find how to do it as easily as possible. I've said to some of you in the past, one of the key things Siya Lama used to say to me is, take the easy way. Don't try hard. He didn't try hard. He sat and ate all day long, from morning to night. He sat on a wooden Indian bench with his wife, and she would bring him supplies of very thick tea, and he had a big jar of biscuits. Dip the biscuit in the tea. His blood sugar level was astronomical, and that was bad for his health later. But he didn't like to work. He didn't like to walk. And that time when I first knew him, he was in his 50s. He was still going to Calcutta once a week on Wednesdays to teach. But he didn't like to walk at all. He would walk from his front door down the garden path, and there were always a line of rickshaws there. You get in a rickshaw and take him to the station or to the university department. Why would I take exercise? Very interesting. Of course, he knew many different kinds of yoga and breathing. I don't want to do that. And that is very interesting. So, there are so many things we could do. We could improve our life, we could change our diet, we could make reparation if we have difficulties in our family. But why bother? Because if you bother, you become the subject trying to do it differently. It is what it is. It's not paradise here, but it won't be paradise there either. So if I've got non-paradise here and non-paradise there, I'll just stay here and have a go of biscuit. And that's very important. Of course, he grew up in East Tibet where he didn't walk, he had horses. He always rode on a horse. To walk was a sign of being very poor. So then he says, if thoughts arise very strongly, such as feeling sick or much pain, and one is not able to sit and does not know how to meditate, then this is the obstacle of the arising of dispersal and excitation. So dispersal is like when the wind, if you're at the sea, maybe at the Atlantic, and the wind is strong, at the top of the wave it whips it up and you get the spume, you get the froth and the little drops of the sea spreading out. So it's a dispersal of the shape. So if you're in pain, I can't settle. Everywhere I move, nothing happens like this. and you lose your sense of the integrity of being here with the space. You're kind of pulled back into yourself, but because of the pain, you're expelled from yourself and you're in a kind of nowhere place. That's what the dispelling is like. Some of us know that. Or excitation. You think, I need to do something different, which could be taking lots of medication, rubbing on creams all the time, changing your posture, doing yoga breathing, all kind of ways to alter it. And in that state, you think, I can't meditate now, I have to wait for later. This is the problem of not being able to integrate stillness and movement. Because of the, because you experience the movement which is arising, the pain, the sensation, whatever, you experience it as happening to you. So you've already lost the space. You're not like the mirror, and this is moving in space. It's happening to me. I can't bear it. I don't know how to settle. Oh, chronic pain. Ay, 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 ay. I'm losing myself. What have I lost? It's not the fault of what's occurring. It's the fault of forgetfulness of the ground. So, that's a very good time to do the Guru Yoga of the White Hour. Relax and release, and relax and release. The sensations can arise, but you don't need to be obsessed by it. Now in Britain, in the chronic pain clinics, they're always teaching different kinds of mindfulness, because many chronic pains, especially back pain, it's too dangerous to operate, but the pain's there. If you dampen the pain with opiates and so on, you have such a loss of quality of life. That doesn't help. So, with mindfulness, you start to notice this is the nature of pain, and that pain comes in waves. And rather than thinking, I can't bear it, it's always like, oh God, morning it's like this, evening it's like this. Oh, that's a story you're telling yourself about how it is. I'm telling myself how trapped I am in my situation. Go into basic shamatha and then apply attention to how it is arising, and you find the pain is discontinuous. There may be a low level of it always present, but it has peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And the more you see that, you're less of a prisoner of it, because now you've used the practice to give you some separation from it. You can't get rid of it, but you're stopping yourself merging in it, and in particular sealing the merging in it with a finalizing narrative. This pain will never go away. I'm trapped. Because that's a hellish place to be in. Some people kill themselves with extreme chronic pain. So seeing that the pain is a movement in the mind, then if you had the understanding, you could move from that, well, what is the mind? And then you go back to the 3R practice, easing yourself out of dualistic consciousness, and this is now movement in space. You relax into the unborn spaciousness of awareness, and all kinds of sensations and memories and hopes and fears are arising, and they're all moving in that space, non-dual with it. So this would be the Advaita aspect of non-duality. Not affirming the subject polarity, not confirming the object polarity, but seeing that both of these move around, and I am neither the object nor the subject. You know, when you have very bad pain, it feels like it's happening to you, and it's as if you are the object being acted on by the pain, as if the pain had the energy and the direction and the ownership of the situation. Pain has no intentionality. It's not out to get you. You're not the victim. So the victim position arises as an interpretation of the pain. Pain's just some sensation. Some nerve endings are jiggling away, and this is arising. Who is the pain happening to? I remember being in myriad in Italy in the early days of Norbu's camp, and we went out to this marvelous Italian restaurant. We're sitting at a very long table, people drinking and eating and drinking and eating. Gradually, people get up and go. They put a bit of money on the table, and then at the end of the evening, there are about 4 of us left, and the owner of the restaurant comes with the bill. We can't count all the money's on the table. Fuck! We had half the money for the meal, so we were having to put a lot on the table. You can be too relaxed and generous. You have to keep an eye on what's going on. So it's, what is the nature of this arising? Can you be present at the moment of its arising? Not a vague thought, oh, it'll be fine, or not a vague thought, there's nothing that can be done. Working with circumstances means presence with the dynamic unfolding of what's occurring. And so the openness of the mind is not dead. It has the possibility of responding, but responding self-arising, self-vanishing, not subject acting on object. So if you're with the moment of the circumstances emerging, and you're present spontaneously within the non-duality of appearance and emptiness, adjustments can arise without fragmenting the field into subject and object. Does that make sense? Does that relate to your own experience? So always, always go back to the ground, because the disturbance of events takes us up to the surface. We see the amount of turmoil that's around economically with the notion of the tariffs. The World Bank is very concerned about exchange rates in various areas. There's a lot of turbulence of what will happen, what takes you up. But if you stay with the details, then you see, yes, this is a pattern, but it's a pattern of energy inseparable from the ground. Then you can work with the circumstance. But if the circumstance has already been reified, turned into a thing, and valorized, you've given it a value of positive or negative, that's a bad place to start. You want to be with it as it's moving. So, if there was a car and the engine was not working and you want to give it a start, you might push it. That's very difficult if you're on a flat surface, because you're pushing it from zero into movement. But if it's on a slight hill, you can take the brake off, and then it's already slightly available for movement, and then it's much easier to push it. So stay with the movement of the mind. Being present with the movement of the mind, you find out, or what's revealed to you is how to have minimal investment, not investment, it's the wrong word, minimal engagement with minimum effort. The more effort you have, the more it increases your sense, I'm doing this to that. So, micro adjustments. So he says, so relax body, speech and mind, and with the mind look at the infinity of the sky. Again, we've got clouds, but described this before, when the sky, especially when the sky is blue, sit with the sun behind you, and open your gaze into the sky. Don't stare. Sometimes people describe it as staring. And there are statues of Padmasambhava with his eyes like a kind of dartboard with a little circle. But it's not that. It's the space of the sky and the space of the mind are meeting through the capacity of the eye to take the vastness of the sky in. The whole sky. So you allow the openness of the sky to open you up. Minimal effort, making use of the sky as an ally. It's not an antidote. It's not that you're contradicting something, but you're easing yourself into openness by collaborating with the circumstances that are there. Then he says, in the half ah, so the Tibetan letter ah, so some people had it on their t-shirt earlier, gone, never mind. So it's got round like that, and there is a V shape. So he's saying the half R means you imagine a V, you're visualizing this inside yourself, at one's navel. It's actually 2.5 fingers below your navel, at the site where these two side channels meet the central Avaduti channel. At that point, you imagine this V is there, and there you visualize a blazing fire. So flames are rising and rising, and they're rising up the central channel, spreading out through your body. And the flames come up, and in these flames it burns up the aggregates, that means the 5 skandhas, form, feeling, up to consciousness, and the potentialities, and the outer and inner entities of the world, and all its inhabitants, and the whole damn thing. So everything is burnt up. So the 6 sense organs, their objects, their consciousnesses, everything is burnt up. Everything's reduced to ashes, the great wind blows, nothing at all. This is quite an intense and radical way that if there's too much going on and you can pet and pet and pet, you still, it's sticky, it kind of coheres around you, you're entangled. In that situation, this visualization is very useful. So everything's burnt up so that there is just this emptiness. Nothing at all. So usually we're integrating emptiness and appearance, space and illusion. But in this case, because of the persistence of the sense that this stuff is here and it's getting to me and I'm trapped in it, we're going to go to the other polarity and just have nothing at all. And he says, meditate on this repeatedly. So let's do this. So, and it's a perfect afternoon for getting a little bit warmer. So, just below your belly button, just 2.5 fingers, and you imagine just a little V shape, as if it was a kind of metal cone, and you put some fuel in it and it's firing, and the flames are rising, and they're burning all the constituent elements that compose yourself, and they spread out and they burn Germany, Europe, the whole world. Everything is burning up and burning up. And then, when everything is burnt, flames subside, there's nothing at all. And then you just sit in this infinite openness. Okay, let's try that. Okay. If you have a lot of difficulties in life, this is a useful practice. Do it for 5-10 minutes, take a little break, and then go back into it. You want to burn up every aspect that could be a side of the subject, every aspect that could be side of the object. Then you see there is no fixed reference point. Then you start to see what I take to be self, what I take to be other, are patterns of experience arising within unborn space. But as long as there is a self-referential concretization onto the body and sensation, this becomes the place I start from, self and other, and that becomes a limit to openness. So allowing the flames to engulf everything, just as you can see on the news these flames of the forest fires in France and Greece and Spain, and they take a whole hillside, they're so quick, everything's gone. And you look at the place, you can't recognize it. All the reference points have been consumed in the flames. So that's what we're doing. So instead of doing micro adjustments, everything is engulfed in flame, then ashes, nothing. Just open, open, open. And then, if you're doing this for a longer time, just rest in that nothing at all, and then, like in the Padmasambhava practice, if you merge into Padmasambhava, he merges into you, and you go down with the ball smaller, 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 and nothing at all. Rest in that, and then gradually experiences arise. And at that point, it is vital to see, oh, this is the breath of space. This is the gift of space. It's not me returning to my usual sense of self, my identity. If you do that, then you lose up the main value of the practice. What is arising is a new beginning, the freshness of this. Oh, moving in space, just moving in space. Any thoughts or things you'd like to, well, actually take a few minutes and talk in pairs or small groups about it. What is your experience?
Maybe this one you have to start.
Okay.
To me,
This right here.
So maybe there was a reason. But I started and I stopped for some minutes inside the central journey because I noticed on the touch that integrate together, and that's very like purifying the I meditate but this exercise is burning everything around the world happening. You see the difference in the somewhere else. I don't want to. I've done this. I don't know, like meditation, but I don't think like exercise. I mean, it's nice. I really. Somehow, not to be like My cousin is screaming about fire.
Okay, can we come together, please? So, see if there are any things you want to say about that, if you've got any questions. What's in there? Microphone.
Microphone.
I have two questions concerning this practice. The first is the sentence which precedes this explanation is...
Could you speak in the microphone a little bit louder, my dear, please?
The sentence preceding this practice is about the sky-gazing practice.
Yeah.
Is it two different practices, or do they just... That's just one sentence.
All the practices have the same function. They're either showing the emptiness of the subject side or the emptiness of the object side. So sky gazing, you are melting your sense of self into the sky. So you become like the sky. So the reference point of I exist, I am an entity, something that stands apart from the environment, that's dissolved. When we do these flames, you're burning up the body as a site of separation. This is my little house, and this is self, this is other. So we're always wanting to dissolve the seeming separation of self and other so that they are co-emergent as a flow of experience. It's not that you cease to exist or your life is completely altered. If you like scrambled eggs on toast with a lot of butter, you can do it in emptiness, or with grasping. Whatever you like. Nothing is changed except the sense of it being a real thing. So what we have through our mouth is experience. What we have with our ears is experience. But when we come back to this point, or I'm not you, I'm me, this attribution of an independent, autonomous existence to the other or to the self, this has to be emptied out. And all the Dharma teachings are going in the same direction about this. Pet is also about this. It's when you get this congealing, this settling, you lose the sense of the stream of experience. So you have stillness and movement. But when you have self or reification, self and other, they don't seem to move. Because I've met you before. Yeah, that's you. You know, and so the identification with the name, how are you doing? I remember last year you were a bit troubled about something. And then my image of you becomes my experience of you, and as we've looked before, that blinds me to how you are freshly in this moment. Because I'm injecting my memory of you into my image of you. So with this kind of practice, all the sky gazing, we're letting go of that, and then there's just this.
And the second question is, you mentioned the parallel to the Padmasambhava practice and the dissolving. Is it also possible in the Padmasambhava practice to merge with this wall of light and then to let it dissolve slowly instead of it becoming smaller and smaller and smaller?
You could do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could imagine a wind blowing and it just fades away. And I think that's a very important and helpful question, because whatever we look at as a method or a technique has been developed by some people at some time and it suited them. But it shouldn't be a frame that we have to constrain ourselves in. So as you get used to how you are and what works for you, then that's the way to go. Good. Anything else? No? Okay. So he says, if the obstacles of sinking, fogginess and dullness arise, so that the mind is repeatedly obscured. So we've looked at the sinking, the fogginess, and fogginess means like being in a fog, being in a mist. You're there, but you can't quite see where you are. So you're sitting in the practice, and you might feel kind of a sense of here I am, but you've lost the context. In dullness is when you'd rather sleep. It feels like a lot of effort, as if I have to develop the awareness. It's all up to me, I have to do it. So you've lost the ground of the radiance of the mind, and you're on this little island with few resources, and you've got to try very hard to make it happen. So he's saying, if these obstacles arise, so that the mind is repeatedly obscured. Here mind means awareness, unborn awareness. Then control body, speech and mind. Means if you're controlling your body, if you're getting kind of dispersed and dull, then find your spine. Sit more erect. Drop your shoulders. Attend to your breathing. And that will give you, it is a bit artificial, but again, we're using whatever we can not to stay in lostness. There's no benefit in being there. Then with the speech, it might be that saying some mantras or singing a Dharma song could be useful. Like last night we had the Om Machik Ma, so a lot of feeling in that, so very beautiful, simple words in it. You could do that for a while, and again, by utilizing the skillful means of this formulation, you bring about a shift in your mood. So any devotional text that you have in your mind, you can just recite that, and it alters, and you alter. And with the mind, to control the mind, don't go after past thoughts, don't go after future thoughts, because these states, sinking, fogginess and dullness, they're like moods. You know, when you have a mood like listless. Listless means like a becalmed boat in the old days when you only had sail. The wind goes down and you're kind of nowhere. There's no engine to drive it forward. So these states are sort of, they seem to have no beginning and no end. They seem to have been in them forever. They don't have, it's not like having a thought or a sensation which seems to start and then stop. It's just almost all pervasive. When you have that, then you want to, the danger is fusion, that you're fusing into that mood or that experience, and it's a kind of nowhere land. It lacks clarity, and it's a sort of pseudo-stability. So in that state, almost as if you had a microscope or a telescope, you're just adjusting the magnification, and you want to separate out from it. I'm looking at this. You're using the breath to support that. And you can even say, this is what is occurring. And here you're using your description of your experience like a wedge to separate subject and object. And then you can start to release subject and object. But while you're in this hazy state, you're just wasting time. Does anybody here have hazy states? Yes. You mean it's an accomplishment? So, yeah, as we know, a strong feeling, again, has a kind of shape to it. But they're immersive experiences, but not ecstatic. They're not self-transcendent. There's a kind of dullness in them, which really doesn't help, because we want clarity. The opposite of clarity is dullness. So then he says, be diligent in purification practices. Purification practices means this is a dualistic approach. I have some problems. I would like to be free of these problems. So again, it's working with the idea of having a kind of wedge. I'm inserting the wedge between me, the subjective presence here, and what is occurring. So I'm separating out, this is happening to me. This has to be purified, because as long as I fuse with this, I am tightened, constrained, diminished, and unable to relax into the unborn ground. So you could do Vajrasattva purification. You can do that with the form of Padmasambhava. If you're doing the Padmasambhava text, we have a short additional text which is on Padmasambhava having the attribution of Vajrasattva, and you can use that for purification, so you keep it inside what you know. And it's essentially seeing the deity like Padmasambhava or Vajrasattva on the crown of your head. They are the site of purity. Vajrasattva means indestructible being, means not touched by anything, not spoiled by anything, not obscured by anything, but always clear. So you recite the mantra if you're doing that, either the long or short mantra, and you imagine that liberating elixir is coming from the heart of Vajrasattva down through his body. If it's Vajrasattva on his own, then it comes through his right big toe. If it's Vajrasattva in union with his consort, then it comes through where their sexual organs meet, and it flows out. When you're focusing on the yavyum of Vajrasattva, the coming together is the union of the male and the female essences, which means the essence of wisdom and the essence of compassion. And so this has great liberating power, comes through the top of your head and flows into your body, so that all the limitations, the darkness, the habit formations flow down and down in your body, and you're filling up with this refreshing liquid, and it flows out of your anus and down into a crack in the earth. In the traditional text it says, at the bottom of this crack there is a demon with his mouth open. He's eating up all your limitations. So it's very much, I am not this, I am not this. You're washing out the impediment. Of course, if ideally, if it really speaks to you and sings to you, you can just do the 3R practice, because this is also a practice of purification. Everything which I am caught up in, everything I believe in, everything I'm building my sense of self in, I'm just saying, and it's leaving. It's like the tide going out and taking with it all the rubbish that's on the beach. So that's a purification as well.
James?
So we once again, we explore different kinds of purification. Yeah? Microphone?
I just wonder what you think about the idea of surrender in connection with all this. Is it because I find that very to think of it as surrender.
Surrender to what?
Well, just what you described, just in terms of this 3 hours, to surrender to the openness rather than keep sort of giving up, that sort of feeling. Is that something you do?
Well, I would see it more like releasing. The idea of surrender doesn't appeal to me. You know, with modern warfare, you surrender, you're going to get cut to pieces.
I'm thinking more of Amitabha rather than thinking more of Amitabha and that practice of the Pure Land and that kind of surrender, which is...
I don't. The word surrender doesn't speak to me. If it speaks to you and it makes sense to you and it gives you the sense of how to proceed, but it doesn't sing for me. But that's going to be different. We all respond in different ways to that. So, and he says, be diligent in the accumulation of wisdom and merit. These are basic part of the Mahayana path. We accumulate wisdom by seeing the emptiness of phenomena. So on an outer level, it means analyzing everything you encounter. You look at a tomato. This is a tomato. I know it's a tomato because it's red and it's got this skin. Then you cut it in half. Now it's doesn't look like it looked before, but I still call it a tomato. Then I cut it up in pieces, or I squeeze it, and you see the seeds there in the juice. This is a tomato. But the basis for my initial identification is not to be found anymore there. You say, oh, the naming of tomato is easier perhaps for me to put on the round red thing than on this squishy thing on the plate. there's no real difference. Nothing has been added, nothing's been subtracted. So the emptiness of the tomato is not determined by its shape, it's not determined by its formation. There is no tomato. Tomato is a name which I apply, and I could apply it to a shape, a familiar shape. So that could be my guarantor of a tomato. Or if you're a chef, it's determined by the taste, because you can buy tomatoes that have no taste. So, is that a tomato? Now, if your touchstone or your point of definition is on your tongue, it's not a good tomato, not even a real tomato. Why do they call this a tomato? I've been cheated. So it depends on you to see how do you form the seeming integrity or truth of the object, and then you put that into question. And he says, and the accumulation of merit arises from doing virtuous action, which traditionally means supporting yogis doing their practice, paying for the printing of holy Dharma texts, building monasteries, building stupas, feeding the poor, running a dispensary, providing free medical care for the poor. Whatever would be normally seen as a virtuous action. And then, of course, we increase the merit in the Mahayana path by our intention to benefit all beings, although we're just doing something for one person. While we're benefiting that person, maybe cooking dinner for a hungry person, we say our feeling tone, our prayer, intention is, may all those who are hungry be fed, and we expand the intention. And then at the end of it, the action, by this merit, may all beings be freed from samsara. So the more you dedicate the merit from the specific to the infinite, you increase the merit. If you don't dedicate the merit, they say it fades away. But it's a kind of magical mathematics. By giving it away, it increases. If you hang on to it, it will diminish. And the merit and wisdom are said to be like the two wings of a bird. You need both wings in order to fly. So, merit takes you out into ethics, into compassion, into relatedness, into being with others in their complexity. Wisdom takes you into seeing the absence of inherent existence in people and entities. The image of the fulfillment of wisdom is the site where nothing is separated from the ground. So that's symbolized by the mirror. And the connectivity which comes about from the accumulation of merit is like the content of the mirror, in which the images flow and there is hospitality offered to everything. For no matter how much practice we do, it's increased by giving it away. Whatever is hung on to, so that it becomes a kind of commodified entity. You know what you've done, you know how much you've generated. That calculation, that arithmetic, that intentionality will lead to the dissolving of the virtue. So the virtue always has to become infinite, and wisdom makes everything empty. So the infinity of emptiness and the infinity of generosity arise together. That's the main focus of the Mahayana path, and Dzogchen is part of the Mahayana path. There are some people who say, oh, Dzogchen is nothing to do with Buddhism. This is not the Nyingmapa tradition. It's everything you find in Dzogchen, where you can see the roots of it in the Mahayana tradition. He says, it's important to complete these two accumulations and offer bliss to the gods who reside in the channels by raising and lowering one's energy. So this latter part is about yoga practice of working with your breath and bringing the two side channels, the Ida and Pingala, which represent the male and female forces. These are seen as channels meeting at this point, 2.5 fingers below the navel, and coming up and going over the inside and coming down through your nostrils. So that as you breathe in, these two separated streams come down and they meet, and then you bring them into the central channel, and with certain visualizations that increases the sensation in the body, and then you offer that to the deities. It's always about non-duality. We have 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes. So our body goes in 2 directions, but these 2 collaborate together. So it's as if they're 2, but they're actually a syncopated pair. They have a kind of rhythmic connection. They function together. And the breathing yoga is simply to see that diversity, to merging, and it arises into the heart chakra, and there's various things you can do then, usually just dispersing, and then it can go through all the small channels. That requires a particular kind of instruction and training, and not so useful for everyone. The key thing is, don't get stuck. If you feel stuck, how are you stuck? What is sticking you? What is limiting you? And attend to the nature of that knottedness or binding, whether it's sinking or dispersal or whatever it is, and stay with it and see how it is. This is, if you like, this kind of practice is an exploration of applied phenomenology. The phenomena are manifesting. How are they? So you can import interpretations, you can import techniques onto it, but the most important thing is, I feel dull and sad and stupid. Then, when that thought arises, it's easy to put in the full stop. This is how I am. What can I do? I think I'll go for a walk. So, at that point, don't be content with this wrapper. I'm dull and heavy and stupid. Untie the bow. Peel back the wrapper. How is this? How is this manifesting moment by moment? And then you see there is no essence to it, no heart to it. It's not internally determined, and it's actually movement. It's a subtle movement, so you have to be with it, and it will reveal itself. Never come to rapid conclusions, because rapid conclusions always involve use of pre-prepared things. They're very similar to spontaneity. Spontaneity is the freshness of the ground, just arising. But when we all have many habit formations, karmic traits, as with that example, that something you prepared in previous lives, earlier in your life, and it's in the freezer, it's a cooked dish, take it out, it's in the microwave, ping, and it's cooked and ready. But it's not fresh. And so something's being brought into the present moment, which is like an intrusion, but it seems to do the business. Yeah. Okay, we should take a break. And then you have your small groups, and then we're back here at 6:15. Okay, let's continue. So he says, when practicing the naked experience of awareness, the objects of the six senses may manifest. They certainly will. It's not a may. I think that because you're not dead, the life of the senses is open. We're not cutting ourselves off. We're staying connected with the environment. So we relax and open. It's just this uncovered, open, raw, fresh awareness. And the experiences of the six senses are flowing through it. This is why, again and again, if the hospitality of your open awareness is not sufficient, you will find yourself relating to the different objects and choosing some and trying to avoid others and so on. So again, go back to the 5 questions and really investigate for yourself. Intellectual knowledge doesn't help. We have to see, my mind is not a thing. What arises are not things. These are the experiences revealed in the clarity of the unborn mind. Easy to say, very difficult to inhabit this because of our tendencies. The tendencies themselves are not other than the radiance of the mind. There is only one source, and this source either shows itself, reveals itself to awareness. That is to say, if you let it show, it will show. It shows itself as emptiness. But if you try to find what it is, it will hide, not by hiding, but by appearing to be other than it is. And then you grasp at various things. So it's vital to find the emptiness of the mind. And if you look and questions arise from that, I will be, until I die, always happy to speak to you about it. When these six senses manifest, do not let the mind stray after them. They are not a thing. They are vanishing. And I feel this little wind on my face. It's beautiful, but you can't catch it. It's just like that, a thought, a sensation. If you're with it, your awareness is so subtle, it meets the subtleness of what is arising. But if you're in a grasping dualistic consciousness, it's always slipping away, and so you're running after it, and so you become artificial. So that's what he says, don't let the mind stray after them. They're gone. Gone. Here, it's gone. It was never a thing, and you didn't need to grasp, because you are unborn openness. The one who grasps is the one who you are not, but who you think you are. So the grasping is a sign that you are trapped in self-deception. And when the mind is not focused within, that is to say, when you're moving in the world and you're with your senses participating, remain free of encouraging and inhibiting and all self-identification. That is to say, don't make anything special. So I got some lunch. I'm very lucky. The cook makes something a little bit different for me because my stomach is not so good. But as I was going out, I went to see where all the food was on display. I saw this big pan of potatoes. And I love potatoes. I'm looking at the potato. I think maybe I could. You had your lunch. Tortured by potato. There's always space for a little more. So it's like that. We're so easily caught. Because when an idea arises, they look delicious. So nicely made. I don't need. So I don't need. I have enough satisfaction. And yet, and that arousal towards the object, it's not just the lack of potato. It's these profound lacks we have inside. Will I have enough? Am I enough? I could have more. Is this complete? We talk the great completion, but I don't feel complete. So, moment by moment, experience is vanishing. The completion is not something you get which is complete. It is the completion that everything which arises is inseparable from the empty ground. It is complete in emptiness, and it is completely ungettable. The subject side, your own mind is ungettable. You never can catch it. Object side, all experiences are empty of inherent existence, and you can't get them. So this getting is very, very profound. Grasping. Siya Lama used to say to me again and again, grasping, grasping. Because that's what we do, grasping at something. He had this story, some of you will know this, that when he was young and he had been recognized as a tulku, he was in the monastery, and when there was a big event, all these so-called incarnate lamas were lined up on their little thrones, some on the very high throne, some on the lower throne, and the village people would come and they would offer a kata and some money or some offering. So he was in this row, not at the top, but somewhere at the bottom, sitting next to his teacher, Tugutsolo. And when the people came, and they would bow and put a kata forward, then he would take the kata and put it round their neck. But they didn't always give a kata. So if someone was standing there with a kata in their hand, and he bent forward to receive it, but the person didn't offer it, his teacher would hit him on the back of the head. And if the person did offer it to him, but he was holding back, teacher would hit him on the back of the head. Because you have to be on the pulse, not ahead, not behind. It's exactly the meditation instruction. If you pre-organize yourself, you're running in your mind, in your expectation. Or if you're out of the time, if you're behind the time, you're identified with your reservation. Don't stay in the mental processing of the experience. Stay exactly on the nuance of the moment. Once again, I would recommend to watch The Seven Samurai by Kurosawa, because as far as I know, this is the best film about timing and how to stay in the co-emergent moment. It's a very, very beautiful film. It also is a film about the over-idealization of the traditional arts. So it's profound in many ways. So, without hopes and fears, without expectations, without wishes, the English psychoanalyst Wilfred Bion wrote that the position of the analyst is to be without memory and desire. So when you come when the patient comes into the consulting room, it is as if the analyst has never met them before. Because if the space of unfolding is filled with memories and projections and interpretations, there will be no freshness. So to be without memory, not filling it with what happened, and to be without desire, without hope that the session should go well, or that you should be able to help the patient or cure the patient, however you formulate it, these become, on a relative level, supportive factors, but in terms of a direct experience level, their obstacles. Very interesting. So he says, yeah, when the mind is not focused, when you're outside with all of these experiences, remain free of encouraging, developing things, inhibiting, and all self-identification. So as soon as something arises and you claim it as yourself, you're already out of the flow. You're composing your idea of yourself. The self-identification is, this is me, this is how I am, this is what I do. That creates a distortion. You're twisted out of relaxed, open availability. Remember, Dharmakaya is for you, and the form kayas, the Sambhogakaya and the Manakaya, is for the other. So when you're moving and interacting, it's not the arena in which you get the nice things you like and avoid the unpleasant things you like. That's the dualistic egoic consciousness. We relax, it comes as it comes, it is as it is, and it's nothing to do with me. It has to do with the meeting, with the congruence, with the contact. The contact is vital. Me, I, me, myself, I am an interruption to contact. Does that make sense? Yes. If I have myself as a reference point, then, as I indicated before, you have a triangulation. The me, the context, and my image of who I am and what I'm entitled to be. And so it's all mediated. Dissolve the reference point, and it's just this. Then you have more intimate, dynamic, free-flowing contact without gain or loss. It's just this. So as soon as there is a reference point, you've left the situation. When the whale is in the sea, it's out there. I mean, nowadays they can map it with radar and all the rest, but the sea's a very big place and the whale's just out there. Sometimes, for various reasons, whales come and swim onto the beach, and then it's very, very sad. I saw that as a child in Scotland, these huge creatures on the sand that get a tractor, try and drag them in, but it's too late. It is somewhere, you can know definitely where the whale is, because it's on land, it's on earth, and you can measure it. And if it's out at sea, it's moving and moving. When it's on the beach, it's trapped. So it's exactly like that for us. When we arrive someplace where when we know where we are, we're already lost. That is to say, it's not about stabilizing yourself through the projection of your concepts. It's about relaxing and being present, and you don't need to know. You just, life flows on. So, although the six sense objects may appear, do not be bound by any hopes or needs. We see something, we can easily project value into it, imagine it would be delicious, or that we would like to hear it more. But again, this would mediate the co-emergence through what I want and what I don't want. So I then become the continuous reference point. Emergence is not about me. My share is open, empty awareness. If I try to get something, I will be positioned somewhere. Of of course, we're not dead. We have all sorts of memories and desires and hopes and fears. It's not that you block the flow of mental occurrence. It's that you don't take the mental occurrence as a true reading of what's there. That would be delicious. Yeah, that would be delicious. Yeah, people offer me cakes and I think, oh, I'm pre-diabetic. If I take any more sugar, I'm going to get really diabetic. I shouldn't eat the cake. So, in terms of my history, the cake is delicious. In terms of my health, the cake is irrelevant. So, it's always rectifying, rebalancing into the neutral. It's just cake. It's just something in the world. But when the habit formation comes, this is delicious, this is special, I haven't been here before, this is a unique Bavarian cake, I should just try a little bit. It's just something there. It is our own mind which makes the specialness of the object. So again, it's figure and ground. Your choice, your particularization makes the field fragment into this is special, this is not special. So we have to learn not to be seduced by ourselves, by our own indications. I have to have that. If you do long retreats, all sorts of yearnings arise for a more comfortable bed, for better food, and so on. And then there's a longing, and then there's a sense, if only I had that. So there's something a bit uncomfortable here. Yes, it's uncomfortable. What does it mean? It means I need to change the situation. I need to get more of this and less of that. That's an interpretation. The fact of the difficult sensations is not a lie. You're not cheating yourself. It's not so comfortable. You've got a yearning. Something arises. It's mental. Keep it in the mental, don't enact it, and it dissolves. But every time you feed the message arising in the mind, like I need a cigarette, 100% you do not need a cigarette. There is nothing of any value in a cigarette for you, but I need a cigarette. So every time this person smokes and they seem to enjoy it, it's strengthening the certainty I need a cigarette. So the mental moves into the enacted. So what we are doing is with all of these things that arise, don't try to block it on the mental level, let it disperse. It's just a thought, self-arising, self-vanishing. But when the receptor or the site of the disclosure of this feeling tone is not unborn awareness, but is I, me, myself, it will hook you into an embodied response. So it's always about unbalancing. And that takes us back to the great completion. Cannot be satisfied. There's a Tibetan word, simpa, which means content or satisfied. And Sialama used to say, this is the quality of Dharma practitioners. However it is, it's okay. Of course, we could have more of this or more of that or less of that. Of course, these are ideas, but if this is how it is, this is how it is. Many journeys, certainly in the old days on the buses, were long and very uncomfortable. And it's just like this. It will not be comfortable. Why are you complaining that it is uncomfortable? It is guaranteed to be uncomfortable. So that's how it is. That's what you get. So you're then tormented by your own mind, manufacturing an idea of it could be different, it could be better, it could be improved. Where's the suggestion box? And I put my wonderful idea in there. No one cares. It's simply to torment yourself. For example, however many waves arise in the ocean, they are all self-arising and self-dissolving. for whatever thoughts arise, if you can really avoid storing them up, then at that time you will be abiding in the state of the higher calm abiding. The calm abiding is shamatha or shine. So it's the higher calm abiding, because you're not gaining the shamatha by resting on the breath or a stable object, but on the openness of the mind. So waves arise and vanish. Experience will arise and vanish like a wave in the sea. And he says, for whatever thoughts arise, if you can truly avoid storing them up, grasping at them, turning them into an interpretation and allocating value, then at that time you will be resting in this open state. So it is through the letting go of all that you have peace. Not an ascetic renunciation, but the peace that comes from the impossibility of grasping, the non-necessity of grasping, and therefore, as it comes, it comes. As it goes, it goes. Non-interfering with the free flow of the mind. So this is something we have to practice, because we have game plans, we have habit formations, and they bring a torque or a twist or a turn which generates selectivity. The waves arise, the waves go down. If it's a big wave, it will go down. If it's a small wave, it'll go down. All waves are the sea. Waves are how the sea shows itself. Thoughts, feelings, sensation are how the mind shows itself. Let it come, let it go. As it says, these formations are always unborn and unstopped. Since you've been born, nothing but experience. It never came to an end. Never came to an end. The cinema film comes to an end. Your packet of popcorn comes to an end. Your love affair comes to an end. But the flow of experience doesn't come to an end. Yes, but I don't like everything. I just like some things. I'm a picky eater. So many things I don't like. People announce this as if it was a kind of badge of honor. No, my mother would say, for God's sake, just eat your dinner. It was like, oh, I don't eat that. Why not? What's wrong with you? No, but I don't eat it. Who are you? Why wouldn't you? It's a big world, all these delicious things. So if you particularize yourself, if you oversensitize yourself, then you will be always on this cusp of triage, of sorting out and evaluation. Whereas if it's just this, you can drink a bad coffee, you can eat a dish which is tasteless or oversalted or too much chili. This is what it is. Now my mouth is burning. That's what it is. It won't be like that forever. It will vanish. It doesn't need a judgment. Our problem is always to make a commentary, an evaluation, which then both extracts the moment from the flow and concretizes it as a sign of something is wrong. Therefore, I have to do it differently. This is something to remember. Oh, you have to be careful. That new chutney I bought is very, very hot. Oh. But it's just hot. Nobody dies from chili. There are people being tortured to death in the Ukraine. There are people being raped and murdered in the Congo. And you're worried because the chili is too strong. Shameful, shameful, shameful. That's my old-fashioned education. My mother, as many mothers would say at that time, You're not eating your dinner, and the children in Africa who have no food, they are weeping. What's wrong with you? But I don't like it. Oh, you're so special, boy. He had some experience of irony. If thoughts manifest, then they will manifest as the great play of original knowing. Original knowing here is yeshe, means it's like the knowing quality of awareness. So, if you're at ease in this higher calm abiding, that means you're truly settled in the unborn openness of the mind, then whatever is occurring only has that place to arise. It's not arising towards you, or at you, or for you, or from you. You are inseparable from the space of emergence, and this is emerging. So, this is just the great play, the ungraspable patterning of the lucidity of your mind. With the gradual experience of the mind itself, the gradual experience of the mind itself means you gradually become familiar with my mind is open, unborn awareness, and my mind is the ceaseless flow of the content of thoughts, memories, plans, hopes and fears. Both. They are inseparable, but they're not the same. So as you have that gradual experience, there is the clarity free of the waves of movement and recollection. That is to say, you stay present on the moment of the arising. And because the arising is just this, in the here and now, never straying from the here and now, it's not moving into the future, it hasn't come from the past, it's just this, there is no movement. And there is no recollection, because you're not trying to sort it out. This is nice, but what is it? As soon as you ask the what question, you'll get a what answer. You'll get a reified, solidified answer, and that we don't need. We know where that leads. And with the natural clarity of this, natural here means this clarity is not developed by your intention or by your training or your practice. It's the intrinsic clarity of the mind which becomes more obvious as you stop covering it with your busy speculations and interpretations. With this, self-expression is unceasing as shining radiance. So self-expression is how you're moving in this field. What is this? Oh, James is doing James. But it is unceasing as the shining radiance. This is the radiance of the ground. So we see that the naming, oh, James is talking, this is talking about something that is happening. But if we stay with the emergence of the sound, arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. If you look at my face, you see the face changes, I breathe in and out. James's movement. Where is the fixed entity to which the name James is applied? There is no such entity. James is a movement in a field of movement. When you see that, everything is just the shining radiance, because it doesn't stop. It's not a thing. All entities, all things, all objects, all subject identifications are nothing other than ungraspable experience, and that is the radiance of the mind. This is the essential point of entering meditative balance. Nyamja. So, Nyamja means abiding in balance, not going forward, not going back, not going out to get, not avoiding, just at ease with however it is. Because if I am complete, I'm not looking for something to complete me. The mind itself has neither excess nor lack. Excess and lack are the qualities of our dualistic ego, which is a compounded state. So, I grew up just after the end of the Second World War, and it was a time of rationing, and then rationing was removed, and there was an ocean of sugar. Everywhere, sugar, sugar, sugar. It was eating and all the time. It was Christmas every day for the dentists, because children are being dragged off with these big holes in their teeth. Even baby teeth had big holes in them. So, sugar was a normal part of diet. In Scotland it was very common. You have a piece of bread and you put margarine on it, and then you sprinkle sugar all over it. Or put treacle on it. Empty calories, but delicious. So nowadays people have much more wariness about sugar. So then we see, my relation with sugar arises due to causes and conditions, the zeitgeist at the time, how people thought about it. And in a modern family, they wouldn't be doing that. Many parents don't allow their children to have any sweets at all until they're 8 or 10. It really strictly control it because it's such a powerful pool. And we know that the commercial producers of food are always putting excess sugar and salt and fat into them. So, meditative balance means being at ease with whatever happens. And this meditative balance arises as the union of emptiness and clear energy. Clear energy means unreified energy, in which the energy is the emergence of experience which is not interpreted as the experience of a thing. What do you think of these apples? Oh, they're quite good. So that's the experience of a thing. But you can eat something and you have the taste. Oh, that's a taste. You don't need to take it back to, I like apples, that's my favorite kind of apple, or I don't like this kind of apple. There's no need. The raw, naked, bright, shining radiance of your mind doesn't need your commentary. Your commentary adds value for your ego self, and it obscures the shining immediacy of what is there. So, that is how we should go to eat our dinner. So, I'm a little tired. I won't join you in the Padmasambhava practice tonight, so I'll see you again in the morning. I hope you have a good practice.
Thank you. Thank you.